Okay, I think we are ready to proceed. Sorry for the delay. I had to get a bunch of screenshots that proved to be a little bit more tiresome than I had anticipated, but otherwise, everything is all set and ready, at least it should be. Do a double check on the timer really quickly, and that should be okay in just a second. If it'll cooperate with me, there you go. Everything's slipping and sliding into place. And soon this whole machine shall be underway. I think we are good. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome to another stream with your boy Indiana Broad, aka James. Today we're going to be studying the Battle of Helms Deep. It's going to be a really interesting little journey here. I'm not entirely sure how finished I'm going to take each one of these pieces, but I'm going to do as many as I can. And we're going to start out with maybe 30 to 45 minutes, maybe 30 minutes vying on for each one, and I'll maybe dip it back down to 20 to 25 as we get more comfortable, or maybe the other way around. Let's spend 20 on the first one and then 30 on the subsequent. Just get nice and warmed up, get the bad ones out of the way, and then we can begin. I can't say that I'm really digging this background music though. I don't think it really matches too well. Maybe we should just go to default. The good old-fashioned default right there. No, nothing wrong with that. Easy enough. Okay, there we go. Before we get into the scene studies, however, I would like to do the crits that I have missed, because we haven't been streaming. We haven't streamed all that much in the past week, because I've been quite busy. But now I'm back, gonna be back in full force, so let's get it all out of the way before we proceed. So with that said, let us start bringing in these crits. It'll be a fun little time. Okay, so which is the first one? I think we have this one. Let's bring this one in here. Alright, easy enough. This is a piece by Yori on the Discord. Let's write crit somewhere on this, and then we can get started. Let's see what we can do. Before we do that, let's do a quick little latency test, see how bad things are today, because we do paint with a lot of latency on the stream. We don't think we're the most ideal of setups, but this is actually quite good. That's really good actually. I have no problems with that whatsoever. Okay. So let's get into this particular piece, shall we? So, maybe I should just write crit on OBS, because I want to adjust the cropping here, and I won't be able to do that later on. Okay, let's get a text little doodad on the screen really quickly. Do that with my left hand, because I can't reach with my right. Let's say crit. And make it into a big, nice lovely red hue, an angry red. And... oh, that's crit in progress. There we go. Nice and explanatory. We'll cut the opacity on that maybe. Bring that down and put it near my timer. There you go. I don't want to be going too long on these, but we'll spend some time. Let's see if we can slightly improve these pieces, shall we? Okay, so let us begin. Timer's working. Okay, so what do we have? Character focus piece, a lot of energy, a lot of action. I do like the colors, I do like the general idea of the piece. So let's talk first and foremost the broadest things that we can, right? I'm talking composition, I'm talking gesture, I'm talking general values, alright? In terms of values, not that bad. I think things are alright. I'm not getting as much of an effect of light that I personally would like, but it's totally fine. If you're doing like a poster piece, you kind of want to have a little bit more revealed. But in general, I think I'm going to slightly adjust the lighting on this piece. I think that would be better. I want to increase maybe the dynamism of the piece. I think the gesture of the character is pretty good already, but I think we could aid in the gesture a little bit more, just by the slightly manipulating the edges a bit more. Speaking of edges, I think we could do a lot better with the fire. I'm not going to change the fire to make it look more realistic. I think I'll work with what you have, because I think it works well with the piece and with the lettering that you have there. But I think that we can do a little bit better with the way that it's rendered, especially with some shape design on the top right over here. I think we could improve on that. And as far as the overall composition of it, I must call into question why we have such empty spaces up here and up here. I think just having a tighter shot in general is going to benefit, because unless this is going specifically for like a banner or something, I don't particularly see why that would be the case. I do know that some people do have to restrict themselves specifically to some dimensions, because you know they're working towards a very particular output. But in general, the first thing that I'll do is I'm going to cut that I'm just gonna crop it in. Just keep everything nice and focused. Don't want those large areas of blank sort of messing about. So we have that instantly. Things get a bit more focused. We get that more of a finished look. I would even venture to say we could even take a little bit more off the top. Something like that is fine. And now it's nice and tight, right? Everything is focused. Everything is going where we need to go. So beyond that, let's talk about the lighting and then we talk about the edges. Because I think we could do maybe a little bit better with the lighting. So currently we have how many light sources here? So we have one in the back and we have one in the front. But the face itself, not particularly lit by anything strongly, right? So it's being lit from the bottom over here and from the back. But we could really start to show the effect of light in this particular piece. I think we could do a little bit better over here. So let's attempt to do so. Let me just quickly check something. I think we are good. Mills, thank you for the host. I need to check my tabs more often because I don't get host notifications in my chat app. Okay, so what can we do here to bring the effect of light more? So without actually changing the value of the piece, we can show a bit more of the piece, right? We can show a bit more of the lighting of the piece, but just straight up showing the effect of the light, because what's going to happen over here, especially in the areas, for example, behind the character over there, we'll easily get something like this, right? We could expect to have just a little bit of light in the back. What's the latency like? That's okay. What's the brush like? That's okay. Alright, so we can do something like this. We could easily look and find areas that we can start to put this kind of action in there, right? Add in some little beautiful rim lights right there. And immediately what happens is that suddenly the character becomes so much more grounded. We can start to slightly change the coloration of these lines perhaps, and it'll better reflect the character being in this environment. So you don't have to remove the lines entirely if that's your style. I don't mind that. However, we can really start delving into this idea of, well, what color is that line going to be? Does it make any sense for it to be that color? Because, for example, if this was something realistically, right? We would expect to have a strong notion of color there. This proximity, I'm assuming, is so close that it wouldn't even matter too much what the local color is over there, because you still have a really strong effect of that light source. So if we just keep doing this somewhat methodically throughout the piece, just really bringing out the effect of the light source, I can retain the same value structure of your piece without necessarily having to compromise, right? I don't compromise on your values too much. However, I bring about more of an effect of all this light, right? Because this light's got to go somewhere. It's going to be affecting the piece somehow or the other. So it's good to kind of just put it there. Just put the effect of it there. Like I said, to affect it more. So this is a minor change. It's going to be seen much more on the hair, for example. Canvas, how's it going, dude? About to exercise, but want to drop by and say hey in case I don't catch you later. I'll be on for a while, but it's good to hear from you. Yeah, go exercise, dude. I'll be back. I'll be here when you get back. So stuff like this. So I'm making very minimal changes here. I'd like to let's just make them nice and strong. So I'm gonna grab a hard round brush and we'll make nice strong changes here, because I don't like minimal changes, because we want to really have, you know, this idea of we're actually improving the piece, not just making these minor changes. So something like that, something nice and strong, like a really solid statement. That's totally okay, totally fits the piece. And suddenly we get way more effect of this light, right? So I'm just going around with a hard round brush now, just straight up just using your own colors. And I'm showing the effect of it in all these areas that I think it needs to go in, right? So how do we show this effect even more? Because again, what is interaction of light and surface, right? So what exactly are we trying to do here? Well, we're trying to say that there is indeed a light source in the surface, or a light source in the piece, and it's going to have an effect, because that's what light sources do. They reveal and they modify existing elements within your composition, right? That's what your light source is supposed to do. So in that respect, you can't reveal everything, because if you reveal everything, that diminishes the effect of your light source. If everything is lit, nothing is lit. Everything is dark, nothing is dark. So, well, if everything is dark, you can't see anything, so it doesn't matter. So with that in mind, what we can do to really amp this effect of light even more, I'm not going to get into the edges just yet, we'll do that in a second, but to amplify it even a little bit more, now this is going to be a much larger change. Let's adjust the values in the piece in general, okay? In general, we'll adjust all these values, and then we'll see what happens, okay? So let me quickly grab this. Okay, I'm going to grab a cross-channel adjustment, and I'm going to bring the lightness of the piece overall I'm going to bring it down, okay? Because what I'm getting at here is that I really want to show the light as a light. So I first need to have everything be a lot darker. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to selectively mask this out. So obviously you could just make everything darker, you can always manually paint it, but for a crit this works really well, because I can show you a change really, really quickly. So, took all the lights in the piece. Now this is the idea, right? I bring it back obviously where it needs to go, right? There, and then here. So we know it goes here, because those are light sources. We're aware of the fact that it goes right there. However, the way that it affects my characters, now that is not as straightforward, because then suddenly direction comes into play, because light sources are self-illuminating. You don't have to care too much about which direction of light's coming from, because light is coming from inside. And I like the way that's been tackled over here. I think that's pretty good, because if you're going more desat, more lighter in the center, I think that's fine. Because usually, just as a side note, if you want to represent a light source, you kind of do the opposite of what you usually do, which is you do this in this sense. So you go ahead and you grab a dark, that. Let's just say I want to like insert a light source right over here. So we think a light source is light, but if you want to make something a bit more convincing as a light source, what you could do is this. So you could just have that same light, but then you contain it within this slow amount of fading dark, like that. So think about it like a lightsaber, you know? Like how do you make a lightsaber? Like everybody made lightsabers as a kid in like Adobe After Effects. So how does a lightsaber made? That's really simple, right? It's very, very simple, which is why they could do it with the technology of the time. So what you start with basically is this idea of you show the effect of the light source. So we'll make a red lightsaber really quickly. So we'll show the effect of the light source, right? Maybe a little bit more smoother than that, shall we? We'll just grab a really basic tool, primitive man tool. Grab an airbrush, if I have one available. I should. Guillotine Spectre, welcome, dude. So I'll just grab a basic line of an airbrush, and then all we gotta do inside to kind of give us the effect of a lightsaber is we just gotta add that light in between, right? We'll just throw in a line like that, and suddenly we're almost halfway there, right? And all we gotta do beyond this is to add a little bit of tinting, and then we're done, so we're all good. We're all good in the hood. So we add a little bit of this glowy kind of effect right there. Now that there, we throw a little bit on there, and then suddenly, well, bam! Bob's your uncle. We got a lightsaber. Easy as. So you realize that this area in the middle, that's really, really light and desaturated, right? This is basically white. And then you have this fall off region, which is not as bright, still bright, but then that shows you the effect, the color of the light source. So basically in all pieces, when you want to like show a light source, especially pieces that are keyed down, I can explain that later, but pieces that are keyed down, these kind of ideas, you really want to think about, okay, this is so bright that if I was pointing a camera at it, the camera is getting overexposed. Or what is this, underexposed, overexposed? It's getting some manner of exposure, which is bad. So that's how strong the light source is. You don't necessarily have to do this, remember, because this is also a light source. Even though it's not white hot, this is totally a light source, totally possible. So there are a lot of ways that you can represent it. So again, ultimately, what makes something a light source? Because honestly, I could make this a light source, right? I could just make something so infinitesimally pointless as this. I could make that a light source. Because what really makes something a light source is the effect it has, right? And that's exactly what we're trying to do right now. So you can like draw a sun in the sky, but you'll never feel the effect of that sun unless you start putting in those shadows, start putting in those highlights, start putting in those areas of lights, put in those speculars, put in all the fundamental components. Then things start to look like they're being lit. So let's do some of that. So we're in this, Ninja Maker to see it. So we're in this mask over here, and now we gotta think a little bit. We gotta think about what this light source is gonna affect, right? So I see the bottom side of this, I'm assuming it's the arm. So I see the bottom side of this arm, I see a bit of the tricep, I see a bit of the elbow. So let's just select a really graphic shape here, like a nice evocative shape, and we'll say, alright, that's going to be where my light's affected, right? Right over there. And this is kind of bulging outwards, so we'll say that also gets affected. That way. Okay, what else will be affected here? It's a really simple question that we gotta ask, right? So if you understand form, and you don't really need all that, you don't need a great knowledge of form to be able to do this, you really don't. You can cheat this, as long as you have some idea, it's gonna look better. It's gonna look better than just flatly lighting everything. It's gonna look way, way better. So this is a basic idea. Autumn, congratulations on your affiliate, by the way, good to see you. So once we have this in here, we just get rid of it, right? We just get rid of this area, and then suddenly, but bam, we have an effect of light. Ooh, look at how bright that light source is. Remember, it's not the light source that dictates the brightness, it's the effect of the light source. You gotta reverse think it, because we're drawing something, right? We aren't taking a picture of something, we're drawing something. So then, immediately we get that effect. Ah, shit, it's a light source, hell yeah. This kind of idea. Same thing over here. So we just continue this process, right? I'm just gonna quickly check to see what is what. I think that is a leg right there. So obviously some clarity in the drawing would be nice, but not necessarily required. I kind of dig this style. So we just reveal certain elements, and suddenly some things start to come to the fore, right? Some things start to get revealed a bit more. But rhymed. Alright, so something like this. Right? We start to slowly give you the effect that it's a light. Now this is an alternative. Remember that this isn't strictly wrong, but this is an alternative that I'm suggesting. So if you kind of like the look of this, it's more dramatic. I think it's more of a, oh, look at this, the effect of this light, right? Because you don't always want to do this, right? Not every piece needs to be a heavy illustration, right? But if you want to make it look like this is how you do it, right? So you kind of tone everything down, and then you selectively show where that light source is coming from. Because if everything is really flatly lit, the impact of that light source is going to be significantly reduced. That's something that you have to remember, because like this kind of adds a bunch of like drama to the piece. Like, holy shit, what's happening? But you don't necessarily have to do this. Okay, you don't have to do this, but you can. It's something that you can do. I can even adjust the overall lighting of the entire piece, slightly pull it a little bit upwards, right? I can slightly pull it a bit upwards just to kind of reduce the whole drama, because not everything has to be really stark. Okay, and now we kind of run into our first little problem solving, right? With the values. Now this is the problem with the piece character, the big one. I have a piece of this character that's really angry, but I cannot see character's face, right? Not that clearly. I'm not really interested in this. This is like a secondary thing. But this one over here, that's the primary. The face is the primary. How do I reveal this face? Big question. Now I can just bullshit this, right? It's very possible. You can just totally bullshit things if you want to. You can just pull a light source out of your ass and put it in the piece and nobody can question it, right? Because ultimately you have to understand, as artists in this day and age, especially if you're not somebody like incredibly well established, people are going to be looking at your work maybe at most for 5 to 10 seconds. And if you don't grab their attention in that amount of time, then something is missing in the piece, if that is what you're going for. Now, I completely understand the statute of artists drawing for themselves. I totally respect it. Salt of the earth, cannot complain. However, if we're trying to like garner some sort of interest, some sort of general intrigue, we gotta think about these as like, what is this picture talking about? What is it saying? What is the statement of the picture? What are we doing this for? Angie, good to see you. Go follow Angie. Go follow James DeWitt, my favorite DeWitt besides Lara DeWitt. Good to see you guys. Hopefully you are having a good day. It is good to be back. We're just doing some crits. Okay, so how do I really bring this shit? How do I bring it? So how do I make you look over here? Because it's a whole made you look situation, right? I gotta make you look. And how do I make you look? Well, we can do it this way, right? We can do it this way. I can just do the cheapest thing known to man, and I can just blam on that highlight right there. I can just go completely crazy for no reason, right? And suddenly it's like, oh Jesus Christ, what is happening? What is happening to that face? It's insane. I'm just gonna pull in some artificial light right over there. Just gonna cheat it, you know? Just gonna cheat it. There's no reason that should be lit that much. How about it's being lit by these little things on the top left? How about that? Can we all contend with that idea? Is that okay? Do I have your permission? Okay, let's just say it's being lit from that top. So therefore it's gonna be top lit, so we just light this generally really lazily because, again, this is being done for time. But you get the idea. So we reveal that alternatively, you could do this, you could do some crazy Ross draws shenanigans, hit it with that dodge tool, hit it with that extreme, you know those overbaked memes, those deep fried memes? You could hit it with that deep fried meme effect, like totally just slam some glow on there, you know. You get the idea. Stuff like this. That'll get your blood pumping right there. That'll get you thinking. It's got some cranberries for some eyes. Hell yeah. She's angry and she's fucking ready. She's ready to take control of this relationship. Angie, great job on those silhouettes you said, by the way. I was very impressed. Could you send me a page of those? I want to look at them. Can you send me a page of those silhouettes? Go follow Angie. Go follow James DeWitt. Go follow Autumn and the Seagull Arts. All good people. Okay, so again, we went from here to here. Way more dramatic, right? We got a little bit more of that drama. So last thing that we talk about. These are very quick fixes, things to think about, because you can draw already. no need too much drawing on this. Last thing I want to think about is edges. Okay, we do want a little bit of edges, and you're coming into edge territory right now, but we're not really there yet. Because when it comes to any sort of picture making, you have certain things that you can work with, right? You have certain tools, like you got spanners and wrenches and shit for mechanical operation, and for drawing you have a certain number of things that you can start to play with to increase the quality of your image. Now, one of those things, among the swaths of others, like value, drawing, gesture, composition, you have edges, okay? And a variety of edges, a good contrast of edges is going to really up the ante in your piece. Now, what does that mean? So we have a few types of edges in drawing. So we have soft, hard, some people say firm, and there's lost. Basically what that means is how well can you see something? How well can you resolve a transition? That's a really important thing. It's a big question to ask because not all transitions are the same. Even you can be in a field of concrete, just hard as fuck. It's completely stiff as concrete, right? And you'd still have soft edges in that. If not for anything but just the field of view, because the brain naturally softens things that are outside your area of focus. So there's always going to be soft edges in reality, at least in the way that we perceive reality. That's what we do in realism, right? We don't draw things as they are, we draw things as we perceive them. So with that in mind, soft edges, big thing, it's a big deal. So we put in those soft edges. Now, what's the most arbitrary way of doing that? What's the most easy, I really don't care about this drawing, I'm done with it, I don't want to spend more time with it? Well, we just hit it with a blur, right? We just blur that shit up. And suddenly this kind of brings it to this new dimension, like, oh, wait a second, what? We can do that? Is that fair? Is that legal? Like, where did that come from? This sort of stuff, right? And this is the cheapest way of doing this, by the way. This is the cheapest way, right? We're not even doing this because we want to show that we can draw. We're just doing this because we have computers. But this stuff is the tits, okay? Because suddenly your actions are more actiony, your softs are more softy, and your hards look more hard in comparison, right? Big deal. Big changes, big energy. Now, you don't have to do this, because ultimately the fundamental idea, the principle behind this is how does one edge resolve, how does one shape resolve into the other shape, and that's done mainly by brushwork, okay? The most controlled manner in which you can achieve this is through brushwork. So you don't have to resort to these fancy manipulation tools, because you could do this in traditional, right? How would you do this in traditional? Grab a newspaper or something and you just go shake it on your canvas and just blur that shit up. Because basically it means that this is not clearly resolved. You're not going in there with an X-Acto knife and saying, all right, this is my shape. You're not doing that, right? You're really blurring that up, and there's a lot of value in this. Do you see traditional inkers like Jim Lee, for example, or look at Mike Magnolia's stuff? Like, what do they do when they paint? Like when they start painting, they just kind of empty a blob of Indian ink on their canvas and then they make something out of it, basically. It's not really what happens, but if you kind of blur your eyes, that's what happens. The reason they're doing this is because it gives them a bunch of variation of edges naturally, because you have the big voluminous gloop that is unfettered ink, and then you go in there with a really, really sharp, very precise stroke, and suddenly it looks great because you have that contrast, right? And even still, they push it. There's a thing in comic art where they kind of manipulate the edges optically, because when you're inking as a comic artist, you don't have as many values to work with, right? So what they do very commonly, you don't see this, you can really look for it, and if you didn't, then you're already succumbed to it. But they do this thing, which is neat, where they have a hard edge, right? So that's a hard edge. You can imagine this is somebody's tie or Superman's jockstrap or something. And what they do is that's a hard edge, right? But they have a firm edge in comic inking, and they do it like this. They kind of give a tooth to it, right? Like that. And different artists have different ways of doing it. But that's like an optically mixed soft edge right there. You see that? That's softer than that. I did it very overtly, but that's really hard. That's not as hard. You don't think it'd be like it is, but it is. That's actually true. Also, another way of doing it is like this, way more common, I think. That's how your boy Jim Lee does it. You have one value to work with, you have one chance, one opportunity, and you just slam that in there like that. And even though it's the exact same value, optically mix a gray right there. Suddenly you have a soft edge, right? So you'll see that around knees, around noses, around cheekbones, around chins. You see that all over the place. That softer edge, because you can't just paint everything kind of one-dimensionally, because it tends to kind of harshen up your entire image. Not the best idea. Okay, to close up the crit, let me get rid of all of this stuff if I can. Okay, apparently I ran out of undos somewhere in the middle of that. I'm just gonna paint over and pretend you don't notice. Do that really quickly. There are so many ways of doing a softer edge. So everything is basically a lot harder before. So softer edge is going to be done with brushes like this, for example. This is a softer edge. A beautiful little rake, and I can rake some stuff in here. You know, just throw in some casual little raking. Remember that just because you blur something doesn't mean you can't go back. This is like a big revelation to me, and mostly because I'm an idiot. But I never realized that when you talk about texture brushes and texture in general, the value of a texture brush, the value of any texture, it's more of a gestalt kind of thing, wherein it's more about the combination of texture than the texture as in isolation. So when you look at a texture brush, when somebody gives you or when you download a new texture pack or whatever, you know, when you get that new fancy ArtStation approved brush pack, don't disregard the brushes that you think look bad, because really it's combinations, and you get this more when you start painting more with variety of brushes, but really it's the combination that matters, right? Because there are some dog shit brushes, I can tell you, that will never even work for a second in general. It would never work even a little bit, but in combination with other brushes, it's just the best. Like a classic example, really prevalent example in artwork is airbrush, right? Ever hear that beginner thing? People say, oh Jesus Christ, you're starting artwork? Please stay away from the airbrush, for the love of God. Please don't do that to yourself. You'll ruin yourself. Well, airbrush is good. Airbrush is a really powerful tool. And if you don't use it, you should consider why. You should have a good fucking reason to not use an airbrush in your work, right? Or anything close to an airbrush. Because unless you're going for a hyper stylistic, I mean, I'm curious about how you get your soft edges. Probably using something like an airbrush. And that's the whole reason, right? Because how can you close yourself off from soft edges entirely? Like super soft edges, super soft poofy edges. A lot of artists they kind of do a workaround, which is basically airbrushing in general. I consider it to be. For example, I've seen a lot of, you know, the museum anime kind of artists that do like anime girls but in extreme lighting and realism? When they do those pieces, they soften them up not with airbrushing, but they do this the selection tool Gaussian blur technique, which is really cool. It does look nice, but I don't personally have too much experience with it, so I can't recommend it. I mean, I can recommend it because it's done by people that are better than me, so in that sense. Thanks for the sub, dude. Appreciate you. Welcome back. So, just to finish this off, I'll throw in a couple more of those very strong lights right there, just to kind of tell you what's up, you know? So there you go. Get a much more dramatic looking piece. Show that lighting off. Alright, next trick. Let me just get this on the Discord really quickly. Krita has this nasty thing where it'll tell you that it exported, but it actually won't. It'll just sit there snickering in the corner. Whoa, am I still live? The power fluctuated in India. The whole town just flickered. I hope I'm still live. I gotta wait and see. Did I even drop some frames during that? I dropped 62 frames. Okay, some confirmation if I'm live would be wonderful. Not necessary, but would be would be good. Okay, that's a crit right there though. Yeah, okay, hey, how's it going, Heidi? Follow Heidi, also a strammer. Angela, thanks for the DM, by the way, appreciate you. Okay, so we put this on the Discord and we go to the next one. Or shall we just bulk upload them? I might forget. Luffy, good to see you, my friend. Go follow Luffy as well. Excellent artist, good dude. I like his work. Pretty tippity top. Alright, where on earth is this piece? There it is. Got it. Alright, next group. What are we looking at? We have... gotta scroll on a lot to find this. Let's do this one. Spongy Astronaut, welcome. It's good to see you, I hope you're doing well. This piece is by Browmance. Alright, do I want to save this? No, because I have the finished piece. I'm good. Okay. Cool piece. I really like it. I like the shapes on this. Very cool. I like the character. I really like some of the colors, especially some of these reds and purples working on the descent of the dress here. Really nice. I think it was fantastic. So let's talk shop here. What are we gonna change? So again, what's the time at? Hopefully I didn't go too long with the last one. Yeah, it's pretty on average right there, 26. All right, let's reset and we'll begin. Okay, first thing, the framing of the picture I would say is a little bit too on the nose, right? Because right now it's like perfectly framed in this like horizon line, which I'm kind of bothered by. I would prefer it to be one way or the other, if I'm gonna be completely honest. The way that it is currently, it tangents so close that it kind of slightly messes with my read, because I don't have a true overlap here that distance as well, because the idea that I'm trying to focus on, because I always try to bring in the fundamentals. So what is the principle behind this? So when you want to distance something in general in art, you have a few tools to work with, right? Value being of the foremost, and everybody will tell you this, like you have a light background, medium dark midground, really dark foreground. We understand this. This is how the piece is set up in this case as well. So we understand these concepts quite well, but how do we apply them? It's a big problem right now. Okay, let me just do this like this really quickly, so I have something to work with. There you go. That's a lot of fancy behind the scenes trickery. But now I can do this. There's a lot of shortcuts just then. You should have seen my fingers, they were flying. Okay, so what's the idea here? So let me just try to recreate the piece really quickly. Right there, and grab a square brush. No, too dark. You know what, you can stay dark. I'm just gonna make the background lighter. There you go. Alright, and I'll put my character in here. And the power cycled again. Hey, this stream might not last for too long, I'm gonna tell you now, because eventually the power is just gonna stay off. I'm gonna tell you this now. You better enjoy your boy right now before the power goes off permanently and I'm stuck in the Stone Age. Alright, so this is basically what's happening over here. Right, we have a really basic simple read right now. Entering lurk mode, got a few things I have to deal with. Okay, cheers Angevir, I will see you in a bit. Go follow Angevir out, by the way. Fantastico. Alright, so this is the problem. There's a problem here with the overlap, right? Because the values are set, right? I can say with some confidence that this is in front, that's in behind, that's way in behind. That's okay, we don't have a problem. However, we can strengthen this read. So the idea here is that when you draw something, there's a certain line to cross when it comes to clarity of image, and you have to always ask yourself, how much do I want to push it? How much do I want to push the clarity of my image? Because this is clearly about this dude, right? So everything that's not about this dude has to be related to that dude somehow. It has to strengthen him somehow, right? So of course there's going to be some buffering elements in the piece. By buffering element, I mean not everything in the piece should be about your main character, otherwise it becomes too on the nose. It's like a spotlight effect. You don't want to, it's a bit too strong. But you want enough. You want enough to focus on the character. Now I think there's a little bit too much blank space, a bit too much conflicting negative size shapes on this side and on this side. I don't really like that. So let's change it. There are a couple of ways we can change that. Number one is we just bring the horizon line down. Is there anything that's really stopping us from doing this? Like, we can do this, right? Because really, even if it's just a little bit, it gives me a break, a clear overlap, and suddenly the overall value impression of my piece increases. Right, now I have a much clearer idea of where everything is positioned, because I have that break now, right? And that's important. That's a good amount of clarity. It's going to help the piece a lot, because suddenly we went from this, which is like a bit too like heat 1, 2, 3, 4, to suddenly we have that overlap, right? And then suddenly things look like they're a bit more focused, which is good. And also these tree elements over there, I'm just going to get rid of them, because again, there's too much like noise happening right over there when I want the noise in this area to happen here. There can be noise in the background, I'm not saying that there can't be, but A, it needs to be clumped, and B, it can't be conflicting with exactly where this is, right? It could be pointing this way, but I don't like the way that it is currently. That's a little bit misplaced, I would say. So that's one solution to your composition problem. Another one is this. You can start like this, or if I can just duplicate what I just made, like this. So what we can do here, do the exact same thing again. So I'll keep the same one as before. Same old horizon line, right over there. See in a bit, abs. Same old one, right there. But what we'll do is we'll bring these trees. See those trees over there? I want to bring those into the fore. I think that'll look really good. So we can leave a crack in the middle, a very Schaeffer-ish composition. But let's bring those trees into the 4, shall we? So, trees go up. Trees go right over there. Even really close, you know, really close is fine. Like that, maybe. We can leave some negative on the side, over there. Let's just take care of our distancing a little bit here. Something like that, maybe? Let's experiment with it. Already that's fixing our noise problem. This I kind of want to bring more to the 4. This is less on the nose, but also equally valid solution. Like that. I should probably have drawn a grid here. Actually, it starts a bit higher than what I've drawn it. Something like this would be appropriate. Even though some of these actually go all the way to the floor, so I could cheat it out. But this could also be a valid solution. Like that. Just bring one of those trees all the way to the 4, and have them have enough evidence of them in the background where they're present to be justified. Just have some evidence there. It's also a valid solution for the composition. So you have that, and then you have this. So you have these two. I'll pick the second one, personally. I'll pick this one over here. Because I like the trees in the forward. It gives you so many edges to play with. I think I am a fan of that solution. So now it's less distracting, the fact that things are kind of perfectly spliced there. Even though still, I mean, what's best is just to have both of them, you know? Just have both of them like this. Just do this with it, you know? And suddenly we have the best of both worlds, basically. Maybe not as slopey as that. That looks a lot better, composition-wise. Because suddenly we don't have these crazy... Because overall, if you want me to outline the problem with it, it's just we have these blank areas of it that are so blank that they're drawing attention away from your subject. Right? And this is also solvable in an alternative way. Right? What's the alternative to this? Well, we add more elements to prevent this from being just blank noise. And how do you add elements? What do you add over here? Well, this comes from your environmental studies. Right? There are a lot of things you can add. The cheapest and easiest way of doing this is just including shadows and banks. For example, it's totally fine to do something like this in a drawing like this. This might be a little bit too on the nose, but because the drifts of snow, they go up and down, they're gonna get shadows on them, right? Especially if the light's coming from. Which way is the light coming from? No, maybe something like vertical. This much is in shadow. I'm gonna say it's coming from the behind, right? So let's say top behind. So we can easily get away with something like this. It's like it's totally up to us, because what you can do, and what I do all the time in my compositions, is I just throw in a cloud or something, and so I can just darken up areas arbitrarily. But this is the first step that I would do. I would just introduce some banks right there, and already I can fill some of these areas up with just something, right? Because it can't be expansively white. That really takes away from the image. Because remember, too much of nothing is also interesting. Right? There's areas of calm, for example. If you have everything busy in the piece, and then you have a large area of calm in between, you're gonna go towards the area of calm. You're not gonna go towards the busyness. It's just how it works, because the brain cares about difference. It doesn't care about necessarily things that are interesting. It cares about difference. So we added a bunch of banks right there. So I'm doing this very softly. So with an airbrush, I started with a selection tool just to make some general ideas, and then I came back in with the edges. Now, beyond this, what can we do? So we have trees over here. Let's make better use of them, right? Because we can start using these trees in more than this area. So we can just jump this. Let's just make a really dirty selection around here. Also, just to point out, I'm going to do this before I start duplicating the trees. Be a little bit careful about your edges as you go away from the character. Because this amount of sharp edge really detracting from your character. Because this sharpness, this resolved edge over here is about as sharp as the resolved edges over here. And that's a problem. Because it detracts, right? distracts from this. It draws your focus away. So just by a simple act of doing something like this, for example, where I just go over it with a bit of a defocus, right? Something like this, perfectly fine. It's gonna add so many things to the piece that's missing. It's gonna add the edge variance that we're missing. It's gonna add also things like this, for example, when you hit away, you can just stop thinking entirely about things having distinct form. I would almost suggest this for the midground and even the subject as well, just a good practice in painting in general. But you can just stop thinking about these as different objects. You can easily do something like this, and it's totally fine. You can just blend them together because the brain doesn't need all that much. Brain doesn't need all that much, especially in a background like this. Maybe like a little note that goes over there, for example. That's it. You don't really need to do all that much more. It's a good thing to think about. Now, is it practically suitable in this particular area? Maybe not, right? But in general, like we want to think about overlap. We want to think about having these very raw, sort of large statements in the piece, as opposed to having these little itty bitty, kind of notes in there. We want to have a much stronger statement. So instead of having that like the way that it is, I would probably do a bit of cloning there. So let me just first defocus that a bit more because I don't really like how strongly, because every piece must have a focus, right? So we can't focus equally on everything. That's not gonna cut it. So instead, let us just defocus a little bit in the background, and then what we can do is we can start reusing some elements, and hopefully if you repeat it well enough, I'm not gonna pick up to the fact that we are indeed doing that. We're reusing stuff heavily. Also, maybe a little bit more atmospheric perspective on this. Throw a bit more blue on there, in the background especially. So I'm just gonna slightly resolve these edges here. Way back here, it's almost fine to just straight up do this, just straight up blur the edge. It's gonna add so much to your distance, See how much it's adding, like immediately. And the freakiest part about all of this is that it's less work, right? It's less work to do this than to straight paint it, but it leads to a better image. So the reasons to not do that are very, very little. Gotta do something of that order. So we got that right over there. Now let's do a bit of duplication in the background, because again, like I said, I really don't want things to be just so super isolated. I don't use the stamp tool all that much, and I'm actually really regretting it right now. Let's not do that, let's do it the old-fashioned way. You know what? Let's just really hone the point over here. Let's just really hone it in and do it this way. Because really, it doesn't really matter to us what that is, right? It's just a forest, right? So if you add enough foresty elements there, job's done. So we can really take liberties here. And the reason that it's being one large clump is because if it was scattered in there, it was just little itty bitty details right there. That's to draw the eye a bit more. So clumping in areas of high detail, it's a very common technique. People use it all the time. Okay, so I have some selections in here. Let's put something interesting in them. But really, you see, I'm doing barely any work here, and it still fits with the image. Because it should if I do my job right. And of course, at the end of this, I'm going to have to slightly go over those edges again. Doing this with selection. Suddenly, we don't detract so much from the piece. What's there? Downey, good to see you, man. Oh, your piece has been coming. But suddenly you don't detract so much from the piece right there, right? That's the point. We're not taken away from what we've drawn already. Now suddenly the piece starts to look a bit more whole, right? It starts to look a bit more like we would expect. I'm being really, really vague because my notion over here, my idea, is just to put the basic element in there and see if that's sufficient. And most of the time, it really is. It really is sufficient. Right? So when you get into more detail in your character, then you can put more detail into your background. For now, there's something like that is okay, right? And also, just basic texturing around every other place, right? For example, these banks of snow are not going to be pure, they don't necessarily have to be pure pure white. So I can throw in areas of green over here. I'd lower the horizon because, again, that's a very good point. So we went over that just over there. So we have two solutions to that. We had this one over here, very simple fix, and the one over there, a bit more complex fix, but it's solving the negative shape issue as well. So yeah, well spotted. I completely agree, which is why it's there. You are right. Throw in some green. So I'm just giving an alternate solution to the negative space problem. Like that one with the trees closer. I think I do as well, because again we have this big issue over here where there are a lot of competing shapes, and this is something that I barely ever look for, but it's actually a big deal. Wherein this shape over here and this shape over here, even though I'm filling it in, making it less obvious, but the size is really similar to the character, and that's somewhat killing the read a little bit. So it's something worth thinking about. But I'm just trying to populate this with stuff that I know I will probably find in this sort of environment. And the more I do it, the more... So this is a really weird thing, but the more I'm adding information in the background, the more my focus is actually going back to my character, because again, like I said, just an expanse of nothing is sufficient enough to draw attention away from your focus, because there's just so much of nothing and your character is so much of something. That is different. It's different to the point where you want to look at it. This kind of idea. That can also help. Moving to your character specifically, I do like the colors on it a lot. One thing that I'm a little bit concerned about is just the understanding of form, for example, on the face. Seems a little bit lacking. I think we could do better. So we have about 4 minutes left on the crit. We can maybe take a pause on this, see what we can do. So let's just duplicate this since we want to keep that in there. Yeah, the trees closer I think was probably better. So let's establish light source over here, first and foremost, right? Light's coming, where's the light coming from? So let's go from behind character. Behind top is where the sun is, right? So what do we think about here? Think about the sources of light in general. So 1, sun behind it, and 2, diffuse light. Remember, easy thing to forget, but it'll ruin your painting if you don't remember it. So there's a sun right over here, right? Going that way, and there's a hemisphere of a sky all around him. Lights coming in all over there, penetrating the shadows. Shadows go cooler because the sky is blue, right? And the direct light can go warmer. Sun is warm. So we have warm, cool established. Character skin is green, which means that the greenish blue will be quite saturated, and the yellowish parts will not be saturated. Will be actually, well, greenish yellow. It's possible, right? So we could move this from a cool green to a warm green, but I like the fact that it's a cool green. I think I'll keep that. So how do we strengthen this whole effect? Okay, well, this is a painting about the shadows, okay? Well, you can see this quite clearly. It is a painting about the shadows, because my character's in the shadows, and it's a painting about my character. With that said, your structure of values should somewhat reflect this idea, which means that you can't have as much fidelity in the lights anymore. So the way that I painted this in the background, I think it's okay for the time being, but a lot of things right now are going to get blown to extreme light. So I say this all the time, and it's a very good thing to look at, but look at paintings of people that draw, just people in the park, for example. There's a whole subset of watercolor artists that just do like park paintings of people in the shadow, like relaxing on benches and stuff. And you'll see what they do. Very common thing across the board, what they do is they blow those lights way out of proportion, because what that does is it gives you enough room to start working in your shadows. Now, I'm not going to go into that, but I encourage investigation in that topic. As far as this, what's going to actually light the face over here? So we said top and behind, right? So technically all of this is going to be in shadow, and it's only going to be lit by reflectants. But even then, within the reflectants, we have a bunch of things we can do. Because remember, even though the sky is all consuming all around us, it's not going to see everything. It's still going to be shadows. It's still going to be some notion of shadow. And we can start by just putting in those occlusions a bit stronger, right? Really kind of bringing it down. I do like this idea of the light penetrating the cloak. I will not use it though, because I want to get a stronger read. Or I want to get less of a read on the torso. I think bringing that down start is a good change. Because overall, I think that's a bit too saturated, a bit too light for this composition. We're going in too many directions here. I want to tone that down. So obviously, as we go more and more towards the side, we're gonna get some see-through. We're gonna get some transmission. That's okay. I can leave that in there. But that strong saturated, don't really like that. That's not. Okay, so what's light in this? So I have a question here. Sorry about it. Oh. There you go. Thankfully I have a mute button. Okay, so what's really light in this in general? So I can justify green light over here and green light over here, green light over here. But the question is, where's that red coming from? Right? That's something we need to solve that. We don't really know where the red's coming from. We could invent it, right? If this guy's having a sword, if he has a red cape or whatever, but there's just a little bit of a lack of information here for this red to be here. And do we really need it to be here to begin with? One could argue that the entire cloak itself, that what he's wearing is red, but not really justified by what I'm seeing here. So let's just make a big conclusion, right? So he's green. So having a decent red cloak or decent red body, I don't really mind that. I think that's fine. So we'll do that. Also, great opportunity right over here to just throw in a lost edge, you know, because we don't really need to resolve this. I think resolving everything there is a mistake. So we can just bring this back into this voluminous darkness. I love putting in these edges into pieces. It adds so much more mystery. Does a piece really need that edge? Did it really need it? For you to understand what's there? Good question to ask, right? Because, especially with the way the structure is currently, I haven't changed the value structure yet. But the way it's currently, because I can see all these variations in light, that means that I would never be able to see these shadows, right? With this degree of intricacy, which means I can just start going over this and losing edges whenever I want, right? So because it's not that hard to do. Okay, so there's going to be some slight ambient occlusions in areas like this. Let's just quickly mark those out. Areas that are going to be usually, and just some amount of shadow. What's your shadow? Want that maybe? Just a little bit, because again, you've got sunlight to think about. I'm sorry, the light of the sky to think about. And we can bring in. So this is the last thing that I'll say because I am out of time on the crit. But the last thing that I would say is I'd like to see a bit more form. You know, a bit more form on all these facial features, because before it was kind of really uniformly lit, and we could do better than that because there's so many of these areas that are not going to be in light because the light's coming from the bottom, right? That's what we want to say. So there are a few areas, for example, the top of the chin. Let's just mark those out because it might be good to see. We'll do that with the square brush. So areas like this, for example, I'll pick your shadow color. So the top of the chin right there, it's going to be in shadow right over there. Top of the lip is going to be in shadow. This top lip is going to be mostly in light. The top of that is going to be in shadow. Right over there. It's going to be in light. The bottom of the nose is going to be in light. So like that, maybe a bit more light perhaps. Where you want to show the effect of it. That's going to be in light there. It's going to be in light there. Nostrils right there. The tops of the eyes, it's easily missed, but it's important to put that in there. Tops of the eye is going to be in light, not as much, but just a little bit. Very seldom do you see that area in light. Usually always in shadow, but in bottom light conditions, indeed, it does go into light. Bottoms of the cheeks as well. I'm going to do some softening to make this work, but it is indeed going to be subject to the light. That's fine to do. Now, of course, the overall value, all of this should be brought down, but you see, the more I do this, certainly the more all of this starts to make a bit more sense as, okay, I'm actually being lit by from a certain angle here. Bring this down here. It's the greater alar cartilage in the nose, along with the lateral cartilage right there. That's going to be in shadow right there. So we're going to end up with a more cohesive sort of drawing right there. Just a quick little once over. Where do we have shadow? Where do we have light? Right? Probably missed a couple places, but it's enough for me to get the read. Right, some softening required, of course, because again, dealing with a person here, not all that many hard edges. Again, the maw, orbicularis oris, would be mostly going to be in shadow right there. Bottom lid conditions are really cool. Don't draw them all that often because it's kind of like it doesn't show the beauty of the character all that much. It's more like, oh, look at this spectacular thing that we have going on here. Devious, I'm dirty. I'm doing something in the dark. But yeah, always a fun thing to do. Just throw in some little tidbits here. Always gotta throw in those tidbits. Watch the values a little bit more. And this is not going to work all that well in the overall value structure because again this would work really well if the painting was about the shadows. I mean these lights get blown out a bit more, so if I can justify to put these many lights, which does matter by the way, because if you don't do this, separation of light and dark becomes a thing and you lose your read. So definitely something to think about. It's not an easy decision to make on all paintings. People don't necessarily think about that, but it's really important. Is one painting about the lights? Is it about the shadows? Because most people paint for the lights, and that's basically like going to be the majority, like maybe 95% of the pieces are going to be with the lights. One time it's not, that painting's going to suck. Something like that. Really quick pass. So we went from that to that. A bit more unified in the lighting. Could probably even go stronger than that. I don't really like these little cute marks I've made here. I think they're rather too much. Much prefer them when they were darker. And of course you can put your big data subsurface scattering in there as well. Throw in some information. That. That's a bit too much, isn't it? It's because it's the wrong brush. Subsurface scattering, by the way, always warm. It doesn't. It always goes to warm, no matter what the condition is. How warm is entirely up to you, but it does go warm always. It's just the nature of it. And let's throw some edges on here, right? Throw a little bit of edge. Make the hair a bit softer, maybe. I'm gonna do this with blur because this is really quick. But hair does go softer. Maybe not in the highlight. In the highlight, honestly, it's a painting. We can get away with that. Fine. Just a bit of defocus. Right there. Paint over this. There you go, some idea of how it will be slightly changed. But again, within this lighting condition, what you would actually be looking at is, let me show you really quickly, would actually be something like this. Because these values, they don't really work in current value selections because they're way too bright. There's way too many values in the darks. So really, like realistically speaking, and in fact for the painting in general, you would most likely be looking at something like, what to show you. It would most likely be something like this. This sort of idea, because again, the lights are way too fucking bright. Way to allow shadows, and there's just way too much information there for the shadows to have that much information, like the way I painted it. So this makes a lot more sense, and yeah, when even looking at it, it makes more sense, right? Like even if we didn't know what we were doing, it does make a lot more sense for this to be this way. And now I can quickly apply stuff that we did before. Just general darkness. On that mask, I want to slightly adjust that. I want to include this arm as well, make sure the shadows are nice and unified. And that. Unify those shadows. That's how I change that. And while we're at it, before we end the crit, because I think it is it's 9 minutes, it's way more. But before we end it, just for completion, let's change the horizon line like we talked about. whole thing. We can do it this way. There you go, got a break. It's a little break, but break is a break. It's good enough for the time being. Oh, slightly lost my edge there as well in my hair. I'd also like to add a secondary element here, now that I think about it. Like a monastery or something in the background. I think that would look sweet. Of course, since this is a painting about shadow, we can bring in a tasty frontal light right there around the head as well. Something we can do. It can be a little bit lighter than that. Okay, that's up to you though. Because, you know, really what you're gonna draw from is up to you. You can show certain things and not show certain things. That's just a discretion as an artist. But there you go, I think that's an improvement. So we went from that to this. Nice. Oh, that's a horrendous little thing right there. Let's just blur that up. Blur that mistake up really quickly. Easy peasy. No harm, no foul. And there you go. End up with something a little bit stronger for a character focus. Paul, good to see you, man. Just tighten up that cropping on the right hand side as well. Bunch of things to talk about there. But that was good. Alright, export on to the next one. Gotta catch up, man. We gotta catch up with all of these. How's it going, Paulie? I think I saw you. I got a notification. Were you streaming last night? How did that go? How your piece has been. Alright, let's get this on the Discord. On to the next one. I think the next couple of ones are a lot easier. Get into scene studies, which I'm really excited about. There's so much to do. We're gonna do it. What on earth is this file called? There it is. Trying to stream at least a little bit every day now. Good. So I got the ball rolling on my stream. That daily streams for about like maybe 3 months. That really did it for me. Okay, I think we got some smaller ones right now, smaller pieces. Alright, let's see if we can find that. We have, I think, just a really basic line drawing here. Let's see this one. That was a really fun crit. I really like that piece. Cool. What was the accompanying statement with this? The accompanying statement, it's Alt 1 to reset the timer. The accompanying statement was... I've started all over, changed the pose a bit, gave up on the full body. I'm not sure how to draw the breasts from this kind of back view. Hands are probably still small. And does it look like she's slouching a bit? Okay. We can talk about some really quick things here. So when it comes to anatomy of the body, the big thing to realize is that there's a lot of mobility that people forget about, and you cannot forget about it because it's a big part of drawing people. And mobility is in the waist. Waist is this gold mine. There's a gold mine opportunity to add in just a bunch of really interesting looking things. And some people go crazy with it. Like look at Widowmaker from Overwatch, for example. Her spine's like, it's literally like this, right? So you can really exaggerate stuff based on how you want, but everybody's gonna have this natural little tilt, right, to their spine, because the lumbar spine, right over there, lumbar spine's always going to be curved, no matter what position that you're actually going to be in. For example, even if you're a healthy person and you're touching your toes, for example, so torso is going to be like that, and let's just say that your pelvis is going to be like that, right? Even still, it's going to be a little 80 bit of your lumbar spine curving upwards, right? That's just how it is. It's how you're built. Can't go the other way. But when you're drawing people in general, what you could do is think about this. So think about the fact that this is on a profile. I'll make it more evident that it's indeed from a profile. Yes. But you can separate out that torso and that pelvis, and then this really changes the way that you think about people in general, right? Because suddenly we have these really cool lines. The work, we have this line, we have this line, a bunch of cool gestural lines, right? And the overall gesture is like that, neat gesture. And the reason that we can arrive at this, because we think about the torso and the waist separately, and this kind of avoids your slouching issue. Because as long as you position this and this accordingly, everything should go fine. How do you build upon something like this? This is one method of doing it, RoboBean, one that I use personally. But you can really start to build something really interesting out of this. Now, people can fault this a little bit for being a bit too static, and to that, I think it's a matter of taste. I don't think it's static at all. If anything, this kind of method has really upped my dynamism when it comes to painting in general. But you can really turn this into something really interesting, and the fact is, like, it's so useful and reproducible the way that it is, because it's just, you gotta remember the positions of boxes. I think it's fantastic for me to like mentally log different types of gesture studies that I do, because as long as I remember certain things about the position of these two boxes, I can basically draw any gesture exactly without reference anymore. So I've been collecting over the course of the last few months, right? I don't do them as much these days because I've been focusing on design, but I've been collecting so many different poses that I can recreate from memory, just because of the fact that I understand how all of these different aspects work. Also, we can gesture this out like that. Also, the real requirement on the artist at this stage is not that high, because it depends on how you're going for this, by the way. It really depends on how you're really trying to draw this, because I'm really loose with my gestures. I've drawn this one really stiffly because I didn't start with a gesture line, obviously, but you can really get away with a lot of shit if you know how to position certain things a certain way and how to not get the big things wrong. So you can get rid of a lot of stuff and then really start to exaggerate poses. Like, there are a lot of really good artists, like I would say like best artists in the industry at one point or the other, that have fucking terrible anatomy compared to their peers. Right? Obviously they know more than us because they're professionals, but if you know how to hide stuff as an artist, that's like almost as important as knowing how to do stuff proper. And look at like in between still frames on animation, for example. These fucking guys, they get away with murder. Like, look at any action frame, like action scene, especially animated, traditionally, I guess. Look at any of those stills and look at the in-betweens. They look fucking ridiculous, right? Even some of the regular poses look ridiculous, let me tell you. But the reason it works is because as long as you're able to suspend disbelief, you're good, you're Gucci. So with that in mind, how do we amp this piece a little bit more so that we have this gestural idea in there, right? So now, I mean, I can keep drawing this till it's completed and completely photorealistic, but we don't need to do that, right? Because again, all we need is this line art, because obviously I think in this particular piece there's going to be a coat covering the majority of this, which begs the question, do you draw the gesture, do you draw the underlying drawing if the majority of the underlying drawing is being covered? And the answer is no, not to the same degree. There's an idea of gestural drawing, gestural painting, and you do this when you're doing character sketches, character designs, right? So you don't want to spend all that much time in general really trying to, just get a perfect little gesture and then put a character on top of it. It's a big waste of time. So do the bare minimum, do the bare bones, enough for you to kind of build upon something, and then on top of that you start building a design. Like, for instance, can I show you from past work? Like, look at any of these, for instance, like any of these character sketches that we've seen a few times. Fragment shader, good to see it. So, like all of these, the gesture of them like started so unbelievably simple. So just basic, like maybe 4 or 5 line gesture, but it works. Right? It works. The characters themselves, especially these ones, super expressive with their movement. Right? It works, but the anatomy it's questionable when you get into it, right? It's really questionable, but the most important stuff is where it's there. We have the features on the face, hands are there, legs are positioned somewhat okay, and we're good. We're good. We don't need to stress on it all that much. Okay, so with that in mind, yeah, don't be afraid to if this entire character is being covered by cloth, you don't have to put stuff super detailed underneath it. It's a waste of time because you could spend that time on iteration. That'd be great, because if you don't, and I understand that you're having a problem putting the cloak on the back, so that's where the time should be focused on. Because if these things are not going to be seen by the viewer, really not much sense putting anything more than a placeholder. Just some food for thought, some efficiency talks. But beyond that, let's just try and we'll take a crack at the picture. So if you want to avoid the whole slouching issue, so that means the neck is forward facing, you just bring the neck back up. So what we could do here is simply identify where the boxes are. We talked about some boxes over there, that's the RoboBeam method. I think Paulie talked about Synix. Synix is a great resource for anatomy. This comes from Proco. Proco is your boy right there, your one-stop shop. That's from Proco right there. Welcome back, Canvas, by the way. So what can we do here to really amp up this? Because it's a question. How much do I really want to exaggerate this? Do I want to go crazy Overwatch Widowmaker spine breaker position? Or do I want to just make this a bit more casual? It's totally up to me. But with that respect, let's answer your questions specifically. One is, does she look like she's slouching? And the answer is not particularly, but if that's ever a problem, we can simply just make some adjustments, right? So we can simply bring this whole setup a little bit more towards the back. Let me just do it in a way that's not destructive to the image. We can just do that, right? And have a much more gentler slope with the drawing, right? Just really simple, iterative fix. Right, we get rid of that. I can even leave that in the background right there. I can leave that as the second shoulder blade, which is actually missing. But we can leave it as is. And then suddenly she's standing up straight again, right? Not to say that she was slouching before. I think it was fine before as well. But this is a position of head. It's just head position, right? When people say you're slouching, it's usually head posture. So we just do a couple lines to fix. There you go. That's much straighter. You had a question about the breast from the back. It is a question, right? Because when you see this position in a lot of paintings right now, right, like modern paintings, where you're really trying to like amp up the sex appeal and really exaggerate features, which is what people do. Can't say I'm the biggest fan, but then again, my taste in women are very strange, so you shouldn't take my word as gospel. But the position of the breast, I don't think I have too much of a problem with it. I think it's okay. If you really want to amp the idea of the fact that this is in fact in front, this is a good time to introduce the concept of a T-line. T-lines are really important, even in line work. T-lines are really, especially in line work, that's where T-line actually occurs. T-line is something that tells you exactly where something is positioned with respect to something else, because something as simple as this, for example, it'll tell you so many things. It tells you so many things about a whole bunch of things. This, for example. What is this telling you? If I draw something like this really clearly, it's just a basic T shape, right? Basic T. What is it telling you though? It's telling you that whatever this is over there is behind whatever this is. Overlap right over there. Really powerful stuff. Like that's ridiculously powerful for lines, because if you design with lines, and a lot of the times you're going to start with silhouettes and then you do some, further development of your process, further development of your drawing, with some lines being a bit more specific in certain areas. So you're going to use lines at some point or the other in the design process, design pipeline, somewhere or the other. You're going to use some sort of lines. Even if it's just the lines around your selection tool, you'll use it somewhere. So in that sense, this sort of thing will really help you out, because suddenly things are kind of brought into much more of a context right there, because I have that overlap. And that kind of solves your breast issue immediately. Now the amount that I did that, might definitely be a little bit too much, so we can kind of curve that a little bit more. But the idea is there, right? The idea of why that works. And it's a very simple, very subtle change. But remember, when you're drawing anime stuff especially, but even in general when you're doing specific line art stuff, the amount that you have to work with to sell something, sell an idea, is limited. So every mark does have a purpose. You can't like bullshit your way through a piece like you can with value sometimes. Right, with value and edges, sometimes you can just obscure shit and it'll work. You don't necessarily have to do that, or you don't have that option too much with the line. The line's very clear, very distinct. That's why they use it for design all the time. Very distinct, there's no ambiguity there. Which means that you get something right, you get it right, you get something wrong, you get it wrong. Important. To further sell this idea of the back, right? So we have the shoulder blade over there. What really stops us from putting a line in the back, a beautiful, slender, curved line in the center of the back. I think that'll work in this piece. So it'll really tell me where things are. But maybe not so strongly as that, but something like this, perfectly fine. Gonna help position things as well, back. I'm gonna have some dimples back there, for example. I'll have the V, that's a sacral triangle right there, sacrum. And you already have some T-lines right there, which is good. Now to bring in those legs. I'm not the biggest fan of the angle of the legs. I like the legs to kind of go a little bit outward like that, because that's just how legs are positioned on the body. A bit more outward, I think. I personally like it that way. I like these crits because I don't do line work very often, so it's just fun to practice. I mean, I do line work traditionally, just about every day, but I do not do line work digitally. Not very comfortable with it, even after all the practice with the design work. So everybody has this natural tendency to kind of round out asses. I don't like that, personally. Again, it might be a taste thing. And I like the way that you've done it yourself. I think that's fine. Additionally, stuff you can do over here is just get rid of this entirely, because you don't really need this to get the read, like this curve on this side. In fact, it's going to be hard for us to even find that. So something, let's cut that a little bit more. A little bit less of that is fine. Don't need a very strong read right there. We do need to adjust the hands, by the way. Good little tip to prevent yourself from being Sakimi-chan, even though you should be Sakimi-chan, because that would mean you're stinking fucking rich as an artist, which is extremely rare. You can just size it up with respect to the face, right? So really, as an artist digitally, right, that was just working digitally, nothing really stops us from doing this, right? Nothing really stops us from just comparing manually, because really, distance is not that great. So clearly, we want the hands to be a little bit larger, because the whole rule of, you know, hands need to be as large as the face, I'm not the biggest proponent of it, you know, because honestly, if your style is hands are small, it's fine, but just don't make them ridiculous. Don't trump your drawings. Don't make them that small. A little bit less than that. No, it's good to see it. And they mentioned the hands at the note too. Yeah, true. Might have been in the original character or the original drawing, because I did see the note about the hands. That's why we're fixing it. But definitely worth fixing. I have a problem personally about drawing skinny characters, or not skinny characters, but like really petite characters, because I draw, like, let's be honest, the women that I draw look like they've been just slamming 200 milligrams testosterone every single day. That's just my taste. But yeah, I mean, I'll try my best. Also, really important note here, this is your weekly or monthly PSA for muscles. Muscles themselves, consider a very generic muscle belly. Muscle bellies themselves, they don't elongate. This is an insertion point, that's an insertion point. Very standard muscle drawing, right? Really, really standard. The fibers go that way, if it's striated or whatever. You get the idea. But the thing about muscles is that when they grow, so when you build muscle, you don't change these points at all. You don't have any of this action happening. It might give you the illusion that it's happening, but you don't have this movement. It doesn't elongate. What does happen, however, is it swells. You go from this to something like, do I have a swole tool? I think I saw a swole tool earlier. Let's use a swole tool here, because I don't ever have a use for it. So Almir, thanks for the sub, dude. Appreciate you. Welcome back to Indiana's Broads. Is this my... Oh, hell yeah! That's that creatine right there. So, this is what really happens. This is actually truly what happens. So the insertion point, that's really funny. The insertion point doesn't change, but it becomes larger. It becomes larger towards the center. Right? That's what happens in reality. It's worth thinking about. How freaky is that? Welcome, Homer. Good to see you. Okay, so last note over here is be careful about what you line, because remember, line is a big commitment. That's a big commitment, putting a line somewhere. And honestly, I don't know too much about this whole anime style thing, but if you want to draw this a bit realistically, a little bit more realistically, you would do something like this. You wouldn't line everything here. You kind of leave a little bit of a gap right about there. You know? Because you don't have that much of a difference. You don't have that crazy amount of a jawline going all the way back. I mean, you could have something in between, but I would maybe consider slightly like reducing the intensity of this line because it's a bit too harsh for my taste. See, I think that's an improvement immediately. Having that line not be as harsh, that makes sense. Because the entire head is swiveling and I get that. Right, that's fine. But I don't technically like the entire jaw to be outlined. I have a thing against just straight lines in general, which should probably point to the fact that I don't do as much line work, but should be considered. Also, we want to slightly reduce like the Megamind effect here, so we're gonna maybe bring this in a bit more inward. It's a bit more reasonable. A good tip to find out where the top of the head is. Again, I'm gonna speak from realism because that's all I know. But if you measure this distance over here, bottom of the chin to maybe midway to the eye, if you bring it upwards, you can find the top of the head very consistently in all images. So we'll just do that, bring it up. So I'm saying that's top of the head right there. So we can bring this a little bit more inward. So again, you're going to see the top of the head a bit more, so this is a general guideline. I want to say something like this, just a bit more reasonable. The thing is, I don't ever draw bald characters. Usually hair. They're usually really muscular men if they are bald, so I can put a bunch of veins on this thing. But I think that's a bit more reasonable, right? I took a schoolism subscription to get the John Harris course. It's really good to go back to the basics. I 100% recommend everybody go get the Harris course in schoolism. That dude is ridiculous. Really, really. It was a difficult course to get into, but really a lot of improvement to be had there. Really well streamlined course in my opinion. Okay, so let's get that head down a bit more. I think that's all I'm going to change. Happy. That was a legendary 5 and then that was a Moxer right there. The bullets will not be able to penetrate that shield. Alright, that's our third crit. Let's get this on the Discord so I don't forget, because I always seem to. And I think we have one last one, and then I am caught up. Then it seems like I have never gone. Okay, what is this called, please? Rin Tosaka. Rin Tosaka, is that by chance Neon Genesis? Cheers, Polly. I'm just gonna link the full VOD for this stream because the first I've done 2 so far. This is the third one. They're on the Discord, by the way. If you're just watching and lurking, if you want to see where all this is going, let's go on the Discord. So hit the exclamation mark Discord. Get involved in the community. We do a bunch of drawing. We do a lot of stuff here. Make sure that you are not missing out. Rin Tosaka is from Fate Stay Night. Fate, huh? Mind if I throw in my 2 cents? 100%, man. 100% encouraged. Toss it in. Gotta go. It's sunny here and it's rare enough to go biking. Go biking, Solmer. Get out there, dude. Get out there. Show the world who's boss. Is Fate the new Sword Art Online? I don't think so. I think Fate's been around for a while. I know Fate 9, Fate 0, all the other stuff has been there for a while. I can't say I'm too familiar with that. There's some like staple animes that I just stay away from, like Bleach and other stuff. Just it seems a bit too bitey for me. There's too much to bite, you know? I'd rather just, stay ignorant. I gotta move on, but Donnie, if you wanna just grab the original and do a paint over, or just, just give me your thoughts on text, and then put it in the critiques as well. Shoulder in the front doesn't show the form properly, scapular placement seems a bit off, and the shoulder in the back is slouched a bit forward. Okay, so let's just break that down a bit more. Shoulder in the front doesn't show the form properly. Okay, I think I can agree with that. Over there, done in Discord. Hell yeah, Guillotine, I'm glad to see you still in here. Scapular placement seems a bit off, and the shoulder in the back is slouched forward a bit. That's a great point. I like the last one particularly because that's something I didn't even think about. But you would, because this entire thing it's going that way, right? So I didn't even consider the perspective. But since we're seeing everything on this side, we would also see this little shoulder on the other side right over there. We'd also see that right over there. We see something like this. It's totally correct. 100% true. Because otherwise it's really weird for that shoulder to be popping so forward and for you to not have any sight of the shoulder on the back with the hand coming this way. So I think I will definitely agree with that. That is a very good point. Wasn't even thinking about that, but good job. Do agree. Yeah. You know, I should be thinking more about what I know, because this is not that uncommon of a pose for bodybuilding. And you'd see way more of the lat, way more of the back right there. Not sure, not now that fixed, I'm sure if I have a problem with the scapula. Because the way that I did this, it's in perspective, so it's okay. This line's questionable right over there, but I think I'll do it just for the sake of anime, you know? With the power of anime, that scapula is not correct. This shoulder, however, that's actually a decent point as well. A lot of stuff on that shoulder. We can maybe slightly snuff that out. Maybe a bit too feisty for flame right there. Let's just slightly get that down to something a bit more reasonable, maybe? Like that. It's nice and simple. And of course over here, I don't want to just draw this line like that, because there's so much happening back here. Gotta remember your musculature. Musculature in the shoulder, musculature in the arm. There's so much happening back here that you gotta think about how you simplify, I think. I think it's really valuable. If anybody's curious about muscles, Jesus. If you're curious about their muscles, I can break it down really quickly for you. So this is what you look for in the back. So again, do the same thing, do your little box structure there. But this is what happens in the back, really quickly. So you got your little head right there, okay? And I will put in some muscles. So is this a person? No, really, it doesn't really look like a person. But let's make it look like a person really quickly, because we can throw on some muscles right there. So before we start, remember that these boxes are not just any boxes. I'm not doing like a dummy figure or a mannequin for my own interest. What I'm doing, and what I'm trying to state with these boxes is something very specific. I'm saying that the top of the scapula is right over there, the bottom of the ribs right over there, this is the gap for the waist, this is the top of the pelvis, this is the bottom of the whole pelvic region, right? That's the base of the head. So a lot of things are happening here, but it's not arbitrary. So it's not that you specifically need to do this, but realize that when it comes to learning, there's a lot of schools, right? When it comes to learning. So there's a basic knowledge and there's method. So you can know anatomy, but how do you apply your anatomy? That's also a big question. So you can say that, okay, I know, my orbicularis oris muscles on my mouth, but how do you arrive at that conclusion on your canvas? That's a whole different thing. If you're curious about how I break down art in general, how you learn art. So you acquire the knowledge, then you acquire the method, and then you learn about the design, you learn about the appeal. Why? Why do I do it this way? You need to know what's what, you need to have literal information, you need to have visual library, you need to have a way of applying the visual library in your piece, and you need to know how to apply. It's basically the what, and then the where and the how, right? Oh, it's the what, the how, and then the why. I don't know. One of those things. I'm sure one of those ways will work. So what is this currently? So the knowledge here is I know where the musculature is placed on the body. I know what muscles are there. I know where they attach. The method is this. The method is RoboB. That's what I use, right? You don't have to use it. There's so many ways of doing this. You can do Riley, you can do Loomis, you can do General's construction. I remember the first anatomy book I read maybe 10 or 12 years ago was by this guy named Reverend Phoenix or something. And he had this ridiculously systematic method of drawing the body that I hate right now because it's so stiff. Anyway, that's a brief insight into what I think learning should be for art. That's how I do it personally. Okay, so you have to realize the muscles are around the skeleton. Why do people say study skeleton, study bones? It's because the bones are rigid. You can rely on them, right? And they're easy to kind of manipulate. Muscles are different. Muscles stretch, they compress, they do a whole bunch of things. So before you say, where do my muscles go? You have to say, where do the bones go? Because the bones dictate the muscle, not the other way around. Muscles might control the bones, but the bones can be relied upon to place in art. We do require landmarks in art. We do require them. It's very, very useful. So let's place the arms to the side. This is what is it going to be? That's a humerus right there, right? Humerus. Comes on the side, really easy. So what are the muscles now? This is actually really important. It's not again, none of this is useless. All of this is really important, right? Because the humerus position is going to tell us so much. Because that's the top of the humerus right there. That means the shoulder extends all the way there. So what are the muscles? Let's stop talking and let's start drawing them. But this is all, like, up to this point, everything's important at this point. So we start right there, easy peasy. We'll start with some really basic shapes. What is that? It's a diamond shape right there. Pieces, right? This, we got some some skirt stakes right here, some side stakes. That is shoulders, deltoid. The three of them in there. We don't get into that right now. Okay, what is this little formation right there? Right, infraspinal, rhomboid, all that stuff's in there. What's this formation right there? Right, what's underneath all that stuff? What's happening right there? What is that? Pisimus dorsi, back muscle, big one. Big old back muscle. And it goes all the way in. All the way in. What's that? Spinal rector. Right? Spinal rector muscle. This over here. It's the sacral triangle right there. Got a gluteus maximus, got your legs, got all that good stuff. Right? Go back to the arms, right? That's the elbow right there. What do I have over here? I have my big old triceps. Big triceps. I have below that, what's the biggest muscle right there? Got my radialis, got all my forearm muscles. Got all sorts of good shit back there. Right? And I have in the middle, the most important, the star of the show right there, what everybody will draw. The first I will draw the last because I'm an idiot. The star of the show, the spine, right? What guides us all together is the spine. Okay? So, now that we know where everything goes, let's just add a bit more information right there. So, there are certain points of insertion, and there are right over here. You got bam, insert, right over there. It inserts not perfectly right there. It has this kind of form, and this is so malleable. That's like a gold mine right there of like interesting form right there on the back. Like I think we did some raised arm studies a while ago. Man, this thing, this trapezius, it does some wacky things when it gets compressed. Because when you raise your arms, this point gets lowered, so this whole muscle turns into something like this, which is really freaky, but it looks awesome. But it's something to note. So everything is based. So remember, this point, the reason is there because that's where the arm goes. It dictates everything. And this muscle over here, deltoid, it's dictated by the arm right there. Okay, so we have some information that we can put in here. Does this guy work out? I think he does. So I can add a little bit of a note for his posterior deltoid, underdeveloped on a lot of people. Your posterior deltoid muscle. What do you do for this in the gym? You do rear delt flies, that hits it, and you can also do fixed pulls, that also hits it for you bodybuilders in the chat. I have not that developed, my posterior delts are not that developed, to say that. I have really hyper developed ant delts and meat delts because I do a lot of overhead press, but this is not, nah, I don't know, you can't even see it on me. Okay, so you got your fun pals over here. So your infraspinal. Most people call this rhomboid. Not entirely true. You don't see the rhomboid. Not that much. But infraspinal, big one. Teres major, teres minor, big ones as well. You can put that in there if you want. I'm not going to. And of course, your big daddy, enormous lat right there. I'm drawing this guy chunky. You don't have to. A chunky lat. Go into the waist. There's not really that much muscle right here. You have your transverse rectus, all your abdominis muscles, the front, the back. You have your obliques kind of wrapping around. But really, what happens over here is the spinal rector muscles, right? That's really what lets you do a lot of fun stuff. And of course, the pelvis, man, pelvis wraps around. Pelvis is also important, also critical, also crucial. Goes back there and goes into sacral triangle. I know that really thick for some reason. Also, this is called the Christmas tree for bodybuilders because when this is really developed, it looks like this. It's actually really, it looks really, I don't know, if depending on who the person is, it either looks really cool or really disgusting. I don't know, I think it looks really cool, but you know, taste is taste. Okay, so this kind of spirals out. This is what they call the Christmas tree because when you're really low water content, so your water levels are really low, you get striations over here, and the shape is like this. It's that shape. So you get this kind of idea. It looks like a Christmas tree. So we call it the Christmas tree. There's a bunch of words like that. Like for example, this little thing on the arm. I'm gonna beef our arm up to show you. But this little thing on the arm, for example. So you'll see this on a lot of like really buff dudes. So that's one head of the tricep, extremely developed, extremely striated. That's called the oyster or the croissant, right? And that's like, it's a sick looking, it looks really sick on some people. Some people, they can't really pull it off quite well. But look at like Phil Heath's arms, for example. That dude has a sick oyster. You can actually see a little bit of that over here because you have this very telltale thing. If you ever wonder how do I make an arm look like it's from the back, it's really this. It's this is V right here. It's a really cheap thing to do, by the way. I do it all the time because I'm a cheap person. Don't be like me, but you know, if you're not even here, think about this little thing over here. Autumn, I hope you're having a good lunch break. I googled it and I hated it. Oh, sucks to suck. I really like it. With the elbow here, here's a Christmas tree seems to extend to the size of the body. I agree with that. You're right. Or it goes way wider. Make it wider right there. Another common thing is to have these little veins right there. I have these veins. I think they look sick. These are the few veins that I have on my body that I can tell you about. But yeah, those veins are sick. Those like right after a round deadlift thing, that shit pops. It looks awesome. But that's when you take all the photographs and don't show anybody because you're ashamed of who you've become. Okay, have the head right there. I have veins on my ankles and feet. That's from all that walking you do. You must have calves of iron. Holy shit. Hog. Alright. I don't know. I don't want to make this a butt drawing stream because we're going to be here forever. But asses in general. Think about butterflies. Asses are butterflies. Right? So, butterfly it out. Wicked Dreamer. Thanks for the host and the raid. That's very kind of you. I do appreciate it. I'm just doing a little bit of a muscular breakdown off the back right here, drawing a very chonky gentleman. So welcome. I hope you guys are having a good day. Hope you guys had a good stream. My name is James, aka Indian Abroad. I'm a study streamer. I will be very soon studying some of the scenes in Lord of the Rings, but I'm just answering some questions and doing some critiques because I've been away for about a week. I'm just doing that really quickly. But if you want to see some work, I'm not going to make you look at the Instagram, though you can. That's !social. But some examples of my work right there. There are some originals and some studies in here. I've been drawing a lot of animals lately. It's been a lot of fun. Especially a lot of wolves. I've been loving wolves. I turned all of those into some original pieces. That's an original right there. A bunch of there's a bunch of ways to say this. Like you can say, oh, it's a remembrance series. I call it my dead animal parent series because I'm not a good person. But I hope you guys like my work and I hope you had a good stream. Let me know what you're working on. I'll put social links in the chat. Be my guest. You're welcome. Okay. What am I looking at? Nos? What is this? That Christmas tree is so white. Is it going to be Ronnie Coleman? Oh, holy crap, look at that dude. That dude's got a hell of a Christmas tree. That's not even spinal erector, that goes all the way up to his lats. Like, holy shit. You know what that is? That's like, it's formed by the base of his lats. So his lats insert like, oh my god, look at that shape. How cool is that though? Look at how raggedy it is. That's so sick. I'm gonna make a character like that one day. Why did I click it? Nah, it looks really sick. I like that a lot. That looks really cool. No, I gotta do that sometime. Everyone's Christmas tree's like that? Really? No kidding. Because in my gym, we always call. I guess we didn't have super buff dudes in my gym. Because we just had just a spinal rector. But these dudes, their Christmas tree starts from straight up from the lats. Jesus. That's a bit gross. Nah, it's taste. It is taste. Unfortunately, there are people that think that looks good, and I am definitely one of them. I am here, gonna watch the VOD and see what you said about the drawing. Thank you for the critique, no problem. You're most welcome. Just quickly once overing the whole leg situation here. You got big chonky legs, please don't non-chonky legs. Legs are always chonky. If you draw non-chonky legs, you get banned from the stream. Put those hamstrings in, put those quads in. It's really simple. As you see, I really like drawing beefy boys. It's a fun little hobby of mine. Especially difficult because I live in India and I do a lot of drawing outdoors. especially when I'm traveling, and I have to, you know what I do? I do this really cheeky thing where I kind of draw most of the ass and I put a cloth over it, you know? So the majority of my anatomy drawings, just to prevent myself from being lynched, is I put a bunch of cloth elements like this, which just looks cool. And it doesn't take me that much time to do, but I have to self-censor. Keeping the man down, man. Keeping the man down. But I do stuff like this all the time. Really, really quick cloths with Indiana Broad right there. Gotta be able to draw cloth quickly, let me tell you. Most people are so afraid of putting those harsh edges, you know, those harsh little lines on cloth. I love doing those lines. Really kind of makes the read for me. But there you go, some anatomy of the back right there with your boy. Hopefully that was interesting. Because yeah, a lot to take away. Because backs are complicated, man. Like this is a static back. You always say you're just making it Twitch friendly. True. I say that. Would be a liar, but then again, the first thing that I lied about, or the last. To be honest. So yeah, some basic ideas. Remember, this train gets kicked into a high gear. All right, when you start moving these arms around, because remember, what is the real purpose of the back? What do the numbers mean, Mason? The purpose of the back is to move stuff. The purpose of all muscle, just about, I guess, is to move stuff. Am I wrong? So really, like what the lats are controlling is a lot of this vertical movement of the arms. So this up and down. This up and down idea of the entire humerus, that's controlled a lot by the lats. A bit of shoulder in there, obviously, it's a lot of compound movements, but for example, think about like what really works the lat muscles, what really works the back muscles. It's usually rows, right? So your pull, all of your pull comes from your back. A lot of your pull comes from your back. A lot of your push comes from your anterior shoulders, anterior deltoids, and your pectoral muscles. That's where your push comes from. But your pull comes from your back, your rhomboids, your traps, all your pull comes from there. So your pulling exercise, horizontal pulls, vertical pulls, works the back. So that's what it does. So if your character's pulling your arms back, pulling their arms backwards, pulling their arms downwards, the word pull comes into mind. Then you got to think about, okay, how is this going to modify my back? Same goes with push, because the more you push, the more the back gets to relax. So you're going to see more. You're going to see more. If you want to Google this, if you guys really want to see something freaky, Google rear lat spread. That's the bodybuilding pose for it. That's when you push the lats really out. Let me tell you, let me draw it out for you just right now. This is what it looks like. Okay, now Google it and tell me if I'm right. It's really what it looks like. Looks like one of those giant devilfish. Steve Irwin's fucking running away right now. That's that rear lat spread right there. You don't mess with this, dude. I think I have an old picture of my dad doing that. Very common bodybuilding pose. So if you guys ever wonder, like if you want to do studies on really famous, really iconic bodybuilding poses, there are a few of them. If you want to know what they're called, one that most people will be familiar with is this. It's called most muscular. Then you have front double bi. Front double bi. That's what I do in my weekends. And is there anything more? Don't Google this one. This one gets you banned on Twitch. But if you want to be banned on Twitch, you can Google this one. There you go. But some information right there. Now I'm just messing around. Next crit. Hopefully that was useful for some people. Good to see you, Buck, too, by the way. Oh no. Dude, let me tell you, if you want to see some developed legs, there's some crazy people. Google Tom Platz. You want to see Tom Platz stream? Hold on, let me show you Tom Platz, because it's important to see how things are pushed. Brown Man's good to see it. Your crits earlier in the stream, if you want to go search for it. I don't know if somebody timestamped that. But Tom Platz has sick legs. He's got legs that will make men swoon and women just curl their lips in disgust. And that's really what you're aiming for with bodybuilding. Let's look at some Tom Platz real quick. Let's look at some Platz. Shit. Hold on. Here you go. Here you go, stream. No, that's not working. The hell? Definitely not that. There you go. Look at the absolute unit right there. Like, the dude's got a really, like, complete physique upwards, but his fucking legs. Holy shit. Reminds me of, who's that guy that draws stuff, like, really disproportionately? Like the Captain America chest and whatever? Like, I'm sure he's drawn, like, Magneto or something at some point. It probably looked like this, not gonna lie. Those are horse legs. The dude, best of what he does, man. Best of what he did. Dude's massive. The little Chun-Li and purge that sequence of words from memory. Hell yeah. How do you walk with legs that thick? I can tell you to a certain extent. Because when I was peaking, I got mad fucking chafing. And I actually had to adjust the way that I walked when I made my jump from 74 to 92. Rob Leafield, there you go, disintegrate. So the way that I walked had to change because I used to walk just straight on, but then I had to actually angle my feet outwards when I gained that much size on my legs. I'm naturally big-assed, but not naturally big hamstringed and big adductored. But yeah, that all changed. Now I'm down again. But yeah, I hope to get back there because big ass weights, hopefully, in the near future. Let's continue. We have one last thing to look at. What is the last quote? Where forth do you go? I think I found you. There we go, cool painting. I am naturally no ass, that's alright. Nothing a few 100 pounds of squats won't fix. Welcome back, Canvas, good to see you. Great work on Instagram, by the way, I've been seeing those starting studies. Oh, unmute. Just when I muted, he went quiet. What an asshole. Alright, new document. This is a cool painting. I'm gonna take a drink of water. Did you guys enjoy that? Thanks for the credit. No problem. Good painting, dude. I really liked it. You didn't see me, but I gestured with the thumbs up right there because I enjoyed it that much. I like the colors a lot. Comp could use some work, but colors are great. Also, here's the thing about canvas. Every time I discover a diamond in the rough, you know, on Instagram, I'm like, I discovered the artist is just so good, and I really don't know why he doesn't have more follows. I've noticed this trend. Every time I find an artist like that, when I go to follow them, I'm like, oh, so happy I found this guy. I can learn so much. I see also followed by Canvas Engineer, or Canvas Engineer follows this person. I'm like, a fucking Canvas, goddamn it. Beat me to it again. I'll find one Canvas, I'll beat you one day. Okie dokes. What do we do? What do you say? What do you do? Is that an outhouse on his head? No, because if it was an outhouse, it would have like this thing, wouldn't it? Like, what's that thing from Shrek? Like, I was about to draw a sickle and a star, but that's not a symbol of an outhouse, right? That's a symbol of communism. I don't remember. Don't get those confused because one symbolizes a bunch of bad shit and the other one's an outhouse. Is this a moon? Okay, cool. That's an outhouse right there. I don't think it's an outhouse. I think it's like it's a story, right? It's a story. I think it's cool. Maybe actually it is an outhouse, isn't it? Because that's toilet paper right there. It is an outhouse. So call me stupid. Donnie got it right off the bat. It's me that's an idiot. Okay, so there are a couple of things that we can do here. I saw one that was a moon with a star. Risky Google. It's just a moon. Thank you, Nos. I do appreciate. Okay, so a couple of things we can do over here. I like the grading in the background. I think that's good. However, the background not particularly supporting our foreground. Remember that very fundamental thing with picture making is that everything in the picture, now that's going to seem really obvious for you head slappers in the chat, but everything in the picture is going to affect everything in the picture. I know? Yeah, do you know? Do I know? No. None of us know because we get this wrong all the time. I get it wrong, you get it wrong. So what's happening here is that we have this little color right there, this little fantabulous value. We have this for the shirt, and I don't like how similar they are. A little bit too similar. I don't like that. I'd like to have a little bit more of a distance between background and foreground. right? So I'd endeavor to slightly change this little coloration here to make it a bit more different. Additionally, what can we talk about? Maybe the values that we're using on the face may be a bit too harsh in certain areas. Really important to realize that every time you add a dark value, you're kind of making a statement there. Not kind of, you are. You definitely are. Because with every dark value, you are stating that, okay, I am drawing a planar surface that has a harsh transition, harsh enough for this area to have a distinctly different value than this area. But ask yourself, how many times do you really see something like this, a transition like this happen on the human face? How many do we really think about? There are a couple of them, a couple of good ones, a couple of juicy ones. Obvious one is the nose, right? Not so obvious ones could be, for example, underneath the ear, the jaw, for example. This could be the right underneath the jaw, right underneath the bottom lip, right on top of the top lip. Right, there's so many areas that this does happen, but not that often. In general, face quite soft, right? The biggest feature of the face quite soft. The nose is the only one that has distinctly that much, and of course the brow to a lesser extent. So what does that mean? And this is one of the biggest obstacles that I had to overcome in drawing faces. The idea is that you don't expect to see super strong transitions on the face, especially in areas that are similarly lit. Okay? So while you can have a big discrepancy in light and shadow, if everything is in light and shadow, so there's a very strong notion of light and shadow in the piece, but if things are rather uniformly lit, you don't see crazy transitions. You'll see it more in men than women because men have more angular faces because we got all this bull shock testosterone running through our veins, but women a lot softer, so exceptionally important to watch your transition, watch your values in women. I don't know how many people here have my issue because I suck at drawing girls, which is funny because all I've done is girls for the last year and a half. But it is important, and one of the things that immediately ages a woman or makes them more masculine is putting those harder shadows. You gotta have a really good fucking reason to do that. Don't put a hard shadow in there because it doesn't make any sense. Think about the face, the cherubic face of a woman. It's gonna be very much, everything on the same kind of plane, right? You'll see some harsher kind of angles, for example, near the high cheekbones, for example, and of course underneath the head itself, and of course near your common areas like underneath the nose, underneath the lip. But then that's basically going to be it. Like one thing that I've noticed from a lot of really good artists, like take Art Germ, take Iron Stylus, for example, take Kenan Lafferty, take any of the right artists, take any of your regular ass like really good Twitch artists, right? Like 1D Tron, for example. What is their simplified female face? We're thinking about Erica Canetti. Think about what's their simplified female face. How many shadows do you actually count on the face? Sarah Jean, like, it's not that much. Their female faces, they do not have harsh transitions. Basically never when they're drawn for speed. And why is that? Because you're able to retain a lot more femininity in the face. And you don't have as many marks on the face, right? You're going to be able to retain stuff. Like the more you work on a female face, I've noticed this particularly for myself, the more that I work on a female face, the more I start ruining it. The more it looks less and less female because you're adding so many more transitions, so many more marks. And remember, lines still indicate transitions. They still very much indicate transitions. So, quick little tip: if ever you are having a problem drawing female faces, for example, if you're like me, that's one of the biggest things to remember. The fact that you simply don't have harsh transitions, not nearly as much as you would for a man. So be careful. Okay, so like I said, issue with the values a little bit. I would like to change the background. A little bit of the edges, not a little bit, a lot of the edges can be improved. And the final thing that I'm not going to do, but I want you to think about is the perspective of the head. It's a little bit strange. There's definitely a perspective issue going on here because the head is kind of pointing down one way, and this is just a little bit less steady than I'd like. I think there may be a lot more convincing ways of doing this, because right now the impression that this gives me is that the cross section of the head, if I was going to draw this from the front, for example, well, what the impression is giving me here is this. So this is the impression it's giving me. That it's not like that, it's not flat on his head, it's giving me this impression. It's chopped like that. I don't know if anybody else has seen that in the chat, but I certainly get this impression myself. In fact, it's angled forward towards the viewer, it seems almost like. Which is a bit of a problem. It's a bit of a problem because there's a break here in the image. Because the outhouse, now that we've established thanks to Donnie, is indeed an outhouse, he's correct. It's like this, right? There's a little bit of a disconnect, there's some perspective issues. So you can actually solve this really quickly by doing something like this. Does someone know what happened to Charlie Peasant Beast's Discord? Is it gone? Charlie's really, really busy right now. So he could have just like decided that it was not something he could support. Charlie mentored me through my art center submission. So I know he's really packed with work right now, so that's totally possible. That's probably what happened. But you're welcome to reach out to him, ask him what happened. I haven't used this Discord all that much, so I'm not totally aware. But just a little bit of overlap. And I can start to solve stuff. But of course then we get to this really strange territory. Yeah, the top of the head looks like it's unintentionally slanted. Yeah, I think that's correct. So we can solve this. Maybe if you want to be like really cute about this, we can be cute about this if we want to, right? In fact, I think some cuteness would be a good, easy solution for this piece. So I can throw in some patches of hair here just to obscure a bit of the piece. I can't reach out to him on Discord since we don't share the same Discord communities. That sucks. Which will work, yeah? I'm sure he'll be back eventually once he's done with stuff. So you can solve some of the perspective issues just by obscuring stuff. So this is the rule of thumb which goes, if I can't draw something, I'm gonna hide it. And remember, this is a really strong tool in drawing in general. Like there's so many things. Like if you look at my finished pieces, like you'd think that I know what I'm doing, but really like I'm playing to my strengths in these pieces. I'm playing to my absolute strengths. Because I've done so many fucking studies of animals, and I've done a lot of background studies that have this exact same subject material. So some of these pieces come out really strongly. But like, am I a complete artist? Hell no, not even close. But when you're doing work and you have to do a certain thing, you can bullshit your way out, because ultimately there's a time to present and there's a time to learn, and those times don't oftentimes overlap. You present the best, you learn the worst, right? That's how it works. So with that in mind, you can obscure stuff. And it slowly starts to help the overall piece. It slowly starts to help it. The clouds are down. Good, thank you. I appreciate that. They're okay. I haven't done all that many. But I think what's really helping with the clouds is I went into the clouds with a really good game plan with those clouds. Because I really wanted to make the clouds about the edges. I think that's what really helped me just get it like decent in a very, very quick amount of time. And the idea, if anybody's wondering, is that I made it just about the edges. So I made that little cusp of light on the very tippity tip, the silver lining, if you will, really went in on it, made it extremely hard, and I really managed the edges on the rest of the piece so that nothing was nearly as hard as that super, super white outlined area of the piece. And I think that really helps the piece in general kind of grow into its own, because it's just so ambiguous and there's just so much detail that it's easy to get lost in those kind of pieces. So I think, if anything, with hair, with fur, with clouds, with water, with waves, with waterfalls, with leaves, so complex, abstract things that nobody in their right mind really wants to draw, but they do anyway. That's not true, that's a joke. But it's one of those things that demands something that we don't think about as beginners, but we begin to think about it more as we transition to being intermediates, and always as a professional. And that is filtration, right? So you can't possibly draw everything. What are you gonna do? And that's a really strong, really important concept, because that's what really takes us from that, okay, I'm just somebody that draws some reference, to I'm somebody that makes artwork, right? That makes a personal interpretation of my reference. Because we've all fallen into that trap. Every one of us has. We sit and we draw on a reference, we draw and draw and draw. What do we get at the end of the day? We get self-printed version of a reference. Is that wrong? Hell no. Absolutely valuable thing to do. But when it comes to hitting that extra step as an artist, right? Really transitioning into something more than what you are, then that filtration aspect comes into play. That's the first step. That's the first part of you that you're putting on your canvas, right? because obviously the way that you interpret things is certainly going to be part of your style. You interpret certain things more than other things, you exaggerate certain things more than other things, that's fine. However, really what's going to sell the idea of this is my work, this is something that I made, is you selectively filter and you selectively exaggerate. So it's all filtration. So you selectively filter what you're seeing into something that you think is more appreciable. And that's how it works. So like when I'm doing stuff like this, for example, like I said, that's exactly what I was doing. So I go, look at how hard that edge is over there, and you can't even fucking see the edge over here. So I really had an idea here, and I think that really helped the piece. It helped all these pieces work really well. Same thing over here, and you see how hard I'm going right there? I even applied like a sharpening filter to the side because I wanted to like make it hard really quickly because I was running out of time with these pieces. Because I did time them. Same thing over here, same idea. So it's a really simple concept that it's so easy to just like go over it and not think it's important. But it's these guiding principles that are oftentimes really, really simple that's going to have like the largest impact on your work, because no longer are you going into a painting with this ambiguous, arbitrary notion of saying, I will draw what I see. It's more like, I will present what I want, not I will draw what I see. And I think just that much sets you on a path to being away from everybody else, right? Being away from like people that are into art casually, but not trying to be like something of their own. Like, I'm not trying to like preach into being like more professional with their work, that kind of idea. So I started really simply, like these are just, like this one I think I just adjusted the lighting, I redid the lighting on this piece. This one, basically, lighting, colors, everything is from me, and then it's like this, where it's all me. And then I didn't use reference for this. I think I used this, I think I used exactly this cloud reference, and I used one of Maddie's clouds for this, but you get the idea. So selective filtration, big thing, it's a big thing. So if you guys are in that stage where you find yourself drawing the same thing over and over again, and you really want to break out and make your own stuff, that's how you transition. You don't just jump from reference to no reference. It's fucking frightening, and I don't recommend it. I don't think you learn as much. So take a page out of the old Ian McKeag book, and continue to use the authority of study, but control it a bit more. Right? Control it. Don't use it 1:1. Filter stuff out. Like, make that change. Be bold and say, I know what's appealing. I know what I want to see. I know what I think looks good. And that's going to really help out, because even if you're wrong, right? Even if you're wrong, also this guy looks kind of like Joaquin Phoenix. But even if you're wrong, that's totally fine. I've got a bunch of original stuff that's so shitty that you guys have never even seen it. But it's good because we make the piece, and then we can figure out exactly what we like, what people like, make adjustments accordingly. That's just one more step in the learning process, right? It's not just fundamentals of light anymore, it's fundamentals of appeal, which is why the master studies are so important. Also, while I've been talking, I've been slightly fixing up the perspective of the head. I think we're slightly better than we were before, just a little bit better. Still some little nagging issues here and there. I think I would continue to raise this, or I would do this maybe. But we're getting better, and the obscuring also helps a lot. But some ideas to think about right there. Worth thinking about, especially if you're at that stage. I don't think I'm nearly at that stage for a lot of things, but especially for animal stuff, for like wide sweeping landscape shots, I've done enough for the time being. I've done enough that it's going to be a little bit of time before I want to start studying those things again. So now is the time to apply. Now it's time to really apply. Actually, we can leave them there, it's fine. So I fixed that perspective a little bit, not a total fix, still some issues with the outhouse, but as long as I obscure the base of it, my lines are not going to be called into question too much, so a bit of a cheat right there. Now we can go into a couple other things. So I want to separate the background from the foreground, specifically the shirt over there, so let's make a little bit of a change right there. Over there, let's just bring a bit of color balance into this. And what do I want to change here? He's wearing blue, skin color is above brown. I could make it complementary, I could make it anything I want. Most of the time, when you're adding more color to your piece, so adding color when there is no color, it's worth thinking about how much you want to preserve. So the guiding principle here is unity with diversity, right? Unity with variety, this notion. So what does it mean? That means that with every piece that you do, you're occupying a certain space in value, in color, in composition, whatever. So you don't want to occupy it in a way, you don't want to present these aspects in a way that is so affronting to the view that it becomes overwhelming to the viewer. At the same time, you don't want to present it in such a passive, meek manner that you don't make a strong statement to the viewer. You need enough variety in a piece, right, to draw the attention, to make it exciting, but you need enough normalcy in the piece to give that variety a good solid foundation that we are not completely overwhelmed by what we see. That's the most fundamental principle of design, right? Almost, I would say that's the most. I think that's the most important thing in design as a whole. It's your unity with variety. You probably hear this in a variety of ways, but I heard this from your boy, your dude right here, your art pirate himself. Does anybody know why Nathan Fox is wearing an eye patch these days? Does anybody know? I have searched and I have not found the answer just yet. But it's fucking dude's wearing an eye patch these days. Still painting like a boss with one eye, so worth thinking about. But that's your design principle right there. Really, really important. Never forget it. It'll save your life. Okay. So change that. We have certainly separation. Things looking a little bit too warm in this piece, I think, overall. Like to bring in some cools, if at all possible. I hope he's alright. I hope so too, man. What a nice dude. I hope it's like, maybe he got LASIK or something. Maybe he got, maybe he got like a lazy eye fix or something. That's like the good scenario, right? Okay. So these darks, I don't think they need to be that dark. I think we can slightly adjust that. There's so many ways of adjusting stuff, by the way. I'm just playing around here, but we could optically adjust it with just a bit of grain, I saw this really cool thing, this really cool Proco video today. Go watch it. It's the newest one. It's called it's by Shape Carver, who Canvas also follows, so he's good. But it's about carving with shape. It's on the Proco main channel. It's fantastic. But the dude did this really cool thing that I noticed, that he artificially added grain into his image. He did a bunch of like aberration stuff. He did chrome aberration, obviously, but he did a bunch of like texturing, a bunch of marks, a bunch of like smears onto his canvas after he was done. I thought that was kind of cool. Really cool idea. Never thought about doing something like that. But it does make sense to me, and I do envy that kind of look. So I'm gonna look into if I want to do that in my software. Okay, edges finally. Slightly manipulating those edges, because we can do so much better on those edges, right? Bit too harsh right there. Let's check out. I've been looking for how to add some noise. I have to check it out that you're leaving to my flat color blocks. Yeah, it's really cool. So he just adds like general noise and then goes into some specific texture mapping stuff. The funny skeletons in the background have me laughing. Oh yeah. Sometimes I add mounts and stuff at the end too. I do like that kind of idea. I think it's a positive one, because again, like we discussed with I think Bromancer's crit, it's really a question of like too clean is a problem, right? Like you hear me rant about this all the time, because I have a pet peeve about this, but I hate white backgrounds a lot. I really don't like them. I don't think they're good. I think they're good for design. I think they're great for design. Hard pressed to find something better. But for like an illustration, like a pure white, piercingly white background, there's always a counterexample. Don't get me wrong, okay? So don't Craig Mullins me with this, but don't, like, to have a good reason. Please have a good reason. Don't just arbitrarily do that shit. When I see a really nice piece, I wonder how much is added in and how much just happens through their process. So that's a good point to bring up. So how much is the artist doing by intention? And I think the biggest thing to think about in this case, in this particular idea, is more about kind of setting yourself up for good things to happen. I think we were talking about the shape cover video. He talks about this as well. He says, don't wait for happy accidents to happen automatically. You got to set yourself up to get happy accidents, right? You got to put yourself in the position where happy accidents do happen. Because let's be honest here, like we all paint, like a lot of us paint consistently. how many times have we accidentally stumbled into something that looks really good? I wager that happens way less than for a professional, because a professional postures in a way to allow things to happen in a much more, like a much better, organic and appealing looking fashion. I guarantee it happens more frequently because their workflow is just so much better than ours. That's worth thinking about. So that organic discovery aspect, it's not just the idea of, you know, I'm gonna wait for some degree of randomness in my piece, but you posture to allow it to happen, right? And you're able to capitalize when it does. Bit of perspective issues throughout the piece, by the way. Like for example, the underside of the nostril, you don't really see that in this angle, not nearly that much, because the nose gives me the impression that it's doing this. Also, a very common thing to think about in these pieces is you might think that, okay, I did a nose, it looks like a nose, I don't want to change it. I can't speak for you in this piece, because, you know, it may just be that's how the nose needed to be in this piece. But just in general, it's very good to get into the habit in drawing of never succumbing to your piece, never accepting what the piece is as good enough. Because, like, first of all, it comes from the idea of not holding your piece sacredly. Don't ever do that. Your piece is not sacred, right? Nothing is, because this is not your masterwork. This is not the greatest thing that you've accomplished. It is good. It's a good piece, and you should be proud of it. But don't be proud of the fact that you are possessive of it. Don't ever think that you need to maintain or retain what the piece is. Be nimble with it. So, with that in mind, don't be afraid of making like really large sweeping changes to stuff if it isn't like really serving your mind view. So the way that you do it is up to you. The way that I used to do it is with selection tool. I would just select something and get it to that graphic read that I wanted to. Like for example, if that was looking too bendy, for example, I would get it graphically to the point where it was straight, and I would work backwards from there. I would get it to look straight, and then I would add all the details back in. That's how I would fix it before. Now what I do is I kind of jump the selection tool, and I do just a big brush. I grab a big brush and I do really big brush strokes, which arguably, I don't know if it's more or less destructive than selection, but what it does offer me is that it offers me a bit of edge to play with, and I like playing with edges, so at least right now I like playing with edges. So that's something you can do to kind of fix that perspective issue. So how you fix this up to you, but remember, the key idea here is that don't hold what you're drawing to a high regard. Everybody suffers from this because we all care about our work. We all care about, nobody sets out, at least I don't know of anybody that sets out to draw something that's not okay, that is not good. Nobody wants to draw a not good drawing most of the time, right? So with that in mind, you're putting your best effort in whenever you draw, at least you are putting your best effort in. So it can be hard sometimes to be really critical of that and say, you know what, I did my best effort and it sucks, or it's not what I thought. But I urge you to fight against this idea. Just really fight against it. Don't be satisfied with what you do. Always be critical. Right? The way that I kind of articulate this in my own process when I'm drawing is I say, have 100% confidence in yourself before the stroke and have 100% criticism for yourself after you make a stroke. But don't have versions of that in between. Use your wealth of knowledge to apply, and then use your wealth of knowledge to critique. But don't apply and critique, apply, critique, apply, critique. Don't do it at the same time. Don't second guess, third guess, fourth guess yourself. It's gonna cost you time, and time is valuable. Right now, this is where you might differ from me, because everything I said so far, I think everybody agrees with. But the idea of time, that's a sensitive subject, right? Because some people are like, okay, well, I don't really care about the time. Okay, but that's totally fine, and I do respect it. But I certainly do preach time. I do preach, if it saves time, it's something you should think about. It's definitely worth your consideration if it saves you time. If you get to an end goal in one method with the same quality and it's quicker than your previous method, you have no business, I don't think, using the first method. If it's exactly the same, really questionable, very questionable. Maybe enjoyment is the only real argument you can make over there. But consider it. The quicker you're able to achieve a solution, right? The quicker you're able to achieve something, the more you're going to be able to do, the more you're going to be able to paint. So stuff like that is worth considering. That's a bit of a tangent from the previous topic, but just something to point out there. But talking about harsh changes, and we just had to make a really harsh change for the nose, but we straightened that out. Notice that I didn't do anything with liquefaction and all that other stuff. I didn't dabble with it. You can. There's no reason not to, right? I do encourage all the time doing these changes with paint, just with straight painting. I do think that's the better way of doing it for learning. But if you're just iterating or you're doing procedural, just drawing the same thing over and over again, and you're trying to make modifications, there's nothing wrong with pulling whatever tool you want. If you want a straight trace. But everything we do must be done with a purpose, right? Do with a purpose. If you can justify it, then there's no reason not to do it. Also, don't hurt anybody and don't steal people's work. But then everything's on the board. Slightly cut it into that shadow a bit more. You know what Cynics would do here? Cynics would just go over everything with like not a noise filter, but he would go over everything and he would really kind of shift the levels, make them a lot closer, and they would paint back in the shadows. Because I see them do fixes like this all the time. I should consider doing it because it's a way faster way of doing what I'm doing right now. It's just once over in the shadows, making sure they're not too dark. I hated my first set of clouds a lot, so I just added random lines for some noise. That's an okay fix, I don't think. I mean, I do think it's an okay fix. And the fact that you recognize the fact that, you know, they're not up to your standards is good enough for me. Like all the time, and I've gotten this this feedback all the time about my piece. I'm just doodling around with this thing over here. But I've gotten this feedback all the time. People say, well, if you know what's wrong with the piece, why don't you fix it? And my response to that always is, I mean, I know what's wrong, so the study fulfilled its purpose, so I'll just fix it with the next study. Now, I'm not able to fully justify this idea, you know? Because I can see it go both ways, you know? There's value in fixing, there's value in doing more. Ultimately, there's value in doing, so just not sitting on your ass, I think is the solution right there. Okay, so I did a couple of little fixes there, getting more in the realm of realism. Last thing to think about in this painting, about 3 minutes left, is please think about Asara, please think about form. So if light is coming from left, and I have this shadow over here, this shadow tells you a lot. Because once you establish one thing that looks good, because paintings are about certain things, right? Like, we can agree on that. Paintings are about certain things that we like. So if I like this no shadow and I want to keep it in my painting, then suddenly there needs to be a bunch of work that needs to be done to justify this no shadow, because that means the light comes from the right. So what happens then? What happens immediately? Well, this happens. This goes in the shadow right there, shadow right there. This goes in the shadow right over there, right over there. That goes in the shadow, that's correct. Or shadow right over there. Let me do that with a softer brush, so there's no pure texturing. That's over there. This is correct right over there, that's fine. That is fine. Lips, please. Lips need to go. So lips have a form, so the side of the lips right there. Anybody catch the number of this wild stroke right there? Lips go into the darkness right over there, and let me just quickly adjust this. Even more so than that, this entire beard right there. Not everything's going to be in the light. It's not going to be facing that completely. That goes in the darkness right over there. That's the biggest change right there. Because everything is subject to light. Nothing is going to escape it unless it's a light source, which is not. And don't be afraid of making changes like that, by the way. Don't be afraid of making a big change, because remember, once you get the idea out there, it's so much easier to correct as opposed to building towards the idea. Get the raw statement in first, and then correct the minor statement, right? Because really, like, I'll show this to you really quickly. So I'll adjust this, and now it looks fine, right? But if I go all the way back here, what did I just do? How much of a change was that? With like the raw statement of the piece? Not really that much. So make the big change first, and then go to the little change. Just a good idea for speed in general. Fix the big things and fix the small things, you know? Your Marshall Vandorf right there. Paint small to fix the large, paint large to fix the small. So all of this stuff is going to really bring in my light source. Why is this ear lit, right? So in the ear in the darkness. The whole head's in darkness. Why should that ear be lit? That kind of idea. It's just unification. Make things nice and simple. Because it does add. It does really matter, you know. It does really matter. Like to the point where even doing something like this, you know, is like it's just a good idea. Just having just a clear idea of what's in light, what's in dark. Like you can go all the way up to something like this, and there's nothing wrong with it. Like so ultimately, not this obviously, but just like really amping the dark. Something like this, to really make a statement. Like you can do stuff like this, and it does look impactful, right? That change right there? It does look impactful. Because we're making a stronger statement there. People like strong statements. Sometimes. Nothing wrong with the subtle piece. But remember, you have to thread the line there. Like, what looks bad in a painting is not necessarily hardness or softness, not hardness and softness, but not necessarily like a soft overall feel or a hard overall feel. It's when you're somewhere in between and you don't really know what you are. That's when things start to get into the territory of, well, what even are you, right? What even are you? It's not a very clear statement, and clear statements are important, right? You need to know exactly what you are. Think about this in terms of value, for example. Talk about value all the time. Like, what are your early value pieces like? What do they look like? But remember that they're all super washed out, right? You don't really know where your lights are. You don't really know where your shadows are. How did you improve? Did you improve by really kind of jumping down everybody that gave you a crit? They said, okay, the crit is you need to darken your darks into lighten your lights. This kind of idea, right? And they tell you this all the time. That's why, because it gives you a strong statement. Strong statements are sexy. Gotta put this in there. Cassini, thanks for the sub, dude. Appreciate you. It's been really good coming back. Stream for you guys. Hey, how's it going, buddy? Hope you're having a good day. Yeah, but stuff like that, I think, is a good solid change. And of course, gotta make sure this stuff is across the board, of course. Gotta make sure that this stuff reads across the board. So throw in some shadow shapes. I can't believe I've known you for a whole 6 months. 6 months, 6 whole years, Pog. How do you feel about the League of Legends now being every genre, Cassini? As a official addicted League person, what's the overall feedback? Certified League degenerate. Loving it? I'm really excited. I'm really excited. Even though I'm in rehab for League, I'm really excited. Some unifying factors here. They're trying hard to fuck Blizzard? True! Maybe they're gonna be the next Blizzard, you know? Maybe it's not gonna be whoever made Fortnite, because Fortnite, the new one, seemed to suck as much as the old one, so they're taking over. Riot's taken over, man. Riot Studios. Some changes that I would make. There you go. Let me bring in the original, just to give you some back and forth, maybe. That is not the original, by the way, that's after my fixes. It's probably somewhere around here. Oh Jesus, what happened to the mouth? What happened here? Hello? You got Super Chris Kringle on me. Did I just miss that? We under the card game beta today, so we're playing that a lot. How is it? You played Hearthstone, haven't you? I think we played Hearthstone together when it came out. We both got the key and whatever. Your selection chat? I think that was it. That is correct. I want to be a little bit more harsher here. Control those edges, gentlemen. Control your edging. Just wreck with my old Paladin token deck. Dude, I was on that Raging Warg and stuff. But how's the new game? Tell me about it. We don't talk about games too much on the stream. Fucking nerd. But I am excited to play some games. You still playing? Really? Wait, at least Callista. Okay, that's League right there. Cool. Gotta try and get into that. John, how's it going, dude? Good to see you. Your boy Rabbit Jack draws right there. Some of your line stuff's been looking really good, John. I'm sure you're spending time on it, but it looks good. And that's a good baseline to work on. Alright, let's just ship this one. And some of them look really good. I think better than I could do, I think. Okay, let me just give you a once over here, just real quick. Right there. Word up. There you go. That's the back and forth. Just really quickly. We got somewhere with it. I'm so full of pills right now. I'm kind of trippy. Alright, buddy. We got you. I think that's somewhat of an improvement. I think we got somewhere with it. Where we got, I cannot say, but where we are, it's okay. Motto of my life right there. Alright, let's toss this over the Discord, and that is it. That is 1 week of crits. We are done. And now we can start painting. Everything okay, Cassini? Why you dead? Are you full of pills? Do a crit of my work? I would if you did any work. If you did any drawing. You stopped drawing when your tablet died like 15 years ago. Cassini, by the way, a legit artist. DT, how's it going, man? You have sinus infection? Fuck it, Ducty, those are never fun. He recovered, strong as a horse he is. Cassini, if you guys do not know why I'm so chummy with him. One of my oldest friends. On the internet, just on the planet, right there. Just a good dude, just a good solid dude. He's been around for a while. Yeah, hi to him if you haven't. Boy right there. Pick one of my old... No, I just did focus in a row. It was not new. That's not happening. Alright, that goes into the Discord right there. If one of my mods could just like say something in the critiques channel, say like check the WOD, you filthy animals, that'd be great. My turn too? Do a crit of mine, no pieces for you. You fucking degenerates. Okay. Also, if any of you guys are lurking, join the Discord, man. That's where I run this stuff from. Which is funny because I was so opposed to having a Discord a while ago. Now we have nearly, I think, 500 people, something like that. That's a lot of people. Also close to that 1,000 on Instagram. Close to that 2,000 on Twitch. It's been a wild adventure. Okay, so we're gonna start painting. I have a lot of scene studies to do, so I'm gonna go grab an apple. I'm gonna go grab an apple and some water, and we're gonna be doing all of these. I'll pick maybe 2 or 3 to render, but we're gonna be doing all of these. We'll start with, I think, 25 minutes each. Yeah? It's where he says I am streaming now and then. Oh yeah, and references. Oh, you need the references? I can get it. Doesn't even say he's streaming, he just Are you talking about me? Why you bully me? I'll get you the refs. Yeah, but this is gonna be very, very good for me because I need to fill some of my portfolio with storyboards, so I am just picking beats off of great scenes that I like. So we'll probably do Battle of the Bastards at some point, because Battle of the Bastards actually has storyboards online available, so we can actually look at the production storyboards and compare it to ours. But I have some beats here that I think are pretty important in the story. I have some notes here that I watched this thing a couple of times, so you can see my horrific handwriting here. But yeah, we're gonna make something cool out of this. This is gonna be, just forewarned for you delicate traditional artists in the chat, there's gonna be an abuse of selection tool in all of these, so be forewarned. Close the stream now for ye of gentle spirit. Anything else I need to do before I leave? Oh yes, I need to put the reference online. Dude, God bless MJ, so convenient. DT, how's it going, man? How's the mob team doing? Missed you guys. Gone for so long. With my ex. It was a good time. Alright, here you go. That is the references. I will also include it in the study references for the stream. Encourage you guys. Thank you, Heidi. I do appreciate you. I will post that's mostly for me as well, so there's an alert in that channel, because I want to post the YouTube video there as well. Okay, so this is going to go into study references. Doing pretty good. How you been? Doing well. Quite good. Some of these are more high res than others, mind you. Some of these are direct ripped directly ripped from the DVD, I think, online. Other ones are just from Google, so yeah, be warned, the quality is varied. The next stream we do, I'll make sure all of them are high-def screenshots, because there are websites for that. It just takes a bunch of scrolling and clicking and all sorts of stuff. But I'll do it for you because I can do it for me and I can save you the trouble. Nice link. It didn't work? Question mark? Wait, where's my stuff? Is that just an empty album? Well, every single image got uploaded, but none of it went into the album. That is something real special right there. Okay, I think I updated it properly now. That's really weird. Dude, I'm actually super excited to be doing Steam Studies again. It has been a while, and I know so much more than I did back then. That's gonna be really fun. Okay. That should be working. Somebody confirm for me, please. Be a darling dear and confirm that. Meanwhile, I'm gonna order these, and then I'm gonna take a little bit of a break, come back a bit refreshed, and then we're gonna start slamming these out. What's the order that I have over here? Okay, I need a looming scene first. That's my looming scene. Then it's my characters wide and tight. Characters wide and tight. I'm gonna have this right after. And then this. And then this. Those are my boards. Good to read? Hell yeah. Okay. I will leave you with some stuff right here. My stuff. And let's change this to be right back. Really? Oh Jesus. All consuming. Not opacity Paul or anybody else. That looming scene can be done in one brush stamp. That's the Greg Rutkowski way of doing it. Have you seen Greg Rutkowski's army stamping? It's fucking egregious. We'll rejoin the Discord. Had to leave all the ones I was in for focus. I could just uninstall Discord the next time. Link works. Thank you, dude. Appreciate that. All right, I will be right back. Apple or something. Get some water. Back. We're gonna do all of these things. So stay tuned. It's gonna be exciting.
Indian, you son of a... What's the matter? Why you dissing the wild boy? I gotta dish you back now. That's what you wanted, huh? That's really what you wanted. Well, you can get it. Homeboy can get it. I mean, where should I really even start? Yeah, you might be good at making art, but going against me ain't smart. Boy, your rap so bad and your breath so bad. Take a shower, you smell like a fart. I'm on the art grind every single day. I'm gonna reach my goal someday. This and wild boy, what I misplay. Hit this the wild boy, now I gotta slay. You're not doing Inktober? 31 days and it's all over. Boy, where's your dedication? Jumping shit without even hesitation. Indian broad, more like Indian a fraud. Don't mess with me, or don't mess with my squad. Wild boy and I'm outie. Hey, JK. Indian is my friend, and in the end, better subscribe to him. Before I say it again, he's not a child, he's a man, so strong and clean. Have you seen him? All the guys wanna be him, then he drives off in his BMW. Magazine is on the cover too. All the girls that I'm get with him, they feelin' blue. But what can you do? In the end, so cool and so true and so smooth. So better follow him and give him a watch. He's always online when I'm feeling off. He's really smart, he's not just plain tough. When it comes to that one thing, he likes it rough. Hey, Robert Tom Chi and Indian abroad, we are the Wild Squad. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yo, what the fuck is playing right now? What is that? Why is this playing? Why is this playing? Hey guys, how's it going? Welcome back. Welcome back. We're all back. We're all fine. Thanks for sharing that. I didn't tell you what I was doing. I was fucking washing my hands. I just finished eating a delicious apple. A bunch of sickly perverts. How's it going, Eric? Good to see you. I played a Live too, and that was on my Spotify. Really? I didn't even know what was playing. I know I played the Tom cheating and then I just left my computer. I have no idea what happened. Nobody left except for just... Shut up, Nos. I just welcome myself back. Alright, because I know none of you fucking degenerates will do it. Hi James, welcome back. We missed you. Alright, that sounds genuine. Okay. I have to think about whether I want to add plug DJ or something to my stream. I actually can't, you know, I can't, because I need the VOD to be unmuted for YouTube, because like 5 people watch it that I care about, so we can't do that. We should think about something else. Can any of you guys play instruments? Can you like a cappella music in the background of my stream? I will pay you $50 every 4th cycle of the moon. Of course it's genuine, what do you think? Yeah, my appreciation for it was also genuine. It was as... I'm just kidding. It's good to see all of you. And it's good to stream back again. Because of me feels bad now? What are you talking about, John? You're doing that awkward thing again? I have a keyboard. What can you play? Can you play Fur Ellis? On few release, depending on how excellent you want to sound. Oh, I'm gonna get my ukulele. I can play that on my ukulele. Hold on. Let me see. I'm gonna have to do a lot of painting just now, so I don't mind doing this right now. I can play the beginning of your release. I can also play the beginning on my uke. Let me see if I can do it. It's gonna be super scuffed because I haven't played today. I don't know how much of that was picked up, but that's the beginning right there. How was your holiday? Were you in Singapore? I was not. I was in Pune. That's in India. Somewhere in India. Any more questions? The story time. Why do you know story time? Because you just play you play C, G, A minor, and an F. It was good. Wait, you were in Pune? I was in Pune like 3 weeks. Well, if it's any consolation, I would not have met you if you asked for it, so it's all good. I may as well have been in like Siberia, it's all good. So calming. This also might be slightly out of tune, because I tuned this by ear like 5 times. Because I don't know, my mic just stopped working for my my uke tuner. Or rather my laptop and my phone. Like they just stopped accepting the mic for that website. So yeah, shit out of luck. Don't you feel so special now? It's not true. Why you gotta shoot me in the kneecaps to shoot me in the head? No, I would ghost most people. I'm just not, yeah. I'm really weird socially sometimes. But I mean I'm really overprotective because I don't know how many of you guys are just like, you just maybe like a CIA agent that's gonna stab me in the head or something. I don't believe it. Right? I'm kidding. I probably meet most of you. I think people in my stream are really cool. Who would I not meet in this chat? Besides John. I would definitely meet, you know who I'd meet? I'd meet Atlas the Master Thief, that's who I'd meet. Oh, he thinks we're stalkers? Erica, not to point anything out, but you've asked for pictures of my face and my home address like 15 times. You always want to know what I'm eating, and you always want to know what I think, and you just every single time I say something, you just want pictures. So it's a little bit stalkerish, I'm not gonna lie. I feel a little bit used like a piece of meat on a butcher's table, but it's okay because, you know, the intention's alright. Iris, how's it going? So good to see you. It is very good to be back. You love your work, man? You're a good streamer too? I don't know about that. But we're gonna be painting pretty soon. Alright, so no song requests, so we're just gonna go right into the painting very quickly. It's lovely being back. Alright, that's our usual music right there. Not all that different. Same, only different. If you guys are wondering what we did a bunch of crits just now on the Discord. I do crits just about every stream that I can manage to do them. It's this whole stream, by the way, if you guys are new. It is a study stream, so we try our level best to improve ourselves as well as others for the whole aspect of painting digitally, traditionally, all that good stuff, very fundamentally oriented stream. In that end, we do a bunch of studies. These studies mostly done in communal settings, so we do group studies and then review. So all the references are available to you on the Discord. And as well as all the critiques, all the other studies, all the references, all of that stuff, all that good stuff. What brush do you use? So it's a good question. If you are a beginner by any chance with the idea of painting, I do strongly recommend use a really simple, really basic brush. Okay? So use something like this, for example. So really when it comes to brushwork, we're looking to try and achieve certain types of edges. Okay? And if we're able to achieve those edges, then, you know, Bob's your uncle. You're all good to go. So with that said, this kind of brush, a really simple brush that you're able to get a nice hard edge out of, but also gets a nice beautiful softness out of, that'll really get you a long way. Because it's going to be more about how you use it, how you achieve an edge, more than any sort of basic notion of achieving an edge by default using a texture brush. But once you want to get into a lot of texture work, because I know it's not going to be, you know, a satisfactory answer, because I'm going to say I can keep it basic. But once you want to get like work that looks exactly like mine, you have to understand that I really like texture, I really like brushwork. So I'll use anywhere between, I'd say 15 to 25 to 30 brushes on a piece, and I'll switch them really kind of almost randomly to a certain extent. There's a lot of like, Jesus Christ, person outside. There's a lot of like method to the madness. Like I will shift to a very certain soft brush or a version of a soft brush when I want it to be soft. But really, it's this guiding principle that is what's helping me, that I know what edges are. So when I want a soft edge, I can say, okay, I can make a soft edge with this brush over here. That's a soft edge, right? But I can also make it using this brush over here. That's a soft edge, also a version of a soft edge. I can also make it using this. So you see, slowly but surely, I get these different types of softness, but all of them are varied. All of them are interesting, but all of them still soft, right? I'm not doing this. It's not super hard. That's the guiding principle right there. So I first learn hard and soft and loss. I learn the edge types. I learn how to manage edges. And then I achieve those edges using brushes. Now, particularly in Krita, that's the software that I use. What brushes do I use? So that's easy enough to answer. So I use a lot of the default set, but you might find the biggest bang for your buck using this pack here, Muses pack for Krita, free, very good brushes. Do enjoy it. The one that I've used the most, I believe, till this point is this pack. Really appeals to my personal tastes. It's called Concept and Illustration. I particularly favor the block and rake brushes from this. So block and rake brushes, they're fantastic. I'll show you examples. I can even show you what they look like here. Not that, not that, not that. Oh, that's a fail right there. Hold on. We can fix this live. There you go. So I can show you what it looks like. There you go. There you go. So that's what it looks like to me. So this is the concept and illustration set, and then all the good stuff here. So for example, what I just showed you That's a soft brush right there. That's a block. There are a bunch of really interesting kind of block textures that I use all the time. I use basically nearly all of these for a painting sometimes, and they're just really fun to kind of go back and forth. I like to keep my marks fresh. So really, what I like to do with most of my work is to give it just a touch of traditional kind of look. And when you want to emulate traditional looks for paintings, really what you're trying to do is you're trying to make interesting marks whenever you can, because that's the nature of traditional. You have a bunch of really incidental marks that happen when you work, because realize that in traditional, you have a canvas, you have a brush, all of these things, the way they react with each other, the way they interact, these are all kind of random, right? There's an element of randomness that digital brushes just can't capture, because, for example, also thank you so much for the sub, Sue. That's so kind of you. Let me go back to my usual view. That's why you didn't see my alerts there. But that's actually why a lot of digital work can look a little stiff. The idea is this, because if I have a really cool looking brush, this is a cool looking brush, right? I think we'd all agree it's kind of cool. A cool looking like leaf brush, it's interesting, right? However, when we use it way too much in a picture, suddenly that coolness, it rapidly decreases. Because what are we really doing here? We're just stamping. And this brush is better than most because it interpolates the size, right, while we're working, so there's some interest. But if it was something like, let's say a little bit more boring than this, something like this, for example, if I keep using it, suddenly the effect of that just reduces so dramatically that I no longer have that randomness that I'm looking for traditional looking work. If you want your stuff to look a bit more traditional, vary that brush edge. Vary it a lot. So that's why 20 to 25 is what I use. A lot of artists, so I can recommend, what I know, but professionals, a bit divided on the subject. Professionals like Marco Bucci, Craig Mullins, Greg Rakowski, people that are renowned for their brushwork will preach, use whatever brushes for the purpose that you want. Some people will say, don't use too many, don't use too few, use something like 5 to 10 per piece, and they have very respectable, very controllable, and very quick results. And some people will just be professional with just a single brush, and that's totally possible. Examples being Max Grech, Dave Greco, Maddie, for example, a lot of her work with one brush. Voodoo Val, one brush, Sarah Jean, for a lot of cases, one brush. So it depends on what you on what you want to look like, right? Because they're not looking for a traditional look with their paintings. They have a lot of like cell shading and stuff like that with their paintings. However, you manage the brushes based on the look that you want to do, that kind of idea. So I want there to be a bunch of like a lot of texture, a lot of beautiful kind of traditional looking stuff on my paintings, which is why I use a lot of brushes to kind of emulate that look. I don't want it to look strictly hyper digital. But if you want it to look that way, there's nothing wrong with that. Stick with a single brush. But remember, the guiding principle is that fundamental thing we talked about earlier, which is the edge. Because I can get a soft edge using a brush, using any brush, right? This is a hard edge right there. It's a hard edge, and then this is a soft edge. And just being able to recognize this is the first step. That's the first step right there. Being able to recognize and manage that. So highly recommend learning more about edges. You want to know some good resources. That's the last thing I'll leave you with. Resources for learning edges, because that's what we're talking about. Free ones. Look up Marco Bucci. Great stuff on YouTube. Look up his tutorial. I think he has something on edges, and he has something on brush work. Probably the same video actually. If you want paid stuff, also there's a great video on Proco about making your work look more traditional. Watch that as well. That's a good ancillary source of information on the subject. If you want to know better stuff on the same subject, Marco Bucci again has a bunch of workshops. I highly recommend this. It's like 20 bucks. Arguably some of the most cost-effective money I've ever spent in buying stuff to learn. Because I know buying Dan's game, spending money to learn, oh my god. But this is probably the most cost-effective stuff I've ever bought, is his workshop on digital brushwork. I think it's called Digital Brushwork with Marco Bucci. 100%. Really good. I think the way that he paints is pretty fantastic. Not necessarily the way that everybody wants to paint, but definitely it's worth thinking about the way that he approaches stuff. I think it's quite refreshing, and I think it's very useful as well. Formal education on edges, if you want to know, and you definitely do if you're not comfortable with the subject of edges, please work on it. Please work formally on it. So that'll be you know, my go-to for fundamentals right now is this dude on Schoolism. It's your John Hardesty course. It's called The Essentials of Realism. I've taken it, completed it, probably take it again at some point. I've spent a lot of time on this course. It was very, very useful. Now you'll hear me draw from this course all the time when I give you advice, but I do recommend always go to the source. Remember that I'm not an expert artist. I do stuff that's okay, but in no way am I a professional. So you have to you know, take what I say with a grain of salt, go to the expert, go to the source, get the information for yourself. You deserve it. You got it. Just dropping a resub because I'm pretty busy. Just wanted to know your spending efforts are really helpful. Thank you, Sue. It's very, very kind of you. If I eventually want to get to that style, where do I start? I'll answer the question before I start. Been trying to step up my brushwork and shapes. Shapes is going to be good. Hey, so Deadly Desire, there's a great video that just got released that I think you might really enjoy watching. It's by Shape Carver on Proco. I really enjoyed it. I think you might too. So Shape Carver's video on Proco, really, really lovely video. I had a good time watching that video. That's on Proco main channel. I think it's the most recent video. Additionally, if you want more information on the idea of shapes and brushwork, Bucci has this great video called Drawing Batman or something in 4 styles. It's really interesting. Especially style 1 to me is like gorgeous. And that might be worth looking into. So primary and secondary, but yeah, just stuff to watch. Where did you buy the Bucci stuff? On Gumroad? I bought the Bucci stuff off of his website. I think it's marcobuccistore.com, something like that. But I bought it straight off the website. He gives an email and then follows up with a Dropbox link and stuff like that. I bought it right there. No problem. Remember, the most important thing, because this is the problem with like studying art in general, is that like you can get a bunch of useful information and a bunch of really crappy information, and it'll almost sound the same after a certain point. So do remember to do the work, because like every word or every person that I've mentioned here, every video that I mentioned here, I've done not enough, but I've still done like 20, 30, 50 pieces just using those concepts. I think it's worth it, right? I think it's worth it, because that's where you get the real learning, because people will explain things the way that they understand it, but it may not necessarily be exactly the way that you want to understand. And you want that precision when you're learning for yourself, because it's you that's drawing at the end of the day, right? So there are going to be things that you have to adapt ever so slightly. I'll give you an example. So Hardesty, he teaches measurement through shape. This is a big one actually. He teaches measurement through line. But I end up measuring through shape. That's a big change. But adapt the information from professionals, make it your own. And that helps, helps a lot. Okay, so with that said, I need to answer one last question, which is John's, and then we can start doing these scenes. And also, if you guys haven't drawn today, join me in this stuff, man. Do some of these with me. It's gonna be really cool, because if you guys haven't done scene studies before, this shit's really rewarding, because there's no way you're gonna be able to do it properly because of the time restriction. I'm doing these in 25, I think, and I'll polish to maybe an hour, so 25 plus 35 maybe. So I'll start with 25, and I'm going to use a lot of shapes in these, a lot of selection tool. But if you want to join in, there you go. Work on one, work on all, but I'll be doing all of them on screen right now. Okay, last question. It is by your boy John, your boy Wabajack Draws right there. Follow him on Instagram. It is by Peter Moorbacher. Is this the guy that does all the angels? Ah, neat stuff, man. I like this dude a lot. Rinse G, good to see you, man. How's it going? I like this dude a lot. I've been following his work for a long time. So how do you achieve this look? Let's break it down. Let's look at some pieces. What's a good starting point? So every person's style, so when you talk about style, right? When you talk about style in general, what is style? Well, style is a couple of things. One is personal predilection, personal inclination towards doing certain things that other people don't, and that's the non-intentional passive side of it. There's an active side of it, right? There's an active side of it, which is what do I choose to exaggerate? What do I choose to focus on? What do I choose to not focus on? That's the active element of style. That's how style happens. So what makes this person's style the way that it is? So we can talk about some things really, really quickly. One is that his edges are veering towards the warp style of edges. It goes super, super soft, almost heavily lost in a lot of these images. We see this, for example, we'll start pointing them out in every piece, shall we? Look at this one over here. So you see, we're slowly losing edges. Right over there, right over there, right over there. You see how many losses he has in his piece? See that? And the atmosphere right there. So a lot of edge control in this piece. Look at how hard he is right there. Very intentional. So edge control, really required. So the thing about this particular person is that he's not doing something that's so distinctive that you can say, oh my goodness, that is him, right? That is his artwork. It's not coming from his rendering technique. It's coming from his choice of character, composition, and design. That's where it's coming from. That's how you know it's this dude's artwork, because I recognize him instantly. I don't know his name, and I can't say that his rendering is anything like crazy unique, right? Because we see this kind of, like Bazari, for example. Bazari on Twitch has the same kind of rendering. Nubowitch on Twitch has the same kind of rendering, because it's coming from that very, very slightly stylized, realistic rendering with crazy colors, right? That's not anything new. But realize that what's giving this guy the juice is coming from the idea that his subject matter is intensely unique to what he's doing. All of it follows a very similar compositional idea of having a large character against a background, very similar value composition all throughout the board, basically. Where you have light background, darker character, darker foreground, basically all throughout the board. Is it breaking anywhere? No. Okay, all throughout the board, basically. Same value composition all throughout, right? But really what's making this his, right? Also, I see a very common bit of shape language through everything, which is these wisps against the hardness. But so his composition remains quite similar throughout all the pieces. His value structure remains quite similar through all the pieces, but really it's his design that's getting you there. So if you want to make the jump to doing pieces like this, first of all, get your rendering. So this is actually easier than you would think. Get your rendering to a solid industrial level, because that's the easy part. Realize that, like me and you, because we're fledgling artists, right? We struggle with rendering. I still struggle. I'm not afraid to admit it. I struggle with rendering all the time. But when you get to a level, when you get to a high level, as an artist, as a professional, realize that everybody and their grandmother can render. Because if they can't, they just bash. And they render through bash, right? So everybody's going to be about the same with the level of their work, okay? So what really separates you from your fellow man is going to be your composition and going to be your design. Okay, so comp and design is really, and maybe to a certain extent, gesture, but even then, not really. So design is what's really going to get you the juice here. So that's what you got to focus on. So for these types of anthropomorphic, sort of semi-human, but not really, I highly recommend looking at mentorship or courses from this dude. It's your boy. It's your dude. Johnny Bones, Anthony Jones right there. Follow him because he has a bunch of tutorial stuff online. And his design work, you see that? Do you see a bit of a similarity in the way that it is? That slightly amorphic, humanoid, but not really, having some wispy elements. You see that little bit of similarity? But then the rendering is a bit different, right? Because Ant Jones doubles down on graphic read on his pieces, but that artist, the previous one, does not double down on graphic read. What that means is that the dark versus light is not so strongly established in his work, but it is a cornerstone of Ant's work, of Robot Pencil's work. So 100%, looking at this dude. This dude has a lot of work out there, a lot of painting tutorials out there, because this is the problem, right? Because you might want to be like a certain person, but you might not necessarily know, or that person may not necessarily have work out there that you can like study properly, like process work. So what you gotta do is you gotta draw an equivalence and say that, yeah, I mean, this guy kind of does the same thing, and then you fill up the gaps yourself. That kind of thing. That's what I recommend. That's your choice right there. Rendering as a material spheres or edge studies. So to a certain extent, yeah, but so this is a personal thing to me, but I always think when you want to learn something, you do the study, but you also apply it. So I would say if you're really uncomfortable with material, start with your spheres, of course, start with your spheres. But I want to see the work on subjects, because that I think is the biggest problem that people have with isolated study. An example for me is with hands. I did like 50 fucking hand studies way back when, right? Maybe 2 or 3 years ago. And it did nothing to my work because I was just studying random hands with like ridiculous, like gnarled ass, like gesture and proportion. But meanwhile, I had no idea how to just draw a hand on a thigh or a hand outstretched. Like I didn't have a shorthand for that, and it sucked. So be careful about this idea, especially with materials, because materials, they don't make a piece. Materials never make a piece, and they shouldn't. Materials are cool as an afterthought, but design is the main thing. So if you are okay with the materials, but you haven't done anything for design, please do design work. Because really, I could apply a noise reduction filter to any of these drawings, and they would still hold. Meaning that I could remove all the material on any of these paintings, and they would still hold. They would still look like good paintings. Because the design is there. Highly recommend it. There are a couple of Robot Pencil workshops free on YouTube. As Rinchi pointed out, Robot Pencil also offers courses and mentorship. One, Angevir Art, if you guys are familiar, Angevir is a monstrous artist. She owes most of what she knows. Not most, I wouldn't want to discredit her, but a lot of what she is right now is from an Anthony Jones, just a single mentorship. So yeah, it's not to be trifled with. It's from this dude mentor Angevir. At least to a certain extent. Of course, the girls put in mad effort, but some contribution from this dude. Look at him, he's so cute. Alright, well there you go, it's your question. If I do studies, I'd make them personally fun and enjoyable. It keeps me not getting frustrated at times, appealing to continue making more. As long as you're learning, I don't mind. Let me get set up here for a second, but the question of motivation versus discipline is often a thing, because I expect myself to draw very, very often, as I can half the time. So that comes with a certain cost, comes with a certain price, right? Because it's not easy to do. So eventually it's going to come down to, I don't want to do this, but I'm going to do this. So in that case, I do recommend always having some way of kind of motivating you. I don't mind. Just make sure it's not costing you too much time. And you're still serving the purpose, right? Because I do that in a very larger sense, because I don't want to be doing studies for let's say, what's happening? Oh, you know what that is? That is a reference right there. Okay, now I figured it out. We saw the code. So the way that I do it, Rinchi, is it's kind of similar to your idea, but I do it based on subject. So when I was studying colors, I did it for animals because I love drawing animals, and I didn't want to mess around with subsurface scattering and a bunch of skin texture. I didn't want to care about that too much. So when I learned color formally, I learned color using animals. So many animal studies, 3-4 on stream and then a bunch off stream. So that's how I did it. So I do it based on subject. For values, I did people because I love drawing women particularly. I love drawing beautiful women. So I did it that way. For design, I did a bunch of armor and a bunch of cloth stuff, armor and cloth. I love doing that kind of stuff. So I made it more interesting by making the subject more interesting. Even though the study was about something that I don't like, I like the subject, so I definitely want to learn how to paint it better with that fundamental that I'm learning. So that's how I did it. So similar, not that far off, I think. Okay, big drink of water. Let me start. Latency test in the meantime. Oof, that's a big oof right there. Let's lower that canvas size. Also, if you guys want to join me on this one, I'm going to be on the Discord. Art by Sam White, is that the certified? I gotta drink of water, I'm thirsty, 1 second. Is that Lightbox official? Magic the Gathering, pimped ass, veins on his forearm, and other places. Is that Sam White right there? Go follow his work. Mousetrap, spooky stuff. I like Sam White's spooky stuff. Make me tingle in all the wrong places. Follow his work. One of those tippity top artists on Twitch here. How's it going, Sam? Good to see you. No, smiley face, alright. Cheers, don't follow Sam, he's a fucking piece of shit. I played Apex with him once when he was drunk. He fed his ass off and blamed it on me. Because I'm a minority. What a piece of shit. Love you, Sam. Alright, so let's get these scene studies underway. Because we have a lot of them to do. Let's grab the first one, it's gonna be fucking awful, but... Is there even a value breakdown on a scene like this? There is definitely this light coming from the moon, obviously. That's lighting up some of these vertical surfaces, which is a really quick way of doing buildings, by the way. You see, Nathan Fowles, for example, do it all the time. When you're doing a breakdown like this, you just basically go around once you get the overall sill of your structure, just go around, pick the top facing surfaces, you splash some light on there, and suddenly you have a building, you have this three-dimensional surface. You have a bunch of these wispy little ghosty stuff that's obscuring a lot of the army, but you don't have too much of that traditional value breakdown because all of this is set against a mountain, right? Helms Deep's against a mountain. You get this very non-traditional stuff. So how is the distancing being maintained over here? So how do we actually get distance in a shot like this? So if I was going to draw this myself, how do I maintain that distance? How do I maintain that intrigue? So clearly we have some compositional intrigue, or we have some just shape intrigue right there. We have a big old phallic object in the middle of our piece. Shout out to Miscellaneous Candy Art. But that's already there. And we have some break in value, obviously. It goes from, it's not really that much, but it is significant in the context, because everything is super low-key in this piece, so it is worthwhile. It's a very difficult thing to paint, though. Would somebody paint this? Like, who would paint this? Like, Noah Bradley would paint this, Sam White would paint this, probably. Hey, Sam White, how would you paint this? It's a nighttime scene, there's an army sieging your castle. How do? Right, because the scene works, right? It fits. Is it one of those things that just fits in cinema? I don't think so. If it fits in cinema, it should fit in a canvas, right? Is that a bad notion to have? There's some overlapping, which is helping with the distancing, right? Overlap there is in between, and then overlapping the mountain. So distancing by overlap, that's there. Very, very subtle value shifts. Like, I'm going to sample through the painting. It's actually pretty ridiculous just how close everything is. Can I grayscale this for a second? What's the read like? Block major castle, simplification of the horde people. That sounds about right. A lot of noise in here though, but to be fair, everything is so small that just about any noise would work. Like if this is done on oils, like you just bristle the shit out of this and it would look like an army if you... I guess the context is already there, right? I wonder if I showed this picture to somebody that didn't know Lord of the Rings, would they say army? I think they would, because these banners and these lights, I mean, they tell you so much. Also these little bits of reflecteds on there, it's not that uncalled for. I watched a video about the cinematograph of Battles of Helm's Deep. All the detail into it is absolutely amazing. This is one of my favorite battle scenes of all time. I get tingles all the time when I watch this scene. I think it's one of the best. I'll probably do Battle of the Bastards as well at some point. Okay, enough fucking talking though. I just want to turn this into grayscale, and then we can start painting. How do I do this? Like this. Ooh, that's interesting. Fireball, thanks for the follow, man. I appreciate you. So we have almost like, you know this piece that I did over there? It reminds me of like on this, I had to problem solve because everything was too plain here and it was kind of detracting from my piece, so I threw a random cloud in there and I kind of shaped it for distance. I did a shitty job at it, but it was done. It kind of reminds me of that. You have these kind of spikes, almost like compositionally. You see that little bit of a twisty turny? Is that intentional? Should I treat every piece of this kind of battle as intentional? I feel like it's a good idea to do so. Because it does work, right? It does work. And it's got to work for a reason. Always got to be a reason. I don't think I'll go to the level of something like Blade Runner. Because Blade Runner, I was just seeing ghosts in every shadow. I don't think I'm going to do that for this one. Because, I don't know. I feel like after a certain point with the Blade Runner studies, I was just making shit up. Like, do you know, anybody have that really annoying English teacher that studied Shakespeare or something? And then just started making shit up to sound smarter? I felt like I was doing that towards the end of it, so I don't want to do that. I want to like keep it at a reasonable level. So what do we know? Army simplified. There's a clear statement over here. There's a difference in value. There's a difference in shape. It's very structured, very orderly compared to the noise over here. We have a nice, lovely, hard edge over there, which is probably it's probably the hardest edge in the entire drawing, at least in this whole realm. Focus, probably super, super hard. We have a bunch of noise everywhere else, which I kind of dig. Cool look to it. And of course, we have overlap for the distancing. The distancing not done by value, because if I was going to paint this, there's a little bit of it over here. There's a little bit of that lightning happening over here, because we do go darker as we tread further and further into the distance. It does happen subtly. But if I was doing this, I would go so heavy with this. I would say, okay, atmospheric perspective, let's just blot everything over here and this crazy amount of mist. But it's not happening. It doesn't make much sense in the setting as well, because there's a giant ass mountain there obscuring light. But yeah, I mean, so far, it's okay. It's okay, we can do it. Probably better to do it in value. I'm not known for my intelligence, so we're gonna do it in color. Alright, Whammo bam. Let's go. I think the most important thing, let's start the timer really quickly. 25 minutes. Most important thing with things like this, Jets, how's it going, dude? Is you gotta ask yourself, what is the painting about? What are we doing here? Like, what are we actually doing here? What is the painting about? Painting is about Helm's Deep and a bunch of really disgruntled orky boys. So I think sticking to that idea is what we really gotta do. Let's just, we'll just start, we'll just kind of throw around some arbitrary colors, everything kind of saturated with the blue. Probably worthwhile investigating that in the future. I'm not going to strongly consider the colors over here. I'm just going to do a little bit of random ass picking. Not that it really matters. I'm happy enough with that. It'll work. But yeah, I got to really consider thinking about my saturation a bit more. Okay, to begin with, is the fact that that's cutting the entire composition in half, does that matter? Is that something that's worthwhile? I'm going to just Craig Mullins this for a little bit, which means I'm going to use horrible shapes. Which is not what Craig Mullins would do, by the way. Sorry, Craig Mullins, I failed you. But the idea is, it's right in the center, right? Is that following any sort of rule? Because you would think about stuff like what's it called? The golden ratio or whatever? Fibonacci's number? Because that's basically the idea, right? Maybe selection was a bad idea. But that's basically what we're working with over here. You know what? Let's just get some stuff on the canvas. We are vacillating and I don't like it. Vacillating, just put some paint on the canvas. Let's get things rolling. And then we have these dark shapes and these overlaps to set stuff in motion. Let's just paint this in really quickly. How's it going, Jets? I missed you. Also, I gotta get back to you on the DMs. I completely forgot. My bad right there. Rocks in here. Value control. Low-key piece. It's worth questioning as well in this particular, also in desaturating my shadows. It's worth questioning exactly what the original lighting of this piece was, because people tend to like up the contrast on stuff online all the time, right? Because I know this from master studies all the time. Like it's such a insufferable mess when you do a master of like Sergeant or somebody popular, because everybody and their mother knows that they're popular, and everybody tries to like really amp up the separation of light and dark on this painting. They really amp up the contrast, or they amp up the saturation or something stupid. It's just a nightmare to deal with. Okay, let's get the shape out of the way. I think probably more suitable to have done this with line, right? I think this shape will be not working. But let's try and redeem it though. Can I even see what I'm doing? Oh, there you go. Some of these brushes have minimum sizes to them. Which is really weird. Okay, draw what I see. For the notion of this. So where exactly is the light coming from? Not really coming from exactly top, coming from top left. Top left is the solution here. That line's basically straight, not really, but basically straight. Let's just put that in there to begin with. Just tossing things like a monkey around, and eventually it should work. But again, focus should be on the tower. There's going to be a bunch of obscuring stuff happening here, but let's just do our due diligence here. To light what's lit and then darken what's dark. I miss you too, James. I'm doing well. My cat is sleeping on the end of my bed. Hoping to begin painting. Hope your trip went well, and I'm glad to have you back. Aw, that's a delightful message. Thank you. Okay, I gotta watch the saturation here. I might actually blue shift a lot of this. Simple selection. Look at these areas of dark over there. Like sometimes, is that even the same? Like the darkness of the army and the darkness of the mountains? It seems comparable to me. No, it does not seem so. Well, it's in certain areas, of course. But that is such a strange arrangement. But I guess they don't need it in the composition, right? They don't really need it to get the distancing stuff, because the distancing stuff is done by the overlap and also the detail, right? The detail is kind of handling a lot of the distance. Let's actually maybe slightly up the snaky aspect of this army. It is very snaky. The snakiness is kind of broken up by these mists, and those mists are 100% there for a reason. I'm not making that up. It's 100% done intentionally. Let's maybe throw in some purple. Everything's being a little bit more homogeneous. That's also a concern, right? piece itself is homogeneous. Everything's being lit by that uniform kind of blue light. Is that a good thing? Is that a bad thing? I must say it doesn't really matter, right? The piece is meant to be gloomy. Is that the intention? The piece is supposed to be quite gloomy. That's totally fine. Quickly adjust those values. We're okay. Get in there. Let's add that haze in to begin with, because it's a really important part of the piece, and I don't want to like miss it. Haze we're gonna put in with maybe this lovely little charcoal brush. Speaking of which, somebody remind me to import the Rutkowski brushes in Krita. I want to play around with them. I'm going more towards the purplish blues. This one is more towards like the mid blue area. A hint of saturation in here. There we go. That's your little bit of atmospheric perspective there, most likely. Just a slight bit. Let me actually see what the value difference is right now. Oh, it's so subtle. It's probably even more in the picture. This is a teeny tiny bit. Serves, I think, for this purpose. Also, I'm gonna have to muddle up this edge at some point. I'm gonna bite that bullet. Let's just bite it now, shall we? All of this should be done with a bit of grime as well, because again, like I said, I gotta maintain this idea that this over here, that's my hardest edge in the entire piece. So let's maintain that. So let's cut the selection tool a little bit. We won't be as frivolous with it in coming few strokes. Let's throw in this notion of, maybe I'll do something different here. I want to just throw in this idea of mist across stuff. That's good enough. Again, be a little bit careful about this whole idea of hardness. Okay, so overlap, level of detail, hardness. Giving us to read. Okay. Let's just quickly do this. I'm gonna bring a bit more. I'm gonna bring a bit more blue into the piece in general, because I don't like how washed out it is. Not that much. There you go. Much better. How long is this? I will join if it's long enough. This is 25 minutes. Open up some of those shadows here. These are probably going to be, at least the ones that are going to be closer to the viewer. It's going to be the darkest shadows most likely. Before I do that, let me just adjust, because there's going to be a touch of light on these, right? Everything has light and shadow. A thing is a thing. A thing belongs in the scene if it has fundamentals on it. So you can't just once over it that easily. Something that I realized when I was painting waterfalls all the time. That's what really made the rocks look good quickly, is the idea that we just once over them, but we once over them, somewhat particularly. We said, okay, well, this is where the light goes, where the shadow goes. I returned. How goes everyone? It's going okay. We were talking about Anthony Jones earlier, engineer. Boy, Babajack Draws wants to be like you one day. I'd recommend the dude. Man right there. Also probably tied with the Bradleys for most attractive art couple right there. Because Noah Bradley and Rachel Bradley are so pretty. But Andrew Jones and his wife are also just dolls. Nice emote, very aye. Jesus. Don't have that shit in my chat. Thinking. Good change, but maybe not as strong as I'd like. There we go. How's it going, Andrew? You having a good time? Having a good day? Tell me stories of your numerous conquests to be better artists than all of us combined. What does Andrew wake up and eat? What is your favorite breakfast? There's a bit of perspective stuff going on there. I don't want to fuck with that right now. So that's for better artists than me. Just keep it nice and simple. My brain doesn't malfunction. Okay, we gotta lower this general situation down. It's gonna get lowered. Whose shirts do you wear? What does that mean? Usually I have scrambled eggs. That is a true secret to being ours. Ah, shit. Look at the omelets. Fucked up. I wanted to treat myself and now I'm a terrible artist. Alright. Almonds. The almonds got cyanide in them. I'm not eating fucking almonds. Hell no. Also, an almond is 7 calories each. Can you believe that shit? How do they fit 7 calories in an almond? That's just deceptive. I don't trust it. I don't believe in it. The amount of water they need for 1 almond is absurd. Yeah, big almond is what we really need to be fighting. It's not this crisis in Japan or whatever. We'll be fighting big almond right now. Eat almonds with celery to negate the calories. I don't know. That's how that works. Also, big connected shapes is the name of the game right now. We gotta connect some of these shapes up. Otherwise, they're gonna stand out too much. Also, some of these edges need to be slightly resolved as well. Can't be super hard, otherwise you conflict with my tower. Is it really the time? Like, is edges what's keeping me from getting a read here? Is it really edges? I don't think so. Zoom out. What are you missing? Get that value statement. The values need to be updated on the left hand side. Nice and connected. Because if they're not, they're going to attract too much attention. That makes sense. We know this. I know this. Alright, there you go. Again, nice connected shapes. A bit more in the foreground. Going to be a bit lighter, but again, a bit lighter, but still a little bit dark. Getting there. Okay. There'll be some shapes right behind. So I don't have to worry too much about the hardness over here. Not really that much, because the value transitions are so subtle in some of these areas that I should be able to get away with just a minor amount of modification to the edge. Because remember, edge and value, they're not that separable, right? So edge and value, they are very close to each other. When you manipulate the value, you are also, it's coming with that consequence of, okay, well, now you fucked with the edge. I hope you wanted to do that because, you know, you can't take that back. Okay, don't make that too interesting. Let's manage the stroke a bit. Also connect this up. All of this can be connected. I think the issue here is that it's generally dark. I painted it generally light, so I gotta paint a lot more. Gotta be a little bit more careful about that. And the darkness makes sense, right? From a picture making standpoint. I have a light castle. I'd like it to be again something dark, even if it's in the background. That kind of makes some amount of sense to me. Okay. I'm gonna put in some stuff with this army here pretty quickly. So we're gonna do some Charlie stuff with this army. Go way deep into Charlie. What about cashews? Cashews are delicious. But aren't cashews like poisonous before they get harvested or something? I should know that. My family owns cashews. We don't own all cashews, we own a cashew plantation. Been passed down in the family for generations. Actually not trolling. So every time I do bad at like school or at work or whatever, my mom always says, okay, well, you're a failure now, so you're gonna go manage the cashews for the rest of your life. Shout out to my mom, by the way. Really good parental figure. Apparently platypus is poisonous. They got barbs. They got barbara somewhere in their body. They got venom glands. But I think it's only the males, I think. That's a cool color. Not the color that I want, but it is cool. I don't think any of us can deny that it is cool. Ah, fuck, I'm putting that in my painting. You guys can suck it. Poisonous or venomous? That's actually a good one. That's a good thing to point out. Poisonous, if you guys do not know the difference between poisonous and venomous. Poisonous is when if you eat it, you die. Or if you bite it, you die. Consume it, touch it, whatever. So if you're the active person, if you're the one fucking up, then it's poisonous. And venomous means if it bites you, then bad things happen. Some animals are poisonous and venomous. Up to max. Okay, a bit too strong over there on the back. Careful about that. Gotta simulate this rain somehow. Let's start with some vertical strokes. Just aberrate existing value a little bit. Gotta be a bit more careful about the edges here. Damn right. Is that like squad W, but you don't have a train sub? Okay, let's get that edge, the edges of all edges here. The edge right here, the edge, the light, the cane. Too light right there, let's desat that a bit. There we go, now we're cooking with some fire. Are you planning on attacking the Uruk army? Head on, like the champion that I am. I'm screwed. Well, it's gonna be a lot of it's gonna be a lot of abstraction, like it has to be. But what makes it an army is 1 noise, 2 banners, 3 lights, and 4 some helmets. That's what makes it an army. So if those go in there, according to me, it should be like an army. If I do my job right. Maybe it will, maybe it won't. We'll find out in the next. How much do I have left? 25, right? So that is 7 minutes. Maybe a few pikes, yeah? Maybe a few pikes. True, true. That's what I do with my armies. I don't like how pretty that edge is, bothering me, because atmospheric perspective and just distance would dictate that that edge is never that hard. So even though it was perfect, we imperfect a little bit because nothing is that perfect in that distance. It just doesn't make any sense. We intentionally dim it down. It's still going to be significantly hard, but not just not nearly as cute as it was before. We're going to kill that cuteness. Again, I'm gonna be a little bit careful. Maybe just like an overall noise filter or something around this would be a better option. I'm still learning a lot. Good going so far. I think I want to paint a little bit more, abstractly. I think I'm painting a bit too tight right now, which I'll forgive myself for. That's why the first one is more of a mulligan anyway, because the next one's gonna be 30 minutes. But yeah, still a lot to take away here. There you go. That's all I'm probably gonna do for the console right there. For the Uruks, first I want to add some general areas of noise. So let's just grab my noisy areas really quickly. But even adding noise to a canvas is just such an important skill. Like you see Rutkowski kind of just bashing in an army, like he does it with such like poise. Very, very attractive. It's too bad that I don't particularly like his tutorial stuff. But he's such a good artist. Hard to deny. Okay, so noise. Dedicated brushes for that. So with that, and give it a bit. So we're basically just going back and forth, some interesting edges, and I'm hoping that I actually have some marks at the end of the day. No, so far with these points, because the value difference is not enough for me to get that read. Maybe this is the solution. This has to be something different, right? That's all we need to care about. But this is different light, and the reference is different dark, meaning that it's dark spots within light as opposed to light spots within dark. Did you ever use a noise filter? I can, but I don't want to for this purpose. Because I kind of want to know how it's spray painted first. I don't want to jump into tools just yet. Because so far everything that I know how to do, I can do straight. So we will probably jump into noise filters in a second, or in a bit, but not just yet. Right now I'm going to give myself a chance to struggle a little bit. Because it's where I kind of figure out a bit more fundamentals about why am I doing this, what's actually the concept behind why I'm doing this. Figure a bit more about that out. It does go darker though. So we can probably grab some of this. Let's have some rhythm here. Because again, confining this in selection is just a good idea in general because there have to be natural gaps in here. Starting to get there. The little shift that we did from scattered light to scattered dark, that was a good shift. That's actually helping the piece a lot right now. That's going to have to be a consideration in the future. Again, one of the biggest things to consider in these kind of changes is that I can't really think about what things look like while I'm doing them. There's a random stroke in there somewhere. Yeah, there, found it. I can't really think about how it looks exactly the way that it is when I painted them. I gotta think about the way that it's gonna look like once I add a bunch of layers on top of this, right? Because that's a genuine concern when doing a lot of work. It's that you try and make things look pretty at every step, but something to really realize with that kind of idea is it costs you a bunch of time to make things pretty. Because I know this for things I'm very good at. There's a very functional way of doing it, and it doesn't involve kind of beautifying every step. Like there are a lot of stepping off points when painting, especially when painting dirty. There are a bunch of stepping off points, but meaning that there are a bunch of points where you can say, okay, it's fine, looks good, I can just stop here. But in the initial like 20 minutes or something like that in a lot of paintings, really does not matter what it looks like. Also, that can't be that dark because of atmospheric. Still maintaining it. I actually wouldn't have caught that if I didn't paint it. Also, you're wondering why I'm not just looking at the painting and I'm not just looking at the scene. I'm actually doing the painting is because I miss things all the time. So just going through it is important. It's like, you know, before a test or something, you would just write everything down. Like you just write things down a couple of times. You wouldn't just read the textbook. Stuff like that. It's just worth doing. That's why we do it. I love the pikes versus the rain. That's a really neat little thing. Get a leaf brush and make it small. Increase spacing. That's actually not a bad idea. Just some sort of like, just a noisy brush, right? These pikes actually, the way I'm doing it right now is a mistake. I gotta think about, I'm gonna slightly adjust these. They have to be smaller as they go further away. That's another thing that's helping the perspective, right? Helping me sell it. Is the fact that they go a lot larger as you go closer to the viewer. It's a very subtle thing, but like the rows of them, for example, like the little rows, that really sells it. That really sells it, the rows, especially at the very end. There's that tiny row. That sells it a lot. Let's see what kind of difference this makes. I can really fill this up with any brush, because it's going to be dark. Not bad, but a bit darker than that. I don't know about that. Better in some places, not better in other places. I think that's because we're not considering atmospheric enough. What is dark in the corners of that distance? That is dark in the corners of that distance. Better, okay. The atmospheric, even for the pikes, can't just uniform value them. Okay, let's do that one more time, but I'll do that with a brush instead. Now to do the banners as well. 24. Do I dare spend a bit more time? Put these banners in here. Banners help. There needs to be these little round tops though. Like these, this is what's gonna really sell it, is the helmets, you know? I gotta get a brush that looks like this. I can actually make one right now. But just a brush that has a bunch of like repeated top shapes that I can just start putting helmet reflections on. Or something like that I think would work out really well. And then obscure the rest of it out with a wispy brush. I think that'll sell the army really quickly because I want to be able to do this quickly. I think that helps a lot, right? I mean, the value itself is garbage, but I think this kind of thing, it helps kind of add just something. There's some amount of noise to it. That helps. So I think I'm working too much with the whole dark on dark idea. I think throwing in those lights in between, they really do make a difference. So all of this doesn't need to go uniformly in the light. Some of them can be obscure to dark, but just having a variation in there, that's a good thing. That actually adds a lot to the overall piece. Adds some good noise right there. Of course, those lights in there, those are surprisingly like few and far between, but I think that's a good thing. And I'm assuming they tighten up. Yeah, they do. Okay, that's actually a really cool thing as well that I'm not thinking about. Is that whatever is spaced out in the foreground, it gets spaced in the background. Place it out over here. I don't really want to do this with... How does it look with a speckle brush, for example? Can I speckle this? Is it allowed? It doesn't look bad speckled, I gotta be honest. The speckle's not that bad. I really hate the speckle brush for most purposes, but that's actually not too bad for the speckle. Okay, it's speckle 1, James 0. Also gotta add a bunch of texture to the building. Might be good to make some speckles and selection. I agree with this. That is powerful. Powerful engineer. Okay, I actually do not want to go past 30. I said 20 for this, or 25 rather. But 30 is actually pushing it a lot. I'll work on just a little bit more, because I'm not entirely happy with it. There are a couple of things I want to test. The same thing will be tested in the other drawings, so not too important, but again, I want to get what I want to get out of the study first. I'm not completely satisfied, I'm somewhat satisfied. A lot of good takeaways. Because this is basically a problem-solving experiment with how do I distance something in the dark? How do I distance something without having crazy value transitions? And that's a great thing, right? That's a really good, interesting thing to think about, because nighttime scenes, right? PogChamp. Hell yeah, nighttime scenes. This cannot go that light, right? Because again, value structure, always important. Even in a piece like this, value structure is important, cannot go that light. It needs to be darkened. Helps. Bit of cropping, important as well. Bit of cropping. And I think I went too heavy and too on the nose with the tower, right? What do you guys think? Tower is it's a bit of a standout. It's a bit too like, hey, look at me. I don't like that. It's too, hey, look at me. Not okay. Gotta put a rain on that one. So how do we put a rain on that? Edge problem? Shape problem? A bit of both, I think. The value that's on the tower, bit too uniform, I think. Requires a little bit more gradation. What if I do something like this? What if I take this value, bring it down, gradient it through to the side? Kind of manage the edge a bit more. Smidge bright? I think I agree with smidge bright. I think that brightness is probably found on the tower, but not nearly in the way that I did it. I think that brightness can be retained on the tower, but it's too there, you know? It's too there. Well, I want to retain that. I'm too heavy with the punch. It's just like how, like a beginner will just slam value on a face. I'm just slamming value on my canvas. But I gotta retain it for the real push, you know? The subtlety is what I lack with my work. Everything's too heavy-handed. I'm lacking subtlety. It's really revealing that. And the tower in the original has more blue values than white as well. Has more blue values than white. Yeah, I think I'm not gonna be super critical about the color, but yeah, it's worth noting definitely, because another question in this piece is how do they manage to make it look so good, you know, when there's so little color variance. You have the warms, the lights of the fires, but not that much else. Also, we got Nathan Foxes a little bit. We forgot to Nathan Fox it at the very beginning. We really should have, which means you take the vertical facing planes and light them. It's one way of immediately making your landscapes. Jesus. One way of, if you do it right, is one way of making your buildings look immediately more buildinger. Buildinger? Yeah, it's true. It's a word. Buildinger, best word. Listen, alright? I scored something on my TOEFL exam. I'm not gonna take shit from you anymore. James, the vernacular master, man. I got the lexical skills to play it in builds, man. I got that ephemeral, lexiconal fucking. Shut up. Okay, I think I kinda solved it. Kinda solved it, right? Kinda solved it. That dark over there, that's obnoxious. Obnoxious dark. Be gone with you. Be gone. Vile flame of udon? It's not udon, right? That's noodles. Gandalf has the flame of honor. What does the Balrog have? Udun. Whatever, I don't fucking... Game of Thrones is like occupied. I have like just Game of Thrones and Warhammer 40k in my head right now. My Lord of the Rings could use some work. Hey, how about you guys do this, right? If you guys have some time and you want to harass me a little bit, give me some Lord of the Rings trivia, right? And if you stump me the most in the chat, you get to pick the next movie that we do this on. You get to pick the next movie. How about that? Because I think I'm pretty good. I'm pretty good with the Lord of the Rings. I'm not gonna lie. I don't mean to toot my own horn here, but I think I know better than I know a little bit more than most people. All right, I think I know a little bit more than your generic what's his face. I think your boy Indian Abroad's got this in the bag. Udon, there you go. The Great Battle of Udon. Super delicious. The name of Aragorn's horse? Fucking. Is it some goddamn gay ass elf name? Let me think. It's Litwig. Fuck. It's not Shadowfax, that's Gandalf's horse. It's not even a horse, he's a lesser spirit. How far can Legolas shoot an AK-47? As far as the plot requires him to. I'm gonna look up some real obscure Silmarillion. If you look up the Silmarillion, literally, I'm gonna ban you from my stream. Round 1 knockout. I mean, I said stump the most, right? So people still have the chance to. What's the actual name though? What's his horse's name? I know that the actor, Viggo Mortensen, I think he, did he purchase the horse? Doesn't he own the horse? Brego? I told you, Jets. What is that, Italian? I don't know, I'm going to ask you a question, chat. Alright? No Googling, no cheating. No cheating. Alright. Who was the general of the Balrogs in Morgoth's army? Who was the general? And what was his weapon? No cheating now. No cheating. I trust you. Don't betray my trust. Fucking General Grievous. Imagine General Grievous fighting Aragorn And Gandalf. Merry? Wrong. Fucking General Grievous. This Elendil will make a fine addition to my collection. My money's on Gandalf in that fight. Are you kidding me? Have you seen him spin his arms? You fucking kidding me, Bob? Have you seen him spin his fucking arms? Gandalf will get his shit kicked in by General Grievous. The only reason that Obi-Wan won against General Grievous is because he had Sarasu style of lightsaber. I'll have you know. Actually, and that's it's meant to deflect against multiple adversaries, which is what Grievous did, and that's why other Jedi couldn't beat him, and also because they were a bunch of pussies and they didn't have names, and they weren't played by Ian McGregor. What's his name? That dude. All right, I'm done. What's his name? Owen? White people, dude. Like, we're gonna have an easy name to pronounce, like Akbadinajab. It's my cousin's name. Neck bearding over 9,000. Actually, I'm very clean shaven. I'm a good boy. I'm a good boy today. I'm very clean shaven. I'm so lost right now. All right, well, 1-all. The answer is Gothmog, and he wielded a giant fire axe. Chat. Yeah, pieces of shit. 1-all, 1-0, 1-love, they say in tennis. Tennis? Is that tennis? Badminton. What's the difference between... Okay, that's a different trivia. Alright, 1-all, 1-all. It's your turn, chat. We're done with the first one. Okay, I'm gonna export this. Ping pong. Note to self, never press the General... General Grievous is the most underrated character in all of just everything in life, right? It's like... Yeah, General Grievous at the very top. Underneath that is like Martin Luther King, maybe. And below that is like whoever it was that, you know, invented the microwave second. That's what Azar always calls us. It's true. It's because you were chat. Okay, I'm done with this painting. I'm done. I'm done. What's your round 2, huh, Bob? I can do Star Wars as well. My Star Wars knowledge is extensive. Don't fuck with me. Don't ask me about the new movies though. I actually haven't gone and seen them. I only know that they're kind of bad. I haven't seen the new movies. I know that somebody in my community actually likes the movies. It's either Erica or Nos. I don't know who it is. Who likes the Star Wars movies in here? The new ones? Oh, okay, so it's Erica. Erica, I'm sorry for upsetting your feelings. Okay. No, dude, let me tell you, Star Wars, if my Lord of the Rings knowledge is like here, my Star Wars knowledge is like here. And if you didn't see where I made the mark, it's so above my tablet that you couldn't even see it. Alright, let's import this into the next one. Because I gotta do all of these. It's like, it's my commitment right now, I'm stuck here. Endless torment. Can we do Gossip Girl, or Pretty Little Liars, or Gilmore Girls? No, Iris. What stream do you think this is in? We're manly men in here. We eat meat and we kill animals. We don't care about our feelings. We don't talk about them because they don't exist. End of story, the end. I don't know why we ended the story twice, but that's just what men do. I've never discussed them with you either. Suits is manly? Think for yourself. Alright, what was the name? What was the name of that the lizard thing? The lizard thing that Obi-Wan rode on Utapau to follow General Grievous's wheel bike, remember? Speaking of which, General Grievous, best character. To catch up to him, to catch up to his mighty girth, what did he ride? What was that animal called? Bonus points if you come into Discord and do an impression of the animal. Because that animal sounds fantastic. A lizard, alright. Going once. I'm not gonna do it. I'm not gonna do it. How many times was Boromir shot? Question by Polly. Oh god. I can't even count, dude. Like, I only learned the language like yesterday. Let me see. He got shot once, and then he like looked at the camera, He got shot again. I'm gonna say 3 times. I'm gonna say 3 times. He got shot 3 times. You know what? I know for a fact he got shot 3 times. Take that, chat. All right. So it's one James and none you. Or how does points work? It's not like okay, it's 2-1. So I'm winning. That's all that matters. Almost 4. Aragon intercepted. What a bro Aragon is. How many orcs did he take on the way down? Isn't it my turn to ask the questions? All right. What is this? An interrogation, Mr. Smith? All right. Let's get this down here. I don't know how many orcs he went down on. All I know is he died. He's Sean Bean. Let's be honest, Faramir was a way better character. Where were you on the night of the Fellowship? What was the lizard called? I actually don't know. I need to check it up. All I know is it sounded adorable. Lizard. Obi-Wan. Is it called a slizzard? Oh, it's called a boga. I actually knew that one. Sheen Bean. It's either Sheen Bean or Sean Bond, right? There you go, Sean Bond. There you go, Nos. That's why I like it. It's a boga. Yeah, it's a boga. I didn't know we could do Matrix trivia too. Matrix trivia. I actually don't know too much Matrix trivia. I know a bunch of Matrix fanfiction, not like Morpheus fucking Neo. It's like a bunch of like alternative reality stuff, like the real world is actually another Matrix, stuff like that. It's really cool. I think you should be docked a point for not knowing the answer to your own question. Listen, that's why I asked the question. It's a pursuit of knowledge that drives me. The only ones I remember are the Nexu and the Ak. I remember the Nexu and the Ackley. Let me draw them really quickly. Let's see how good my knowledge of the prequels are. I think the Ackley is like this. So I remember doing like a study on this like a really long time ago. Isn't that Ackley? And Nexu is like this, right? By James and W for Ash. Oh my goodness. I got a question for you, James. What is the name of the style of music that the Cantina band plays? Space jazz. Next question. I hope you enjoy being made a fool of in front of your peers. First instinct is ragtime, but I may be remembering the tune. It's and so on. I think I actually nailed it. I think I nailed these two. Well, that's incorrect. You're incorrect. Can I at least get bonus points for my 100% accurate Nexu and Ackley drawing? Like, are you fucking kidding me right now? This is like... It's called... It's called jizz. It's called jizz. Fucking Lucas. What does that band look like? It looks like we can just keep going. We can just keep going with like Star Wars, like thinking about things to draw, because I'm gonna lose my mind doing these studies. Like we got this dude, right? We got this dude. Okay, he looks like he's seen some shit. I'm not gonna fill in his eyes. Like this dude's like the main dude, and he sits there, right? He sits on his little. He had like a circular piano before before Lady Gaga did. And he's got his little thing here. What is his name? He's like Bubba something. He's the one that owns the band, right? It's not Psyduck, no, shut the fuck up. And it's got, I know this person over here. This is Psy Snoodles or whatever her name is. She's got like really like whore eyebrows. You might know her from crazy hits like Watine. She was like, yeah, she had like really saggy titties, didn't she? She had like really saggy titties. And then there was a bunch of these guys, the Bit or whatever they're called. Rian, thank you for the sub. Thank you so much. And they played the flute. And there were like 50 of them. These guys look like aliens. They look like genuine aliens. I think you need to add the shark dance to your BTTV. I think I should. It's probably not a bad idea. I thought the main dude was a bug-eyed guy on the clarinet. There's so many of them. How would you know which one? Darth Squidward. That actually might be a future piece right there. Max Rebo, you're right. That is correct, Bob. That is 100 points to Gryffindor. She had like six pack of saggy. She had a 6-pack of saggy titties, just row on row, an endless swath of sagginess and tittiness. It's utter devastation. The onslaught right there. Oh, thank you. I'm gonna favorite that. I need to add that. Correct Mundo. Isn't that just Zoidberg then? I don't think that's Zoidberg. Shades, thanks for the sub, dude. Appreciate you. No, that's the Cantina, guys. 100%. Look, my memory doesn't fail me. You guys know Boba Fett? I'm gonna draw you a perfect Boba Fett right now, alright? Genuinely, you're gonna see something you've never seen before. I'm gonna draw all the HUD characters, hold on. Let's just draw all the bounty hunters. Hey, name 4 bounty hunters. Name 4 bounty hunters, alright? I'll beat you to it right now, no sweat. Number 1, your boy. Boba Fett, Mandalorian, right there. Colonel Jango Fett, even though I didn't like that part. Number 2, your second boy. This is the boy right here. This dude was like a paragon for like Arab-looking people. His name is Dengar. He's awesome. Number 3, you got the Trandoshan dude. His name is Bosch. And his only line in the trilogy is... Not even joking, look it up. You'll be surprised about the accuracy of that. You got your boy IG-88. Right? IG-88. He's awesome. How do you spell that? it's your business. And you want some bonus rounds? Bonus round right here. You got your boy 4-Lom. Everybody forgets, everybody sleeps. Everybody sleeps on my dude 4-Lom. And what about your boy right here? You know, the main man, Zuckus right there. Zuckus. Right, so this is what these characters look like, 100%. Right? This is Boba Fett. He's got a helmet, like that. He's got a T-visor, right? That's basically all I remember. Shit. I remember him having like really cool armor, right? So I'm sure he's got like pauldrons. Everybody's got pauldrons. He has like a bad boy stance. He's got like, I remember his rifle, I think. He got like a really cool rifle. Give him a hunting rifle. That's a cool rifle right there. He's got like those weird backpacks, which are only effective against birds because it's just straight up pointing upwards. That's the thing. I remember him having a plate like that. This is just testing my observation skills, by the way. I remember him having like Wookiee scalps near his belt. Punch it, BB-8. BB-8? That's from the new thing, isn't he? He has a comma, doesn't he? Does he have a comma? I think he has a comma, like a Mandalorian skirt. Wookiee scalps? He actually does have Wookiee scalps. That's actually canon. I hope it is, at least. It's canon in the books, because I read a lot of books like a nerd. Also, he had like a... He had this thing, right? I remember this. I remember this because in some of the animated stuff, he brought this in here. He used to pull this down like this, you know? Thanks for the follow, by the way. But he used to bring it down, like in front of his head, as like a targeting reticle, like a scouter from Dragon Ball Z. That's your Boba Fett right there. Dengar just looks like a burnt... Actually, I can't say that on Twitch. He looks like a burnt person that wears a lot of clothes on their body. I think canonically, his old lore on Dengar was that he used to be a speeder bike racer. You can look this up, by the way. Speeder bike racer, and Han Solo sabotaged his bike, and he got two-faced. Like, he's got horrifically scarred, and now he wants revenge against Han Solo. I think he was from Corellia, is where Han Solo is from. Who was that fucker that Han Solo shot? That was your boy Krita? This dude is gonna hang out with, with a stick, with the pointy end to it. Bosk, I think he looked like this, right? The Trandoshans are weird because they had like really pointy ears. Give this guy a really mean mug because he's scarred for life and he's just mad about it. That's dead. He's so mad right now, holy shit. Rita shot first? I thought Trandoshans were just ugly ass lizard people. You know what I really hate about it? You can go back and verify this, but his legs were literally just tubes. His legs were just tubes. This is his legs. No, honestly, no, I'm gonna search it for you, because that's what his legs look like. It's like a Lego. Dude, this guy's ugly, way uglier than I remember. Holy shit. The special effects were actually not bad for that movie. I'm trying to look for the shot that I'm looking for. He's got Godzilla feet. Am I wrong? What a fucking unit this dude is. I'm sure, okay, this is gonna be the last thing I'm gonna fuck around, then I gotta get back to the studies. I'm sure you can draw Luke Skywalker, you can draw Luke. What does that mean, Polly? Am I missing something? Okay, let me finish this really quickly because I don't like starting something and not finishing it. Okay, this is Bosk. He's really happy to see you. He looks like he looks like Abra from Pokemon. IG88, he looks like that, right? He's got this going for him. He's got a big ass fucking dildo head. Fun fact, IG88's head was in the cantina scene, and then they repurposed it for a bounty hunter. Even more funner fact, none of these facts are fun by the way, but there's a book where IG88 and his co-robots take over the Death Star, and this was canon. They take over the Death Star, and he's about to rule the universe, but then Luke destroys the Death Star, and then he dies with the explosion. And he's got multiple versions. And he drives a ship called the IG-9000, so he's basically got the same creativity as Batman. But he basically looks like this. He's an assassin droid. But it's really cool. He's got like multiple versions. I think 2 of them Boba Fett destroys. He takes over the entire, like, an entire factory. I think like Malastare or whatever, he takes over it. It's like a hive mind. He takes care of it. And Forlom and Zuckus are little bitches, so we don't draw them. Can you review Rate Joker if you watched? I like Joker. I thought it was a good film. I really like the direction they went with. This is one of my greatest drawings, by the way. Selling it right now for $50. But donations welcome. Too bad Disney killed any creativity with the EU. So this is my one problem with creative liberty. I encourage it actively, but if you're gonna creatively libertize something, for the love of God, please make it at least comparable. Don't make it just garbage. That's my one caveat. Like the Mandalorians, they shat on the lore, they're garbage now. Republic Commandos, like, come on, man. Has anybody played the Republic Commando games in here? Like, come on. They're still so good, and they have such good books associated with them. Written by Karen Travis. I've read all of them, and they're great. All retconned, by the way. Mega lol. Alright. Study number 2. One, and let's go. Get rid of this layer really quickly. Let's keep this really simple. Let's do most of the selection. I think it'll be easier. Stop being so focused on the literal. And adjust my brush sets really quickly. We should be good. Get that blue in there. There's a bit of a contrast, there's a bit of a gradient, right? It goes from dark to light up top. So let's just add that really quickly to begin with. Right over there. Thanks for all the subs, by the way, today. That's been really kind of you. I've just looked at my dashboard there. Very, very kind. They came out, the only new one that came out I actually like was Rogue One. I really like Rogue One as well. That's a big true right there. I really liked Rogue One. Because they actually had the balls to like have some people die and, you know, make some really impactful like storytelling shit that I appreciated that. It's good. Break away from the normal stuff. It's kind of like Joker as well. I like movies that, I don't know, I think after a certain point you get to an age where you've seen the hero's journey so many times, rehashed again and again, that you almost know the way a movie's going, like why you're watching it. And that kind of sucks, because it takes you out of the experience. So it's good when people like throw you a curveball. Hail, Theoden King. That's why people like Game of Thrones so much as well. It wasn't the fact that people hated it, like they claim they hated it because, oh my god, they killed my favorite character, but like that's half the charm of it, right? Because the way that I see Game of Thrones in general is that Game of Thrones is an anti-fairy tale, right? It's an anti-fairy tale, which is if you try and do something that is, you know, conventionally accepted as, you know, it's the valiant and the honorable knightly thing to do, run away with the princess, sacrifice yourself or try to fight for somebody's honor, you know, trust individuals that are notoriously untrustworthy. I mean, you face consequences. That's how I think Game of Thrones is. I love Rey. I love the concept of Rey. Don't get me wrong. How's it going, Connor? It's good to see you, man. Doing some scene studies of Lord of the Rings right now. Good to have you with us. Okay, standard breakdown. Vertical light, which is interesting, because it's a moonlit scene, but vertical light. Consistent with the previous scene that we just did. Not too bad. Are we having any obscuring factors? So, we do have a bit of obscuring factor, right? First of all, level of detail, immediately depth of field is in full effect. The armor that he's wearing, obviously, he has main character syndrome, where he's got cool armor, compared to the very, very drab, you know, not too much trimming kind of idea over here, right? I wonder if the beard and all the hairstyle has something to do with it. Do you think that was intentional, guys? You think that was intentional having them? What's this guy's name? It's like Glamdring, not Glamdring. That's Gandalf's sword. Something. He has an interesting name. I don't remember what it is. But yeah, I mean, I wonder if the beards are intentional. Again, to kind of draw away attention. Maybe that's thinking too much about it. I do like this glow though. I do like that glow from the top over there. It's kind of cool. I haven't watched any Star Wars, but I kind of like the recent Star Wars film, kind of funny and okay action. They are running out of people in NZ. In NZ? What's NZ? For this one, I'm actually going to go a slightly different approach with the rain. I'm just going to put noise in and hope it works. No, it needs to be direction. I don't think that's going to work. Maybe just flat noise will work this way. What's the way around this, I wonder? What's the way around this? If I wanted rain quickly, how do I achieve it? I don't think there's any way out of the particulate, right? We gotta put the particulate in there. Dots and motion blur. Not a bad solution. Let's try that. So how do you propose we do this? So we add just dots randomly, so maybe dots with, to add the efficiency, maybe the dots with the speckle, and then motion blur it. Someone posted this on Peppo Stream. So fascinating how our brains interpret color. Let me look at that in a second. I have not experimented with this, but since we already did one piece of brain, I'm ready to do this. Interesting. That's interesting. Okay, okay, I see you, Polly. That's not bad. That's not bad. That'll do you, I think, yeah. That'll do, yeah. That'll do. Slightly I gotta adjust the value, but I can do that with the mask. That's not too bad whatsoever. Hell yeah. Let's do that with an airbrush. But it's giving me what I'm looking for. I just need a little bit of that tooth to it. A little bit of tooth and I'm good. Yeah, I do agree with the larger dots. I don't think that's bad advice. I don't want it to be super like heavily on there, but that's a good shorthand. That's not bad whatsoever. I'm actually digging that. Not too bad at all. Okay, let's get some larger shapes out of here pretty quickly. Also, let me see what canvas is talking about. What is this? Looking at the dot. This better not be a naked. It's just desaturated for me a lot. Oh. It's not a jump scare. No, I've been chilled out. My heart's cold towards jump scares. Okay, we need to start painting. Alright, let's get those extreme dark shapes out of the way first. Just nice and easy simplification here. Nothing too fancy. They're dark shapes, you can paint dark shapes. Easy as. Particularly look at the contrast in the middle, that's important. Let's get a nice simple little brush to fill in. Get that dark that we're looking for. Almost heading to a darker green territory, isn't it? I want to establish this really early on because I'm going to be reusing values quite often. That's going warmer because it's actually going desaturated. Be a little bit careful because your color space might be limited. So if you can't get the value regularly, just burn it in. That's what I do all the time. And again, now it's just a question of reuse. Reuse whenever you can. Really quickly. I want to be a bit more particular about my shapes. I don't want to be arbitrary. I want to work quickly, but not just randomly. It was a very decent. We have a sense of color as to our brains feel an impression. Neat. Just work on the outside silhouette here. That's what that video is all about, by the way. If you guys are curious about that video on Proko's channel. Great video, I think. Really solid one. His podcast, I think, is a little bit hit and miss. A lot of his instructional stuff is just really good. General. Let me beat. Not a dark on the character so much. Right there. Just a question of simplification. What are we filtering out? What are we leaving in? Got a really quick read here. Generalize the face. I do tend to make the hair plume a little bit too large, or in general I do this mistake. I have to be a little bit more careful in the future. Because it requires an additional step of correction. I think I can just get that right initially if I just paid slight more attention. It's like, how loose do you want to be, right? You want to be loose, but create more work for you in the future, right? The point of being loose in a painting is to reduce the amount of work that you do. Adding work doesn't really suit. It's slightly warmer. I could probably do. Maybe I can get away with the gray here. I can get away with the gray. Gray's fine. Gray works. Let's get a little bit of this trimming out of the way for the armor. go lighter. It's really what gives us the read here. The high contrast elements. Do we have high contrast on the other characters? I don't think we do. The high contrast is what sells here. High contrast talks rather. Throw in these little shapes right there. Again, it's greenish. Pull it more to this reddish, warmish territory over here. A bit too much. Again, really valuable thing that I'm learning over here is I keep jumping the values, keep excessively putting the value in there, even though I don't need it. I think I'm way too used to this notion of just saying, okay, realistic painter, paint with value. You know, paint with this very strong difference in value, but really it turns out that we don't need it all that much. Get the read regardless. I'll adjust the edges in a second. I think we can just do a bit of bit more information here. There's a lovely D-side green that's being reused throughout the piece. That's kind of cool. What is it over here? That's this little cloth element there going to the armor. But they have this little neck guard here that's almost similar in terms of the color. Neat. But I like the fact that he has cloth and armor. It's very cool. My favorite combination right there. Just love seeing how people paint that. The ideas they put in. So the Vlobster were a big one for this particular concept. Because he kind of made his career basically on the softness of female skin and cloth versus armor. That's basically Vlob in a nutshell. And he does it exceedingly well. Not being too specific, but at the same time, I could stand to be a little bit more specific here, just a little bit more. I'm almost heavy painting this to a certain extent. Gotta figure out that light source right there. Light source is the moon, moon goes cool, hair is green, so we can pick a color that makes some sense over here. Almost blown out the white there. Shall we test the true value? I think I'm somewhere in the ballpark. I think right about there. What is it? Yeah, around the ballpark. Right about there. Let's go a lot more blue though. Go a lot more bluer than I had it. I think that's up to us to decide, right? Also, I don't want to paint that in. Again, selection for the shape here. Rain, how are your streams been? Are you having a good time with them? I've been seeing your Kingtober stuff on YouTube. I'm assuming it's Kingtober, right? I don't want it to be just dead. Because when you put these lights in at the very beginning, they're gonna seem really, really strange. I've got to fight the urge to not get rid of them immediately. Because the reason they look strange is because A, shapes, now they fully set in, and B, the lights aren't unified. Unify them and then make the change. But the mark's probably gonna remain regardless. Is it Kingtober, Rian? Or am I just talking out of my ass here? Because I saw a bunch of prompts. I think Banff is doing that as well, isn't he? Banff's killing it. I saw his. I saw that painting that he did of the clown that was getting sucked off by the girl with her breasts out. That was an interesting picture. Can't say I've ever seen that before. It wasn't a clown, it was a snowman, right? Yeah, it was a snowman. Not bad. His car was getting sucked off. It's a great picture. Somebody should link that, by the way. I was doing it as well. Did you enjoy it? I think it's a lot of fun to be had right there. I'm more interested in the redneck Charizard. I don't know if I saved him. The Maga Charizard right there, the legend of our stream. Nah, it's like a shiny Pokemon. He'll only show up. He'll show up like Gandalf when you really need him. I've seen that picture, but go ahead and link it for the rest of the channel. You've seen that picture. Have you not? Gotta think more raw shape here. There's only certain liberty I can take here, by the way. I'm taking like way more than I think I can. But maybe it's like salvageable. I'm gonna just take a test here because I'm basically just putting raw material around here. Let's see if it pays off, because it may very well not. Because it's gonna require me to do a lot of like correction later on. But it gives me raw material and it allows me to work a bit quicker. So it's definitely something to concern, like a little bit of worry about how sensible this is. Can't post much. My grandma sees my Instagram as well. What's Gandalf's quote about being on time again? Visitor's never something? Visitor's never late nor is he early. He arrives just when he needs to. Tolkien, dude, what a legend. My favorite is when the Witch King is about to like lay siege to Minas Tirith, and Gandalf talks about Pippin is like, "Oh, you don't want to die, Gandalf. You don't want to die." And he goes, "Death is only another path," something like that. Death is only another journey. Death is another path, one that we must all walk. I think that's a very, very, very beautiful quote. The grey veil pulls back. Reveal like shining silver curtain, and then you see it. So beautiful. I was wondering why I'm doing this for time. I'm trying to like go through a bunch of techniques to see what like gives me a good result, because I want to do some storyboard stuff and hopefully something with the storyboard stuff after that, but I can't talk about that just now. But I really need to develop like a shorthand, so I'm going to be cycling through a bunch of stuff, seeing what works, what doesn't. Probably the best place to put subsurface is in here, right? Add a bit more color on the face. Again, subtlety, dude, subtlety. Think about that subtlety a bit more. So many little shapes in here used to carve out. I should still think about majority, by the way. I'm not thinking about majority. Need to be. I won't post anything harder. Everything about the cast from those first 3 movies was insanely perfect. Like everything just came together. It really did, didn't it? Fucking Hobbit had to come along. And the thing is, I don't really believe that. I feel like I'm parroting people when I say that. I don't think like subsequent work ruins past work. I think I just don't think that's how it works. I don't think things ruin certain things. People were talking about the new Lion King, about how it ruined the original, whatever. I'm like, what are you talking about? You can ruin the originals. It's your ability to like or dislike something so fragile. It takes me roughly an hour to get my line piece. Should I start with my values? You could probably go a little bit more accurate, or more for time. But if you're getting bored, 100%. If you're getting bored, if you're getting a little bit antsy with it, then you can make the switch. But otherwise, keep going. There's a lot of improvement to be made there. You can't just slow down, Prince Ali. Need to go get my son from judo. Holy shit, Rihanna's son's gonna kill us all. The original's still there and good. The new one just sucks ass. So I did this painting, right? I did the painting of that lion, and I got a bunch of comments. A lot of them said that it was better than the movie, and I had never seen the movie, right? I didn't see the new movie. I just knew the old one, and I looked at it, and it was not good. Like, I don't like to shit on people's property, but nah, man, it wasn't good. The Mufasa scene was kind of garbage. I don't agree with that creative decision, not one bit. The special effects in The Hobbit looked so weird to me. It's not the CGI that I have a problem with. Actually, I have no problem with CGI. It's just that they use it so stupidly. Like they use it so, like you said, excessively. Like so many things would have been done practically, or done better, or done more sensibly, but they just decided to film everything in a big green room, and I just don't like that. I think that ruins the quality of everything. You got some light shapes on here. Very interesting the way this is lit. It's so subtle. I think I want to take this to more of a finish. I'll do it later. I want to get my roughs in for the method, but that's actually really pretty. I actually want to break this down. This really subtle light in the head. I gotta think about this a bit more. Everything's a bit more washed out. I'm upping the saturation a bit more, but it's really washed. Let's wash it out ourselves. We can manually wash this out with just a bit of desat here. That's too much desat. A bit more blue. Too much. Better. Listen to the piece more. Lion King drained all the emotion out of me in childhood, so it's hard to evoke any drama emotions as an adult. I've been boycotting Disney ever since they stuck their big gritty into Pete's Dragon. Pete's Dragon? Aw, is it really? I like Pete's Dragon. I didn't even hear the news, now you made me sad. I wonder if the show on Amazon's gonna be good. It's always a chance, right? A little bit of detail. I've been warming up to the whole detail idea recently, the whole notion of details. Like how Blizzard is doubling down and banning even more people for the Hong Kong stuff. Yeah, I don't know about it. At least they're consistent, so that's good enough, I guess. Like, I'm not fully for people just using whatever they want as a platform to, like, to protest stuff. Like, I think there's like a place for that, but I think their response to it was like really stupid and egregious, and just it's like way more stupid than the idea of just like walking into a library, for example, and protesting there. Like, I think that's obnoxious. I think people that do that are idiots. But like the response to it was just so stupid. Like, I don't get it. It's unnecessary. Does it stop being Blizzard when Activision merged? Thought about that merger, yeah. But yeah, like a bunch of companies are doing that. So it's a weird time. Basically, if your bottom line is going to be affected, if your page is going to be affected, people just shut the fuck up. Which is it's interesting. So it's very like Jokerish, I guess. We're talking about that movie. It's like everybody's gonna harp on values and integrity and all that stuff, but when it affects your bottom line, it affects the money coming into your bank account, do you hold fast? Every right, then turn around and have a separate apology. They had an apology to the Chinese government? What the fuck? Ban just brings attention to it. Having the opposite effect of what they intended. Yeah, Barbra Streisand effect, right? Streisand effect right there. I got 2 minutes left. I don't think I gave a big enough punch into this, I'm gonna be honest. It's not enough of a punch. So things I need to point out over here. I want to establish my lights really early. I'm not using the things that I've learned from my speed painting for this, even though there's so many characters that I'm kind of overwhelmed with it. I can apply a lot of things that I've already learned from doing all the animal studies, which is put the essentials in. Put the essentials in very early. I'm not doing that. I'm kind of waiting on the essentials. I'd like to put them in a bit earlier than I am right now. I think that'll be important. So I want to make sure the background isn't as plain. I'm just gonna quickly put some stuff in there. It is very stylish, I like that, but not exactly what I'm looking for. I don't want it to be like this exactly. The thing is, I can somewhat tell just by the way that it is, that it's not totally heading where I want it to go. Which is why, again, if anybody's wondering why I'm timing these so quickly, it's exactly that reason. Is that it's not exactly where I want to be for this particular time frame. Argument can be made saying that, okay, well, you're just not fast enough just yet. It's a good point. Like, look at what I'm doing right now. I'm wasting a bunch of time with this idea that can be solved in another way. I can solve this way as well. Because I'm looking for a very particular edge. I can do it this way as well. Both valid. Or this way as well. An alternative solution. Do it this way. Put the negative in. So a lot of thinking to be had. Yeah, that's fine. Just minor change the edge a little bit there, and that's fine. That's what I'm looking for. Same thing over here. In the darken. Again, question of majority. I need to think about majority way more. It's going to save me so much time. We're in the ugly phase right now, but it's fine. This is just how it happens before you can wow people with the speed. You gotta just eat shit. And I'm totally fine with it. Been here so many times. Okay, majority more important. The rain idea was good. I like that. Probably gonna put that in for future studies. But I really gotta start putting in essential elements earlier. I have to come in a bit earlier than I have them right now. It's too late. I can't be adding in my extreme highlights. I can't be putting that in at 25 minutes. That's too late. I expect that to be in 15, maybe 20 at the most. Okay, 2 tour announcements. Really? Jesus. Trey Parker and Matt Stone? Oh, right, South Park guys. Yeah, they refuse to back down. I really hope nothing happens to them. Jesus, I get this like awkward feeling, you know? Ever since that, like, remember that way back when that French like a newspaper, they published like a comic or whatever, and they got attacked. I'm always a little bit scared about that stuff. But you know, you can't succumb to that kind of thing. You can't be silenced by shit that's happening by extremists all the way across the world. That's just not how it should work. You can't live in fear. But still. Cartoonist? Yeah, I believe so. Cartoonist. Charlie Hebdo or something like that? Yeah, can't live in fear. It's true. It's getting there. Some elements I like. The selection at the beginning was good, but I think a little bit too much faffing about. Some, like for example, these selections over here, that's wasting time. These ones are good, that's okay. Bit more focus though would be good, because there's a lot, like I'm missing like the larger shapes. Bit more attention there would be good, and I can save myself time on outside silhouette as well. A lot of time on outside silhouette. Just be a bit more precise over there, because I'm spending like 2 seconds to save 20 seconds as opposed to spending, you know, the other way around. Okay, cool. Number 2, 27. I'll do longer ones. I might even develop these ones to be longer, but again, I gotta get through them. And there needs to be a foundation. Like, it's good in there. I get the read, I get the composition, that's there. Just could do a little bit better with the, you know, with the impression. Like, I'm being too specific with my marks in places that I shouldn't be, and I'm being too non-specific where I should be. So a little bit more adjustment of where the effort goes. I think we can push this method to be a little bit more effective, I think. So we'll try that for the next one. Next one's not going to be character focused, I don't think, but again, it'll still resonate a little bit, I think. It should work. We'll see. So this is the test right here. First one looks not too bad, actually. Not too bad. Alright, get out of the way. Oh, this is going to be a fun one, man. It's the scene. You remember that scene? It's fucking fantastic. I think I need to use selection tool more. I feel like the hard edges it creates sell the notion of abstraction. I keep thinking that for abstraction I need to throw in a bunch of loose brushwork, but that's not really the point of abstraction. That's especially if it doesn't end up saving me any time. Also, not just that, Jets, but the fact is you have to make a really hard decision in more ways than one because you can't be hyper specific with the selection tool. So it forces you to think much more basic and much more singular because you're trying to look for as much as you can when you try and select, and that's like the basis of abstraction because you're simplifying both what you see in terms of like the edge quality to it, and you're simplifying the values of what you see, right? So you're kind of filtering your reference in order to be able to even start using selection tool because it doesn't make any sense having this kind of flat shapes in reality. So it sets you on a good path to abstraction because that's all you're doing is selectively filtering things, right? You're asking what is essential. What scene was that? Okay, I need to educate us really quickly. Class is in session. Pull up your pen and paper right there. Show you the best character in Lord of the Rings. This is the General Grievous of Lord of the Rings right there. It is O-face orc. He's capital O orc. Let me show you. It's I think this guy coming up. That guy! Hell yeah! Look at him! Look at him! He's the best. That's my boy right there. That's my boy. Hell yeah, that's O-face capital O arc right there. New followers, man? That's not a bad idea. It's not a bad idea. Someone clip that for me. You said a very specific way of saying it. I want to hear it again. No, that's what. You realize that this stream is saved for posterity, right? You just rewind, right? Use your dainty little fingers and rewind and watch it there. I'm gonna dance for you. It's not for free. The whole scene is amazing. It's fantastic. Your version of it will be this. Alright. Yo, I'm actually pumped for this, okay? So let's talk a little bit about this before we really get into it. So we have to really think about what this scene is about, right? So this scene is about a couple of things. One is the ferocity of the orc, right? He's not happy, right? He's had a bad day. He's stepped on a couple of Legos, right? So we gotta definitely bring in that gesture, bring in that expression. We can't sacrifice that. So we're gonna have to have much more facial features than the other ones that we just did. It's also a piece about warm and cool, right? So we have the warmness of the torch right here. We have the coolness of the moonlight, even though the moonlight is very spotlighty because it's probably how they lit the scene. And we have so many beautiful connected shadow shapes. We can actually make this a really good painting in 25. It's very possible. But we're gonna have to simplify heavily, and it's gonna be on me to try and do this. So we're gonna start with a bunch of speckle, and I mean a shit ton of speckle. We establish the warm and cool first, the little gradient towards the top right first. We speckle the fuck out of this painting, out of this canvas, and courtesy of X-Ray Polly in the chat, we motion blur the ever-living molecules out of the canvas, getting this hair-like, you know, this weird puby texture in the background. So once puby has been achieved, once we achieve peak pubness, then we gotta get all these guys in here, and if we have time, throw in some specular for the little droplets of rain that are bouncing off of them. Sounds like a plan, right? I think we can do it. Because realize I need to reverse engineer this when I'm doing my own painting. So it won't take me 25, it'll take me double the time, but it'll be quicker than just going in there blind. Your pubes look weird. I'm talking about my pubes, alright, Nos? Appreciate it. You don't talk about them either, alright? It's very special to me. Pro tip, duplicate your dots and offset them. Man, my man right there, hell yeah. Let's do it. Alright guys, 3, 2, 1, go. We slam that value down there. Is there any point in this background? Why are we still here? Alright. We throw in that gradient. Hecka cool. I don't even know what blue that is. Jesus, do I go with it? No, it's a bit more baby blue than that. That was the oxdown right there. Yeah, I'm good with that. Abs, you like this, Abs? You like what I'm doing? Shout out to Abs in the chat. Big lover of digital tools right there. You can just expect him always to say, you could have just straight painted that. What he's gonna say. And I was gonna say, oh, well, you could have. Thanks, Abs. Fucking ass. Alright, so dots right there. So we got this little idea over here. And we gotta throw in a bit of blur. Oh, Jesus Christ, that's looking a bit soupy. Getting into some soupy territory here. And my Krita is about to die. Alright, we're back. We saved it, boys. We're fine. Okay, throw in the gradient. Upper right hand corner. Gradients towards dark. Put it in there. God, the soundtrack for this is so awesome. It's so good. Who did the sound for Lord of the Rings? Was it Williams? At least I think it was Williams. That dude has done everything. Wouldn't surprise me if it was. Throw some descent here for unification. Because it just makes sense for the comp overall. Okay. Speckle time. I want to do a rain scene and I want to do it now. Right? I want to do it as fast as possible. That is the impetus behind this. How quickly does it take me to establish a really, really strong notion of rain, right? How quickly does it happen? How quickly can it happen? So this is really, it's only slightly more effort than last time. We'll see what the breaking point is, alright? So, same thing again. I know this is a really shitty way of doing it, but again, the background is really shitty. It's supposed to be really shitty. Okay. Let's do it. Ludicrous speed, activate. Did that even work? Oh shit! Actually it did. Okay, so I'm gonna do one thing really quickly here, which is quick group, new layer, right? We gotta adjust this so we do an alpha lock really quickly. Paulie gave me some great advice, by the way, on this one. So he said to offset after, so once I'm done with this, I'll offset. So I'm not gonna do it before because it'll save me time doing it right now over here. You alpha lock it. I keep locking the layer instead of alpha locking. Jesus, it's been a while since I've used this tablet. Light this up. If I can. Okay, slight little problem here. The motion blur itself, it cuts the opacity so hard. Have you seen Jean-Claude Van Damme play the Street Fighter dude? There's one line that he says, and Chris DL has a great joke about it. But he says, "I'm gonna kick this son of a bitch Bison's ass so hard." It's the fucking greatest. Guile, there you go. I used to call him Guili when I was younger. What about the alpha lock? Duplicate, that's actually not a bad idea. Paulie again, man, coming in there with the clutch. Not that much though, but maybe a hair more. Hair more will do ya. That's good. Okay. Good shit, Paulie, man. You've been on it. You've been really on it today. Hell yeah. Duplicate and offset. Like the man says. Do what the man says. Hey, that's pretty good. We're almost there. Like we've got a bit of sharpness in there. You know what? Saying that, what stops us from just jumping in with the sharpness filter? Because I've tried the straight painting, like I said before. We tried the straight painting. I just really want like a really quick shorthand way of doing this because I like rain scenes. I want to be able to do them. So what's the quick method of just saying, like, this is the idea, chat, alright? This is the idea. I don't know why I slowed down there, because I'm looking at a bunch of things while I talk. But here's the idea, right? I really want to have, like, a versatile way of doing this, so that, like, when somebody gives me an idea, or somebody, not just commission-wise, but just client-wise, right? Because I have, like, brushes that will work, something like this, right? Which probably work, but I want to have, like, a solid layer behind everything that will save me some time and give me a little bit of that unity that I'm looking for. Make a brush, also possible. Let's try that for the next one. We'll see how well it stacks up. Totally possible. Let's collapse everything. How much time did we bleed? 5 minutes. 5 minutes total time. Was that sufficient, do you think? Or do you think that's enough? I mean, do you think that that's like a sufficient amount to spend on the rain? So let's brush it up next. I'll make a rain brush after I finish this one. And we'll try that out for size. We'll see how that works. It looks okay. I don't like how it doesn't have the bite. I'm really looking for a bite in certain areas, and having a brush would help. I would be able to do that through pressure. That would be cool. Okay. Have that in there. Okay, collapse everything down to a single layer. Okay, so silhouette. Let's really be careful about this, because again, I go a little bit too crazy with this, and there are certain things I can do, which is just start simply, right? Start simply, make some statements. This is something that Shape Carver was doing in his video, right? He didn't try to get everything right to begin with. He kind of just like, he put something down, he looked at it, put something down, looked at it. And really pausing while you work is not a bad idea. Right? It's not a terrible idea. Especially if it's like, it's definitely benefiting. I want to get my value right now. I want to get that read right now. No sense waiting on it. Okay. Get that arm right there. Second arm right there. This is a super classic sort of pose, right? I think we could use this pose in a lot of things. Like the whole evil warlord raises his staff, that kind of pose. Like it's got some utility to it. There are certain comps that have this kind of thing with it. Like the most common one that I use in my own work is the versus comp, which is basically the idea that, probably a gesture line would have been better here, but the idea that one person is fighting another person, or one person fighting a giant monster. Like the way that those comps are, they're very, very similar almost across the board. So that's one of the ones that you can really like memorize. And it's okay too, I guess, because you know it's good to have shorthand. Shorthand's good. Because sometimes you just don't have the time to problem solve. That's what I'm trying to like hone in right now. You don't have the time to problem solve, so you have to default to something, and I want my defaults to look good. Like again, I have no doubt that you give me any piece or any impetus, I'll eventually be able to give you a good piece out of it, right? I have confidence in my ability to problem solve, but speed is the problem, man. Speed is the big problem. I don't want to be wasting my life. Done. You mean gigantic beast in the background with a hero in the foreground? I feel like you see that exact painting everywhere. Yep. And so it works though. It's a very eye-catching, like really powerful looking piece. Okay, that looks good enough. That was my test for the lighting value. Okay, so we can reuse this in a few places. Can we though? Yes, we can. Some of this can't be selection tools. No, I don't think I can reconcile that. That doesn't make any sense, selection tool. Let's adjust what we have currently, because again, things are not exactly in proportion right now, right? So worth thinking about. Like I said before, I cannot afford to wait on certain things, right? So as soon as I can, I should be putting in certain things, which is, for example, this highlight value is super important to the piece. Shouldn't be waiting on it. I shouldn't be waiting. Arguments can be made to wait, by the way. Not something they can't. None of this is objectively correct. Question is correct for me. That is a question. Is it correct for me? Do it in this particular way, right? Because perhaps yes, perhaps no. Again, we're compromising on silhouette, right? Is it worth putting lines in here? Because considering the amount of times that I have to redo the silhouette to get the appropriate look that I'm really like pining for, it's worth considering, right? Like how much do we really want to like spend rehashing silhouette? Maybe better to do with a line. But with that said, this whole idea of painting with shape, it does get a lot easier when you're not working with reference directly. So I'm going for 1:1s right now. But when you're not doing 1:1s, then this whole idea, see how good that looks already? But this becomes a lot easier. Because again, things are more pliable. Genuinely, some things are, even though it might sound silly, some things are way easier without reference, if you believe it. Knight all bloody up against a tree with some ogre thing or whatever, walking close. And the knight is giving it the finger. Link it in the chat if you have it. I want to see that. Looks sick. Also that person that John linked as well. I keep running into his work on like Imgur and stuff like that. It's really cool work, gotta say. A lot of softness near the face. A lot of darkness near the face. There's a big connected shadow shape. Gotta be thinking more about the connected shadows. This painting is mostly about the shadow to a certain extent. Not really, is it? Can we say this? It's about shadows, this painting. Technically, it's hard to tell though, because of the way the contrast is. Difficult. The subtlety is what's getting me, man. Like the cinematic effect, it's really rooted in subtlety. I find myself having to second guess and sometimes third guess my values, especially when they're like values in the dark. I feel like I get my light straight on. For example, this lighting over here, maybe I have to redo it like once to get the value that I'm really searching for, and that's fine. Like this is probably going to be my panel value. Maybe a little bit of yellow on there. And I'm good, right? But I feel like the values in the shadows, the subtlety is a little bit lost on me, and I don't like that. I've got to be just restructuring the way that I think about it. And that's actually not that hard to do, it's very possible. I had to do the same thing for backgrounds, because when you study backgrounds, your attention to value becomes so important because your distance is entirely managed by a value sometimes. So you can't just do willy-nilly random shit while you're painting and put whatever value you want. The demand on you as an artist is greatly increased for backgrounds, to be careful about your values. Reuse is probably possible here, right? Because especially for metallic surfaces. So I realized this the first time when I was doing studies with jets off stream. But when it comes to reflective surfaces, don't look to your palette all that often. Look to your canvas. And if your canvas is developed well enough, which mine is fairly, your canvas should provide you a solution. So your canvas should give you enough color to at least begin to start having that metallic read, and then you can bolster it with some additionals. I'm going to do something really quickly here, because I want a hard statement. I want a nice hard statement. I'll just use a harder brush. And again, I'm trying to really up the reuse in this piece as well. I'm sampling all the time from my own work. And we'll see how much that kind of gives us at the end of the day. The comparison is not going to be super accurate. Yeah, link it. It's not going to be super accurate, but it's going to be there. It's going to be a marked difference, at least, in the way that we do this. That outside silhouette is so important. This is like a basic thing that I'm forgetting here, but when you don't have all that much value to work on, like the importance that you put on just how precise your silhouette is, it really greatly increases. Like when you can just see darkness, it becomes so much more important. You should think about that. It's important to leverage. Okay, don't have my read just yet for that light, even though I thought I would. Not quite there. It's done a bit bitched, kind of bitched out there. Be a bit more careful. Okay, I like that. One thing that this whole selection tool thing provides you is it provides you with really organic looking paintings, because you're not bogged down with crazy amounts of the repeated brush effect, which is good. But however, the amount of effort you got to put to get certain things, depending on what you're painting, it can be increased or decreased. I'm going to throw a little bit of texture on here as well, just to see. It elevates the piece. Which study was that? That was a water droplet study, jets. Let me see that in a second, Polly. I'm sorry, Bob.
Oh, fuck. I can't believe you've done this.
That's a follow-up, Pakao. We're studying Lord of the Rings. The references are on the Discord if you want to join in. I'm doing 25-minute scene studies. I'll go back and I'll finish some of them. A bit more, but for now, we're just getting this rough impression really quickly. Because I want to be doing some storyboards for my own stuff, for my own personal projects. So what better way to study good storyboarding than to take beats off of one of my favorite fights, and I'm assuming a lot of you guys' favorite fights. I'm gonna do this one and Battle of the Bastards, and then we'll think about what else we can do, like Matrix maybe for one-on-ones. What's a good like person versus giant thing fight? Like, are there any of those that stand out to you guys? What's a good small person versus giant thing fight that like really stands out to you? Don't say Legolas versus Mumakil. It's a trash fight. Too harsh. Again, edit the shape. Use what's available. So this particular painting over here has been themed around the idea of reuse. So don't add more. Adjust what you have, and as long as your raw material is sufficient, you should get the read, right? That's our idea with this piece. It seems to be working to a certain extent because I haven't added all that much color to this, but what I do have seems to be somewhat cohesively working, which is good. Okay, I need to stop being a little bitch about the lights, especially this yellow light that's coming from underneath. We can go a little bit stronger on that. Oh shit, I don't know. Like I'm pushing it. Because there's an order, there's a structure over here because the light source is down here, so it makes sense for that to be lighter. Also, for these little shapes over here, I think it's way faster for me to just paint it in with a hard brush. Even though I like the effect, I like the sharpness, I feel like this is comparable to this from this distance, and I can do this way faster than I can select it and fill it in. Literally anything for Shadow of the Colossus? Huh. But since it's player controlled, like, is the cinematography of it gonna be pretty okay? Like, I don't know about that. Like, I'm looking for like real story beats, or like imagery that really stands. I guess imagery does stand out from Shadow of the Colossus. It's like a walking, continuous cinematic. Okay, need to use this with selection. Right over there. There's a haze of blue, right hand side. Has to be slightly adjusted for. There's so many little straps and things on the armor as well. It really sells it, you know? It really does sell it to me. These strap shadows, all this stuff. It does really sell it to me. It's not something that's like just a little detail. I mean, it doesn't like give me more for a stronger like read in terms of the drama of the piece, but it does certainly give me like more visual like eye candy. I like that a lot. I like that eye candy. It's good. Delicious. 17. I haven't forgotten about the link, by the way, Bob. I do want to look at that, but maybe right after the study. I have my chat open. Find it. Storyboard is from Doctor Who. Doctor Who, huh? Is Doctor Who like, I don't know. I've never watched it, but I don't mind. I just want it to look good. That's all. So I'm not particularly. I don't particularly need it to be from things that I know. It needs to look good. Does Doctor Who have like those big fights? Okay, this darkness has to be reduced because now we're heading more towards the light source. So instead of just pure black, we introduce a new value here. This is a new value that I haven't been using, which is a saturated blue. It's not that clean of a sat blue though. It's like a dirty sat blue, meaning that it's painted in there with more of a grainy brush. Like that. You see that a little bit? Like it's not really pure, it's not like directly dark blue, it's just more like optically mixed with the darkness sort of idea. It's starting to look pretty sick, right? It's starting to get there. Let's throw a bit of that specular stuff. 19 minutes, not bad. Okay, this is heading in the direction that I wanted to, in terms of method. We're getting there. I think heroes and giants would be better to grab from video games than cinema. Has there really never been? Has there really never been an example of that? I'm thinking, man. I don't know. Okay, these ones probably better to do this with And again, think about the color, man. Think about extending that color. So the water droplets over here are not just going to be desat, they're going to be saturated in the light source direction. That's going to help sell me the light source. These ones are going to be sat blue, light sat blue. Again, everything sells it. Sell what you're drawing. Again, a bit too harsh right there, right? Those little edges right there. We'll change that a bit. It'll slightly affect that. We can just some dogs going crazy outside. In movies, there have been a few, but the most memorable ones are in games. What are the few? Is there a giant fight scene in Hellboy? Pacific Rim? Nah, that's two giant things fighting together. That's not really the accurate. It's like normal sized dudes that are not normal sized fighting each other. I don't think that really gets it. I like these little glinty parts of armor. Not exactly like that though. This is way too hard edged, so it needs to look deliberate. That goes selection tool. It doesn't get nearly as much sat. We sat that. That's kind of cool. A bit too overstated though. It begins to look like light and not just a glint. Cave Troll Moria. That's actually not a bad one. It's not a bad one whatsoever. Cave Troll Moria. Also, breaks are an important thing. So breaking through those shapes can be good. Let's get this expression down. Okay, this is I'm getting into some precise shape there through here. May have been a mistake. Might lower the overall quality of the image. Maybe it does not. Maybe I picked the right shapes here. What are the right shapes? We have to have this shape over here. Noting the cheekbone right there. Again, you can't go too light on there. The dogs are outside actually going nuts. I don't know if you can hear them. Right over there. And again, minimal values. We can't go crazy here. This brush is not offering me too much in the ways of utility right now. It's going all over the place. Gotta be a little bit more careful about this. Are those dogs in the background annoying anybody? Should I mute my microphone? Okay, a lot of noise there, but we can... Okay, there's something that needs to be decided right over there. Hardly audible, cool. There's a live tweet. How's it going, Trickster? Good to see you, man. Reign of Fire is a criminally underrated movie. You are 100% correct. I feel like we watch the same stuff. But yeah, Reign of Fire is a great movie. Don't mute? Alright. Clash of the Titans has a great scene with Cyclops. Interesting. It's gonna lurk really well. Don't worry about it, dude. It's good to see you. We're just doing a lot of the ring studies here. It gets me something close to what I want, but some of the reads are too harsh, you know? Too harsh of a raid. It needs to go down a bit more. Go down and then you reinforce with glints. Again, that notion of subtlety keeps escaping me. I gotta be careful. Gotta be careful. Keep saying it, keep forgetting it. Those little specular glints are just really cool. Those specular glints. And it's a great way of like sort of hiding your CGI as well. Though I think the orcs were mostly practical. Like, it's a great way of just hiding detail. If you guys watch that Corridor Digital guys, breakdown movies, fascinating stuff. Right over there. That's alright. Okay, a couple of things need to happen here. A lighter right there. Progress I made today. Haven't been all that many streams lately. There have been no streams actually for almost a week. I think a little bit more than a week. Now I'm back. Back with a vengeance. Just get in there, man. Get in there. A bit more tension, and I think we're golden here. Man, those reflectors are actually fucking sick. Not the ones that I've drawn, but the ones in the drawing, or in the reference. This entire scene is a painting. Check it out in a bit. There we go. I think I got what I was looking for there. Looks a bit too. I don't know. A little bit too Game of Thrones zombie and less orc. I think the gross elements are there. So some sizing issues. An app lets you paint over a frame and it animates. I have not seen that app. What is it about? What is it called? I'll check the link in just a second, John. 1 second. Finishing this up. Okay. Gotta think a little bit more about layers here because a bit more artificial than I'd like. And of course, we have some slight sizing issues that we're gonna have to adjust for. Okay, it's 26. Not too bad. Did you happen to see my painting by chance I posted a few days ago? Can look at it. Certainly don't mind. I believe I did. I hope I did. Okay, that needs to go. It's on the Discord, right? It's the one of the yeah, I think I did actually. It's the one with the you posted the reference right after the girl with the hand stuff. I remember it. How are you feeling about that one? Better. Okay, that should have happened way earlier. Should have happened way earlier. I wasn't looking for it. Like, even though I fucked the background with that change, like the piece just looks so much stronger, right? This goes to show. Okay, some notion about the armor design also would be helpful. Also, break the silhouette a bit more, if at all possible in certain areas. Also, rim light certain areas as well, if possible. Rim light, not a detail particularly. Sometimes it's really important to sell or read. In some of these areas it is, some areas it's not, and I don't think I'm filtering that, so I can do that better. But overall, a lot more successful than the other ones. That's sick. Okay, 28 minutes. Felt pretty good about it. If only I could draw hands well. People tend to overcomplicate, but again, most likely when things get a little bit iffy with anything that we do, most of the time it's just a question of, am I simplifying enough, I think. If you're simplifying enough, it does get a lot easier. So, kind of just work your way from the outside in, is the way that I think about it, I think that makes a lot more sense. Don't try and like draw the individual fingers or whatever, and if you need to, just like noise reduce the entire hand in general. And then just draw like outside shapes. And eventually, like, you'll see that it just comes together really quickly. Like, just think that I'm gonna draw this hand in like these many strokes or these many values, and you severely restrict yourself. It usually ends up being really, really good for you. Because the problem with hands is not that the people can't draw them, is that people really overcomplicate them. And especially when they're not the focus of your piece. Kind of spending all that much time in that kind of area is going to really reduce the overall quality of your work. It's worth the time to just like, don't even think about it as a hand, think about it as a bunch of shapes. Maybe that'll help. Because I know you can draw shapes, you may not be able to draw hands, but 100% I have full faith in you to be able to draw just shapes. Okay, done. Not bad. Overall values, not too bad. If you'll allow me, I'll do a couple of adjustments here just to darken up this top. That's not bad, okay. We're gonna look at some links now. Number 3 right there. A lot of good stuff. A lot of good stuff coming from these. They are rough, but we're getting there, slowly but surely. Way more noise, you see? Way more noise. I gotta think strongly about that rain idea. Somebody said make a brush, right? I will actually do that. Let's make a rain brush. It's gonna help us a lot. Alright, links. I need to look at Bob linked that picture of the night a while ago. Let me see. That's really sick. I've seen this picture on Reddit actually. That was awesome. I love that armor. I'm gonna save that piece. I'll look at that armor again. What else did I miss? Entire scene is a painting. Which scene is this? Oh Jesus. Ooh. Yeah, we could do that one. Doesn't he beat it by like using the Medusa head or something? Could probably apply these to it. Dude, let me see.
This is EP Synth.
Oh, what on earth? Oh, I see. Let me just favorite that. I'll try that. Might be cool. What is this, John? Not bad. Get in there, dude. Get in there. You're keeping it simple. That's good. It's gotta be a little bit careful about that outside silhouette, but it's certainly getting there, right? I think you can also see that. Drop next rep so I can go ahead and cheat the timer. It's in the Discord already. You can check it out already. It's in the Discord. Is it on my Control V still? Not, so you have to check the Discord. It's there already. Welcome back, DT. This is John's. Get in there. I like the rain a lot more in yours. I think it's like it shows that noise right there. I'm assuming that's just brush, right? That's just brush, I'm assuming. Not that a lot. I think my colors and values are pretty accurate. I like the read of it, it's good. But that noise. Is motion blur? Really? Did you draw the dots in? Maybe adding the letterbox? Not a bad idea, you know? That's actually genuinely not a bad idea. It's in that standard 16:9 format. I don't even know why I'm resizing my canvas, by the way. I can just paint the 16:9 and I know it'll be right. Why does it look so good, man? Yo, that's not a bad idea, John. God of War, yeah. Okay, I will do this. I'll do this afterwards, though. No clue. I think this is a framing, you know. There you go. You got it the same time I got it. The framing, yeah. I do agree. Let's do another. Come on, dude. Jump in. This is the one of the cool ones, and also a simple one. If you guys been watching this all this time, this is the one you jump in on. Dude, this is actually gonna be so sick. There's not much to think about here. So it's a fun little one to do in between. We have 3 more after that. 25 each. Yeah, I think I'm getting more comfortable. This one is a fucking fail though. Jesus Christ, I could have done so much better. This one, night and day right there. Just the notion of simplification, reuse, has really saved me. And maybe the rain. The rain needs to be harsher. John says, what did he say? Random splatter brush. What did you set your value at, John? What is the value of the motion blur? Because I had mine at like 256. I think I peaked at that. Let's do some experimentation really quickly. So it's a weird science this. Let's get some chonkier raindrops first and foremost. That's pretty chonky, I think. Again. You increase the value at left for more visibility. Increased value at left. The hell? You do that? Okay, this is heavy machine gun, heavy experimentation. Probably gonna look like trash. But hey, Bob's your uncle. Pointing down. Oh, I can actually change the angle. That's actually neat. Alright, what do I want to set? Curious. I kind of like, not gonna lie. Not too sad about that. It's a bit too thick. That I'm sad about, but it's not that bad. Not that bad. Hey, I almost said my own name. Yori, good to see you, man. We looked at your piece earlier today. The crit's in the Discord, and it's the first crit of today, so if you want to watch that, just take the vote, would you? And it'll be on YouTube as well. But I'm sorry it took so long. I was just was away, like a holiday. But yeah, I came back, and that's the first thing that I did. Get in there, man. Arguably, just straight painting that I think would be so much quicker as well. Straight painting is usually quite quick, especially if you're uncomfortable with the tools. Asso, thanks for the sub, man. Appreciate you, buddy. Looks a lot more intense, thanks for the crit. Yeah, just something to think about. Like I said, most of the time with my crits, it's more about what I talk about than what I do, but yeah, if you're curious about the result, that's the result. But if you want to know the commentary, it's there for you whenever you need it. Thanks, buddy, I appreciate that. Gonna head to the store. It's nice to see you back streaming. Cheers, Paul, I appreciate you, dude. If they can harvest lava. Wait, what are you talking about? I don't know where some Uruk's got thermite torch in Middle Earth though. I think it's like magic, isn't it? Saruman's tinkering. See you, Polly. Thanks for hanging out, dude. Appreciate you. Follow my boy Polly right there. Made my emotes. Look, the one Hessa just used. That's your boy right there. All right, we're doing scenes from Lord of the Rings. Doing 25-minute scene studies. What is the time, by the way? Alright, Alright, let's do this one, and I might call it after that one. We'll do a last one over here. Probably do the others before I sleep. Actually, I haven't slept in a long time. I haven't slept in like 36 hours. I just realized because I was on a flight this morning. But it's fine. Let's just quickly get into this one. I was wondering why my legs are just hurting so much for no reason. Alright. Let's get through these layers over here. And we're ready. Just do 10 lunges. Not a bad idea. I actually want to go do some pull-ups. Really bad. Okay, grab back. I actually want to do. I want to just go stretch my back a little bit. 2 seconds, guys. Oh. You didn't see anything. There you go. All right. What do you cats clamor about? Just a little chimera right there. It's my Owen Wilson miscellaneous candy yard hybrid. What is that, face swap? It's not a face swap. It's a real photograph. I took it with my cell phone. Alright. What am I looking at here? There you go. I only saw it for half a second, so I don't know. We had this whole stream where we kept doing like splices of Bonnie's face with various celebrities, and the results will shock you. Get them gains? Yeah, that was a good run of push-ups right there. No, I'm sorry, pull-ups. We don't do push-ups on stream because my breasties hurt a lot when I stream because I have to reach all the way in a very uncomfortable angle to type. But we're good. Alright, last study. 25 minutes on the clock, let's go. Your breasticles are in pain? Yeah, specifically my left one, because I gotta reach around my tablet. Unfortunately, I don't like using the tablet keys. The keys available on my tablet, I don't really like them. So what ends up happening, I gotta use my keyboard on my shitty laptop that's attached to my laptop, which is positioned behind my tablet. Subsequently what happens is I get impinged like a motherfucker. Could be worse, could be your core or legs, it's true. Could be doubly true for if you're Ellie Pop, because your legs are like 95% of your entire body as well. Hey Ellie, how's it going? Good to see you. That's my favorite gremlin. Get these large areas of dark out of the way really quickly. Get that basic read first, right? Again, simplicity. Most savage mode. Put down your compilation. Again, we can do better. We can do better with this gross read here. This bitch. Maybe hear me out. Maybe he's just saying she has nice legs. There you go, Ellie. You see? Thank you would be nice, you know? Maybe a sub, donation or two, you know? Empty that bank account for your boy. Certainly would not mind. He's never even seen my legs. Yeah, well. Sounds like a detail. Right. I mean, I've seen what your hands look like, and I think I can basically, it's like, you know how they can figure out how the entire dinosaur look like once they find like its head? Like, I'm pretty sure like I can do that mentally and kind of figure out, like, your hands are kind of like gnarly spider roots. I'm basically thinking we got like one of them weird like Indonesian sloths situation going on there, which I don't think I'm too far off, am I? Hey Ellie, says Nesta. Hey Ellie, says me. Good to see you. Did you miss me? I was gone for a little bit. I missed you. Hope you're doing okay. Is she even still here? She's dead, Jim. Dead. Beautiful dark blue in these silhouettes right there. We'll put that blue in there real quick. Stay tuned for ENG study coming up next. ENG study? I know I agreed to this. What you talking about, fool? I took a little break from Twitch, but I always come back crawling. Took a break from Twitch too. I wanted a vacation. I wanted to go see my friends. I did. And now I'm back. Speaking of which, speaking of my many travels, for the first time in my entire life, I always draw outside, right? Like when I go outside, in the rare once in a year opportunity to go outside, I always draw. And for the first time ever, like random people around me kind of came up to me and said, "Hey, that's really good. Do you have an Instagram?" I'm like, okay. So either the world in general is getting more open to the idea of giant hulking flight risk Indian dudes drawing pictures in public, or I'm getting better. So either way, that's a pretty good feeling right there. I feel good about it. You feel good about it? I feel pretty good about it. Fly risk? That's a joke because I'm brown. Bit of a purple haze going on there. This shit. Okay, like I said, we can't shy away from the lights here. Gotta just slam them in. Gotta just slam and then there's no two ways about it. We just put that shit in and we deal with it later. We deal with the consequences later. That's how a real man acts. We do what we want and we deal with it later. Wait, so are you done with school, James? Technically yes. I can go back and do my thesis if I want to, but if I get into art school, I'm not gonna do that. If I get into art school, I'm donezo. I'm sure my credits will keep or whatever, but if I get into art school, I'm pretty much set on this whole art pop. That's gonna be it. Nothing can stop me. I'm all the way up. Speaking of which, I'm going to apply to some Indian companies very soon. Because, you can believe it, I was out with a bunch of out and about with a bunch of people. And some opportunities presented themselves. And I've been asked to submit my curriculum of vitae, CV, and portfolio to some companies. Which is gonna be really, really weird. Not gonna lie, it's gonna be incredibly weird. I don't think it's gonna pan out at all. But it's gonna be so strange if it actually pans out. Like the offside chance that it does. It throws such a fucking wrench into like what I think the next couple of years is gonna look like. But in like a somewhat good way. So I'm excited. I'll keep you guys updated on that. I'm actually kinda, scaredly excited about that one. Even though most likely, and I mean really most likely, not gonna go anywhere. But we will see, man. I'll submit my stuff. That would be so fucking unreal, though. Because I'm set for like 1 to 4 maybe years of art school, if I can afford that long. Right? That's what I'm set in my mind for. So that would be just unbelievable. If it pans out that I actually get hired. I'm gonna be rude right now because you were a bitch earlier, but I'm happy for you. Good luck with the portfolio. Yeah, so it's a different portfolio than the one I've submitted to my colleges so far, because they require full illustrations and stuff. They don't care about design all that much. But it's like children's stuff. Do you think my stuff is good for children? I'm not good for children. I know that much. But like this kind of stuff, I think it'll work, for like children's stuff, because it's like a large company, large multinational conglomerate kind of thing. But one of their the creative divisions is looking for people that can do stuff like that, can do like interesting, evocative artwork like that. And I think I kind of fit the bill. We'll see. But yeah, scary stuff. And I haven't really told many people about it. So I'm telling people in a public platform that's going to be recorded and stored on YouTube for the end of time. Because that's just what you do, right? It doesn't really matter how I make this mark over here. I can just make the mark and leave it because it's going to get blurred anyway. A lot of that rule applies over here. So I don't need to go specific when I don't have to be specific. It's fine. Let's just blur that out right now. Ooh, I don't like that. I don't like how that looks. Can I gauze blur this by any chance? Oop. Takes a good while for that to update. Okay, that's about what I want. Now I have the edge that I'm looking for. I can just adjust the value now and maintain the same edge. How I want. It would be crazy not to hire you? Nah. The industry is something else, Rian, let me tell you. Like my little experience with what industry quality artwork is just nothing but incredibly humbling. There are ridiculous people out there. Like right now with my current skills, and I've worked really hard, but with my current skill set, I match some people in certain aspects. Like I'm as good as what a professional is bad at. Like a background artist, I could probably paint faces the same level as a professional background artist. That's where I'm at right now. Which is, it's still something, it's still something, because it means I'm somewhere, in striking range. But I got a long way to go, man. Long way. And the thing is, the gains, I guess, the improvements that I will see, and this is the nature of most things, and you will see this when you. Now, all of you guys are probably experts or getting on the way to be an expert in something or the other, and you can relate to this idea. But you have like these beginner gains, I guess. It's like in the gym when you first start learning a craft. But the more you learn, the more and more you kind of traverse through the echelon of skill. The improvements you'll see will be slowly decreasing, and it's hard to keep momentum up. Right? Very hard to keep momentum up. Well, I'll try. Now I'll try. See where it goes. If you're gonna get hired now, you have an art degree, pick up really fast, we'll see. Ultimately, it's quality of work that really speaks. It's very competitive, yeah. And especially with the way that I do it, because I don't vie on the stylization side, even though I probably should. I think it's worth time spent to do the whole stylization thing. Because that'll give you an edge, right? Because ultimately it's how well can you stand out from a crowd. I've got some good ideas for pieces. And I really want to work on something a little bit different with the storyboards, which is why we're doing these studies, because I want to get better storyboards. Right now I'm testing methods to get an idea really quickly out there. And it is helping a lot. We're learning a lot of things right now. I hear Blizzard has openings coming up. Blizzard, that's an interesting thing because, so I have friends that are professional artists, right? Blizzard not the best place to work. Blizzard and Riot and things like that. It's really not crazy because sure it does look really good on like your your work because it's renowned stuff, right? But as far as the actual place to work goes, I haven't heard any good things. I'm gonna say this, next to no good things about places like Blizzard. Like, I don't know. As far as the art part goes, I don't know about like management and shit, but I've heard very few things about Blizzard, Activision, Riot. Like, no, man. Which is crazy because I learn a lot from Riot artists and people that have worked in those companies. I don't know. Maybe I should ask Dave or somebody. Dave or Max or somebody. Because they've worked. They haven't worked there. They've done contract work, which is a lot different. Contract work is way different than working at the company. And I really want to work there. Like I want a job there. What is that? Because Blizzard art department was god tier? Yeah, I think it's still very much. I think it is, right? Have they really diminished? Like the recent trailer. Like all their cinematic stuff, in-house cinematic stuff is fucking ridiculous. Like, I think the only people that don't outsource to like Blur these days. Everybody and their fucking mother outsources to Blur for good reason, because Blur is donkeless again. Is it really found out to Blur as well? I was under the impression that it's in-house. At least that's what I was told. I think being looser and more gestural at this point might be a good idea. I gotta think about this a bit more. It's a bit too light on this particular piece, but maybe just a little bit. But then again, I'm not really doing this with the intention of having it. It's a big question to think about. Because with stylization comes a few things, right? It comes a few things. One is the risk of your stylization being garbage. That's always a risk when you stylize. However, if you stylize in a certain way, it can save you a bunch of time, right? A bunch of time can be saved. You guys remember the Madness series from Newgrounds? Back in the day? Like, that dude's a fucking genius. Because he didn't have to draw the arms on any of his animations, right? He barely even had to draw the faces. Like, that sort of stuff is good, especially if you can make it look good really quickly, right? It's all about that deadline, you know? That deadline's fucking killer. Like, I just didn't cut it anymore. Which is the sad part of it. Like everybody would love to spend as much time as you want to working on the pieces that you love. This is not how the world works, right? Especially in the industry. Like, it gets hammered home again and again and again with me. Like, if you can do something, it doesn't matter. What really matters is, can you do it faster than the other guy? It's heavily, like, weirdly competitive. I wonder if that's a good thing, right? Like, are we compromising the quality of the overall work? I don't think so. I don't think so, because, like, animated work, movies in general, I don't think they've ever looked better, right? I don't think concepts have been diminishing over the course of the last decade or so. Yeah, I think I'm overthinking it. I think at least the most recent cinematics, Sauerfang's Makara, was all in-house. Yeah, I remember their old stuff also being in-house as well. Like the Arthas cinematic, for example. Also, holy shit, why does that cinematic hold up so good? We should do a study of just that cinematic. That cinematic is how old now, and it still holds up with every other one? Like, it's actually ridiculous. Why does it hold up that good? Jeff Chamberlain. Yeah, Wrath of Lich King, the one where his dad's talking to him. Diablo 2 cinematics looks sick. Diablo 2, huh? I don't think I remember that one. There's not that much into the Diablo games, I gotta admit. I played PoE for a while. I played PoE in a garbage Indian connection, and I just kept dying due to desyncs, and I was like, okay, fine, I guess I'm doing something else now. PoE was fun though. I would play PoE again. It was a pretty cool experience. Pick it up and go back. You still gotta commit, really. It's difficult for me to get invested into stuff. I lost my soul on PoE. You're one of those I can relate to. I never was so into it that I all-in. Like the last game that I truly no-life was Warframe. Warframe I no-life twice, and holy shit was that like an obnoxious no-life of Warframe. But thankfully I've never had MMO sickness on any game. Even though Warframe technically, I don't know. But I've never had like super MMO sickness. Like, I'm not like James with WoW. J Hansen Art. James, you should play some games sometime. It's been a minute. I kind of want to play Apex. You want to play that? I've been kind of itching to play some Apex. Or some Overwatch maybe, I don't know. The ping's gonna be garbage. I don't like how harshly this is cutting. It's cutting too harshly, what does that mean? It means lower the value or reduce the edges. Reduce the color contrast as well, alternative option. Reuse color? There you go, that is a solution. Reuse color, reuse darkness from there. I gotta think about this more. Reuse, reuse, reuse. The takeaways are quick, but they're really important. These ones over here. I can't wait to start doing my own on these ones. I'm just doing this for method, seeing what I like the most. Also, I'm fixating so much on this regular shape of this torch here. It's kind of bothering me. So long as people don't realize Google Stadia competitors don't release. Is announced Diablo 4 this year with the amount of cinematics they released for Warcraft. I'm actually pretty excited too about cinematics in general. It's just so great stuff. This is really great. Like, one of the reasons that I'm doing this whole storyboard thing is that I always think about, whenever I do quick sketches, I always think about this. I don't even know if people really care that much about when it came out, but there was this series called like Warbringers or whatever, with like Gul'dan, Jaina, I think like Kilrog maybe, and I think Sylvanas or something. Like that's Warbringer series, right? And I think about it so often because that's like exactly the way that I want to tell my stories. I want to tell them so I've researched this extensively, so it's called a motion comic. That's what the actual term for it is. But I always thought it was an animatic, but no, motion comic apparently. And it just looks something special, you know? I really, really, really want to do those. I want to make those. So I have all the information already ready. I know everything I need to get to the very finish line, except I'm not that good with storyboarding. So that's why we're doing this, really. So my idea is to do this and then take some original characters and do a motion comic and put that in my portfolio. I think that'll be ridiculously good. I think that'll destroy competition right there. Because I think I can do it. And I don't see that in many people's work, and I think it really works because it's a full production basically. Right, full production pipeline right there. Almost. Stadia on 1080p is free, by the way. Google is gonna own us in 10 years. What is Stadia? I don't think I know what that is. He doesn't know, pick a laugh. Also, I forgot to download Here is the Storm, so feels bad. Have they updated Remnant still? That game Remnant. Has anybody in here played Remnant? That the game where you fight trees? Actually pretty good. Connect the shadows and bring this more into purple. A couple of things to change. Helps. I can't wait to get back on my usual schedule, by the way. Like, I'm doing this super sleepy deprived, but I'm really pumped to just start pumping pieces out again. I'm really happy when that happens. When I'm just bashing out pieces. Just feels super good. I don't like I mean the holiday was really good and all, but working there was not very efficient. I was away from my screen tablet, my usual setup. I'm really pumped. Get a stronger read on the character, maybe. So we do that reverse. So instead of darkening the character, we lighten up the background. We can do it like that. I'm gonna hold on and see how it goes. Feels like playing a game online. I see, okay, yeah, I remember services like this when I was growing up. Doesn't seem like a bad service, right? Third party. Okay. It's not super cool. And it's non-existent. Google Glass? Whatever happened to Google Glass? It's not a bad person to ask. Stick around. Let's get this more into the 4, I think. Okay, we need to do a bit of up in here. You see what I'm talking about? Like the lack of information is so like deafening in a piece. That's really like one of my like recent things that I've been thinking about. It's not enough that you have areas of calm, but even your calm must be buffered in a piece. You can't just have blank calm. Because even that can take away. Like you can transition into blank calm, like this is a transition into blank, but you can't just have nothing next to something. It's just a little bit too overpowering. There's just some noise. And that way it kind of makes sense why Shape Carver would do all that little, he goes to extra effort to try and do all that shit to ensure that he has noise in his canvas. It kind of makes some more sense then. So I'm just adding noise for the sake of noise there. Good idea. Got about a few seconds left. I'm gonna do a quick drawing, I think. Before, that's the next thing I'll check, that I'll change probably. Do a quick little drawing just to get things a little bit more into proportion, because I have my elements here, I have my essential elements, but the arrangement is just a little bit shy of being really impactful. So that'll be the next thing that I'll change. Like it's there, but I'm half-assing it. I don't like that. There, but I'm half-assing it. Composition doesn't work if it's obvious. Composition doesn't work if it's obvious. Of course, there's always an idea that it works. Don't fix it. A composition doesn't work if it's obvious. Now, this I can somewhat relate to because we've been talking about the idea of you can't have things be too on the nose, right? Like you can't just say here, this is my main subject, this is my point of interest, right? You can't just be too cute with it. Like have something supporting, but something to buffer. This is something that I totally agree with, and I find this as something that I had to personally fight against in my own pieces, right? Because I understand how to create compositional interest now, or compositional interest, but the problem is creating way too much stuff, like way too much interest. Doesn't serve the purpose of the piece anymore. It stops telling a story and starts being this like weird showcasey kind of thing that we don't want. I think stylization might be the way to go, because the better the result's gonna come from me just making some really large decisions. The read on this is not bad, by the way, but yeah, I think that's maybe what we need to do. Maybe push something, push gesture, push simplification. Just something to kind of cut the time a little bit lower. I like the shape idea so far. The shapes give me the initial read, so I think selection tool and that motion blur and all that stuff is a good idea. And then I get to minute 15 or minute 10, and then things start to slow down a bit more. I think we could do better. I think what we should do, instead of going from outside silhouette directly into just putting detailing with smaller selections, I think we should do a pass of inside shapes, just strong inside, either inside shadow shapes or inside light shapes, depending on context. And we'll finish that pass, and then we'll do a tertiary pass with a smaller brush, and then we finish it off. And I think that should be sufficient for all of these. In fact, I think what I would like to do, and we'll do this the next stream, we'll do everything again, we'll do all of these again, but we'll do them with that idea. So super limit the shapes, and we'll really order them with big, medium, small, and we'll see what happens. I think that's a better way of going about this, because this is getting too 1:1, even though I'm heavily abstracting, it's getting too 1:1 for me, and I don't like that. I don't think that's good. I can evoke the same feeling without, because my colors and my values are okay, they're not too bad. However, what's killing it is the idea that the form, the crucible within which these values reside, they're just not convincing enough for me to like really get immersed in what's happening in the scene. I'm being pulled out. I'm being pulled out by the imperfections in the brushwork, the fact that some things aren't once over because some things are detailed, some things are not. I don't like that. I think a definite hierarchy is going to help with the workflow. A definite strong hierarchy. These are my large shapes, these are my small shapes, these are my smaller shapes. That'll really help. I don't think I can treat this like a painting anymore, like an illustration, because in a regular illustration, doing it from reference, for example, I can just jump around and do whatever I want. But there's so much happening in these pieces, just inherently so much happening. Of course, when the pieces are a bit more passive and character focused, then my strength's gonna shine a bit more and I can get a lot more done. But when there's so many active elements, I'm not simplifying nearly enough. Yeah, it's not happening. I really gotta think about this. Also, can we experiment a little bit with noise filters? Yeah, but that's my takeaway from this. We could do better. We could do a lot better. I had to sneeze there. Ooh, random noise. What the fuck? I found a noise filter. That might do us something, by the way. I might add a bit more of a finished effect, because overall I think I painted a bit too harsh for this to look finished quick enough. I remember doing this comic for a composition a while ago, and to make it look finished, I applied a canvas texture to the background, and it seemed to kind of tie things together a bit more. So perhaps a similar idea would work here, with just some noise on top, I guess. Certainly not that much, though. That much is a bit too insane. But something of the order would be fine, I think. What happens if I just cut the opacity? What happens if I do that on another layer and then cut the opacity? Okay, so it needs something to happen. You know what? I've actually seen people do this. What they do is they pick a neutral gray, and then after that they apply a noise filter on top of the neutral gray. Let load, and then they chop the opacity. Or maybe they set it to multiply. What's that doing to my shadows? Nothing. Okay, multiply not the way to go. Now I think we're cooking with some fire right there. That's actually not bad. It's a bit heavy-handed, it's a bit equally positioned, I don't want it everywhere. But that's actually giving me something there. It's giving me something. Because I have, ultimately in all of these, I'm going to end up with some large, flat shapes. So maybe this will kill it a bit more. It'll kill that like harshness. A little bit more, give me more of a cinematic feeling, I think. Alright, thanks Shape Carver. I'll keep that in mind. I actually do like that. I think that's positive. That was a good change. Okay. We're good. There's a music video that was kind of like what you were talking about. I considered what I would take to do something like that. I'll link it to you because I admire the artist's work outside of the video. Yeah, link it to me. It'll be good for me to have the little red mark as well in my DM so I can remember to respond to you. Still need to do that. Alright, we're making some headway. We're making some really good headway. In just 4 studies, we got like 15 takeaways to think about. That's strong right there. That's really strong. I think that noise was a very good idea. I do like that. It's again a bit heavy-handed, a bit all over every single area. That's the bad thing. But like the effect it gives us is pretty goddamn good because it takes us away from that paint thing. Not painting particularly, but that harsh selection edge, because we're going to be using selection a lot to simplify, but in the act of simplifying using selection tool, we excessively go in that hard, flat region of painting, which maybe is not what we want to look for. Maybe we don't want that super like vectorized look at the end of the day. So this could help us. All right, cool. I think that was helpful. Alright boys and girls, I have been going for 6 hours, so I think I'm gonna call it right over here most likely. That was fun though. I had a lot of enjoyment. Let us go raid. Who's on? My voice is dead by the way. I realize I've been shouting into the microphone for about 6 hours. Who did we raid? Who is online? Bonnie's online. Let's raid Bonnie. Well, bam. Cheers, DT. Bonnie's name. God, she's so dumb with the fucking double C. Alright. Guys, thanks for sticking around. It's these are harsh studies, man. So I can't guarantee it's going to be super entertaining to watch, but if you want to watch me suffer, it's going to be more of this. And again, the results, you see how we slowly get in there? We're slowly getting to that more cinematic look. Like we went from this, from the left one to the right one, in just a matter of a few pieces, right? And we got this middle one to boot. So it's getting there. The difference is palpable. So we're going to get somewhere, and at the end of it, you'll be able to get my final takeaways from it. And hopefully it'll save you some time in your own work. But yeah, it's been great streaming for you. I will go ahead and get some dinner right now. Maybe play some games right before I head to bed and then wake up next month most likely. But it's been great. Really enjoyed the stream, and yeah, I'll see you over at Bonnie's. Have a good rest of your day. Cheers.